Well, you can see behind me, we have a lot of volunteers here, and they're giving their time, and anything that we can do to help. There's one right there. Anything that they can do to help. People have different skill levels, but we're welcome to all volunteers. That's what makes the Y so special. We're open to, let's roll up our sleeves together, do the work, and get the items to the people in need. So absolutely. If they're interested in volunteering, contact the local Y, and we can always use a volunteer.
Well, I'm loving this. I think so many people, you don't want to just sit at home. You want to give back. You want to do something. It's amazing to see so many people out there in Westchester. Thank you so much, Dawn, for being with us this morning.
I appreciate it.
Yes, and as she said, there are YMCAs located throughout Southern California. Everybody can use the help. Everybody can use the donation. So
critical resource.
And these are legit organizations that you can go and volunteer your time or give money to, and it's going to go immediately back into the community.
Absolutely. And we thank them and all of the volunteers for everything they're doing right now. We want to check in now with reporter Massa Saidi. She is in Westwood at an evacuation center there, and you're actually speaking with evacuees. I know that the big VA is there. We saw images of some of the veterans being taken out of tiny homes. So what are you hearing from people there now?
Hi there, Ruta Bay and Jamie. Yes, we are speaking with evacuees here, and I did just speak with staff here. So they've had about 200 to 300 people sleeping at this shelter. I went inside. There's cots set up for everyone. People are saying wonderful things about how they're being treated at this shelter. And just so you know, they are watching KCAL to get the latest on this fire. I was also told that 50 people were just evacuated from a senior facility in Tarzana, and 30 of them are going to be headed to this shelter. But I do want to introduce you to a man named Joel Medinella, sir. I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you so much for talking with me. I know that you've been here ever since your apartment burned down in Altadena, and behind you is the only thing that you have left. I'm so sorry for what you've gone through, and we just wanted to check in with you and to see how, I mean, it's a silly question, but how you're holding up in the midst.
Well, I feel bad because we lost everything that we had. And lucky we had a little time to put our clothes in there, but everything that we own is gone. And, I thank this place for letting us, stay here and give us food, and they're treating us right, I like that. That makes me feel good that Los Angeles, California, we all united together when these things happen.
And we've seen so many people come out and try to drop off donations. Right now, they are just asking for time, money, and blood. They do not want any donations at this location. So people really are concerned. People really do care about you. I know that you're especially concerned about your neighbor who's 80 years old, and you don't know if your neighbor's okay.
Yeah, well, we don't know when really they're going to tell us to go back, but my wife and I, we're not planning to go back there. It's too dangerous. They let the grass grow until it gets brown and dry. And I had an idea, but I gave my idea, but they don't use it.
And you told me that before you left, you were trying to check in on your neighbor. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, our neighbor, she's 80 years old, and her apartment, it was on fire, and I broke into one of the windows. I broke it and I went in, but it was too much smoke inside, and I was suffocating, so I had to get out. And I told the firemen that there was a 80 years old lady in there, but right now I'm trying to find out if she's still alive or she will burn in the fire. Yeah. But as it is right now, I'm worrying about her. She was a nice lady, but.
That's so awful. I'm so sorry. I really hope that your neighbor was able to get out. And is there anything that you need from the community? Final question.
The community is already helping a lot, but we're gonna need to find an apartment to live again, and that's the toughest part because we don't have no money. And you know, nowadays apartments around Los Angeles, they're very expensive. And you need money to, you know, give the down payment, make the payments. And
That's so much to worry about, Joel, and I really hope that they help you here at this shelter. And our thoughts and prayers are with you.
I've been crying day and night, you know, by myself, you know, thinking and talking to God, see, you know, they help us, you know. We need help from Him.
You need help.
Doing it. Yeah. So I hope they help us. They say they were going to help us, but, you know, LA County, they say one thing today and tomorrow is a different one, so.
Well, I will give you my business card, and if you're not getting the help you need, you just contact us, and we'll be sure to try to help in any way that we can. Thank you so much, Joel, for talking with us.
I will, and thank you.
Thank you.
And God bless you guys.
And God bless you.
Thank
you so much. Okay, so Ruta Bay, Jamie, that's just one story. And like I said, there's 200 to 300 people that are here. And we're just going to go back out and try to talk with more people. But I'll send it back to you for now.
Yeah, that's when you hear about the senior facility being evacuated,
Yes.
but thankfully those people have a place to go, and they have so many caring people and heroes to step up and take care of them. Thank you so much reporting from Westwood for us. And as this evacuation continues to grow, more people are being forced from their homes. So firefighters are doing what they can to save those homes after they leave.
I know, it's just been an unbelievable effort today. Our Kirsten Mitchell is in Encino, where crews are doing structure protection.
We're in Encino off of Mulholland Drive, and Park Lake Circle is right here. I want to show you what firefighters are doing to help protect homes. They are on the roof of someone's home. They're actually clearing out the gutters, clearing out dried leaves. You can see he has a leaf blower there. They've been trying to clear any sort of debris that may be on someone's roof that could ignite should an ember from the Palisades fire come over this way. They've been on the roof. They're from Murray City. We've also seen many firefighters from Salt Lake City. Just talked to a group. They've been on the fire line since 8 this morning. They're finally taking a little bit of a break, or 8 last night rather. So it's very long hours. They're very tired, but you can see they're really getting in there and making sure no embers ignite by being on the roof. That is all very critical, because as we know, the winds change. Those embers, they can fly very far and of course ignite anything. And you don't want that to be someone's home. So they're trying to clear out those roofs and protect them the best they can. Behind them, you can see there is a smoke on the ridge. That's the Palisades fire from the north side. Looking at it, we're in Encino. There's a lot of crews up there holding that fire line, trying to stage themselves and prevent it from coming over the ridge here and down into all of these homes in Encino. This area is under a mandatory evacuation order, and the good news is we've seen many people have left. It's very quiet. There's not even cars in many driveways besides first responders, so that is good news. People do seem to be heeding those evacuation orders. But surely there is a lot of stress here from people who live here, just wondering the status of their home. And if you're watching that, you know, firefighters, they are protecting your home. And that is really, really nice to see all their efforts come together like this. So that is the latest here from Encino. We'll be sure to bring you updates here just as soon as we get them.
We are just so grateful and thankful for all of our firefighters on the ground, in the air. Just the amount of work that they've been through since Tuesday is unfathomable. And I know even within the first 24 to 48 hours, talking to people out at the Palisades fire, some of the firefighters had not eaten for hours and not sleeping, just working around the clock.
Yeah,
it's been incredible.
Thank you to all of them. All right, Barry Pintar has been in Mandeville Canyon all morning long.
Yeah, he spoke with some firefighters who are working on the front lines. Take a listen.
Okay. You know what, just from your perspective in terms of what you've seen, you live in a region of the country where that can be prone to forest fires. What are you seeing from your perspective as you look around since you've arrived here?
By far, this is the biggest fire I've ever been to. We're lucky to be here and help out with it. Seems like they're doing their best to get everything under control, but it's pretty rough right now.
So, you know, from a personal perspective, genuinely, why did you decide to come here?
Well, our department was called upon, and I mean, we're more than happy and we're lucky to be here to help people protect property. I mean, today we got super lucky. I think we're pretty close to protecting all these houses. So just being able to give people even like pictures or items and a home to go back to.
How do you feel about and again, broad job, I don't mean to ask a stupid question, but how do you feel about the job that your thousands of colleagues are doing?
I think it's the best job in the world. It's one of the only jobs where you can give back and genuinely feel good about everything you do.
Yeah.
So I love this job.
And how do you think those people are doing in terms of the Southern California fires at this moment in terms of their service?
I mean, we're doing our best. We're working really long hours, which takes its toll eventually, but we're grinding and we're doing our best. And we're honestly happy to be here.
Gotcha. Last question. This is not meant to be politically correct, I promise. But as I mentioned to you, I've been here for a while walking around, and I'm always talking about the men and women. And I see a woman every now and then, but not a lot. So how do you see yourself? Again, I don't want to ask this question incorrectly, but how do you see yourself fitting into the firefighting effort?
Well, we're put through the same tests, same effort, same weight. Personally, with my department, I'm very well supported, and I like one of the guys. I'm super happy to be here. We all get along, and we're having a great time. So I feel very well supported, and I mean, it's like I said, they put us through tests to do the job, so we feel pretty good about that.
Genuinely, thank you for your service and for coming here.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, what makes someone from another state decide to come here and help fight these fires?
It's just the opportunity to come down and help. Our brothers and sisters are down here. You know, we see it on the news. They're getting their butts kicked down here for days, and they're giving it their best shot down here. And so we get an opportunity to come down here and help and support them, and that's what's important to us.
Yeah. And last question, because I know you're going to run. How do you see this effort going since you've been here?
Oh, this great. The coordination with CAL FIRE, the local resources, the resources from out of state. We've got, I believe New Mexico, Idaho, Washington, Oregon. Resources would come from all over and converge. And CAL FIRE is doing an amazing job to place us right in with the local crews down here.
It has just been an incredible firefight and effort just from so many different fire departments too, across the state, across the United States. We've seen Arizona, Utah,
Canada,
Mexico. I mean, it's international.
Yeah, so grateful for the community support and also from our friends from neighboring states. Thank you so much. And we do have an update now from UCLA that's just coming in. The university is extending remote instruction for undergraduate and graduate courses through at least this coming Friday, which is January 17th.
Yeah, the UCLA campus operations will continue to be modified during this time as well, and employees should continue to work remotely next week if you're able to do so. I have a neighbor who is an employee of UCLA. She was very happy to see this because earlier in the week they had not made that recommendation for students, and she was concerned about students being on campus and that type of thing. So
and a lot of students and parents who are not from here who have never experienced a wildfire situation before.
Can you imagine watching this across the country?
Very scary for those folks. All right, we are getting an update now on the Eaton fire. We want to go to that. The press conference hasn't started yet, but you can see the officials getting ready for that. We have been kind of focusing on the west side, on the Palisades fire, which spread kind of unexpectedly last night. A lot of new evacuations and homes threatened there, and unfortunately we have seen at least one home go up in flames just today. But we're remembering that also the Eaton fire is very much still an active scene as people see what's left of their homes. A lot of people still not back yet, but it just reduced to rubble, and that whole community in Altadena completely changed forever.
Well, this morning they said that the fire was about 15% contained. That was good news. They had been able to make progress. They're not seeing the wind gusts and things in that area that we are in the Palisades, and you can see Supervisor Catherine Barger headed up to the microphone and podium now, and it sounds like she's about to speak.
I had another walkthrough of the streets in Altadena to see the terrible impact and the destruction with my own eyes. I'm doing daily visits to see, hear, and take in the devastation, and it truly is difficult even to describe. We need all level of support, both at the local county level, the state level, and the federal level, and we need it immediately. I cannot stress enough how important that is and will continue to be in the future. Today, I wrote a letter to President-elect Trump inviting him to engage in wildfire recovery efforts and to visit the county to see the impact firsthand that it has on every socioeconomic individual in this county. Engaging the White House makes the way for the rapid deployment of federal resources, including emergency personnel and financial assistance. While I was on my walkthrough today, I crossed paths with California Assembly Speaker Rivas. And actually the entire, I think, Assembly family was up in Altadena. I told the Speaker that the state has to be incredibly flexible and streamline all of their processes. And he has promised to work with us. My goal is to help communities rebuild like for like, if not better. But there are state and county requirements that can sometimes add an additional cost to the building process. My ask is that the state and the county work to ensure that we rebuild safely, but we must remove any new costly requirements not related to health and safety that would otherwise make it cost prohibitive for residents to rebuild. Government mandates cannot mean the difference between whether a community can afford to rebuild or not. We need to be extremely responsive to the individual needs of thousands of residents who are going to have to navigate this incredibly difficult process. Our community's resilience has always been inspirational, and it will be our guiding light as we move forward together. I understand that many of our residents are looking and thinking rebuilding is not just a priority, it is an urgent need. I've talked to people who know their home is gone and they want to begin today. I will make sure that the county works quickly to eliminate unnecessary red tape, ensuring permits are approved safely and swiftly so that reconstruction can begin as soon as possible. Again, my priority is to ensure that government becomes a facilitator, not an obstacle, as we move toward recovery. I will also prioritize creating one-stop service centers where all relevant departments are available in one place in real time to answer your questions, provide guidance, and support your rebuilding efforts. This will be designed with one goal: to make the recovery process as seamless and supportive as possible, and to make sure those resources are right there in the community where you are rebuilding. We're here to help, and we will continue to be here during every part of the process. With that, I'd like to bring up Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Barger. So good afternoon. The Eaton fire is now estimated to be 14,117 acres with 15% containment. Over 7,000 structures are damaged or destroyed, and 2,832 firefighting personnel are assigned to the Eaton fire. Elevated critical fire weather conditions are predicted to begin this evening and continue through Wednesday. Moderate to locally strong Santa Ana winds will affect Los Angeles County today and tomorrow, and again Monday through Wednesday. The Los Angeles County Fire Department will be prepared. These winds, combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in Los Angeles County high. Please understand that the inevitable public safety power shutoffs that will be implemented prior to this life-threatening Santa Ana wind event are crucial to preventing new fire starts, and that they help save lives. Yes, they're a challenge to deal with, but it's certainly better than having another fire start. I would like to express my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors for their leadership and unwavering support of our residents, my fire department personnel, and me as fire chief. To our first responders battling these wildfires in the air and on the ground, we commend you for your relentless and fearless dedication in protecting residents throughout this great county. And finally, to our Los Angeles County residents, Please be assured that we will continue to battle these wildfires until they are fully contained. We stand alongside all of you as we begin to plan for repopulation of evacuated areas, disaster recovery, and the rebuilding of your homes and your lives. I would now like to introduce California Interagency Incident Management Team 5, Operations Section Chief, Don Fraguglia.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Okay, so quick operational update here for the Eaton fire. Over here, as we start on the right flank in Santa Anita Canyon, things are looking really good across the front country here until we get to about here, and then we're starting to still see quite a bit of heat, quite a bit of work through here in this area. As we come across over here into the Altadena area, I want to just highlight this square box right here is a square mile. So it's a massive, massive area that we're talking about here. That's residential community. It's not wildland. It's a residence, and these are people's houses. So huge Herculean task to get through all this down here. We have a ton of work. It's many days, many weeks of work. Just wanted to highlight that a little bit. As we come through by the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, this is looking good. Again, crews engaged, boots on the ground, mopping up. All through the National Forest up here, we continue to make really good progress up there. The weather's in our favor. We're using air tankers, we're using helicopters, all the tools in our toolbox to go get and put this fire out right where you see it right here. So that'll be our goals in the coming days. So thank you very much.
Now we're going to have Los Angeles County Sheriff Commander Tanya E. Plunkett.
Good afternoon. I'd like to take this time to update you on the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's effort in dealing with the Eaton Canyon fire. Currently, in response to the fire, our staffing has increased to approximately 500 personnel. Within the personnel, we have active missions, which include controlling traffic points, of approximately 46 hard closures and traffic control. We also have roving security to deal with looting and address those issues. And when necessary, respond to welfare requests and at the direction of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. As you may, as you may be aware that last night we instituted a curfew order which went into effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and currently within the evacuation zones. It's important to know that these zones are going to be strictly enforced, and the reasons behind them is to enhance public security and address enhance public safety and address public security concerns. Within the curfew, we're asking everyone to stay clear of the affected zones unless they are authorized personnel or emergency responders. Anyone found in violation of the curfew order will be subject to a misdemeanor crime and subject to $1,000 fine. We understand that this is an extremely stressful and challenging time, but we appreciate the public's cooperation as we work together during the crisis. Since the Eaton Canyon fire commenced, we have a total of, 19 arrests, and of those 19 arrests, 4 were for curfew violations last night. We also had a search and rescue task force that commenced this morning, and that will be until the completion. It will begin daily at 6 a.m. and end at 6 p.m. That search and rescue team, we are working jointly with our partners from Los Angeles County Fire Urban Rescue, the Coroner's Office, FEMA, OES, and the use of cadaver dogs to search for remains and reunite families, most importantly. These searches will be a part of a grid search, like I mentioned, between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. due to safety concerns and our inability to operate during nighttime hours. Unfortunately, we report that we have 8 deaths within the Eaton Canyon fire area that was affected by the fire. And in an effort to deal with the death and the tragedies as a result of this fire, we do have, working with our partners, family assistance centers that are open to provide information to people looking for missing family members, and that location is the Pasadena Civic Center. It will be comprised of OEM, sheriff's deputies, LAPD, Red Cross, the medical examiner, and the Department of Mental Health. On scene, it's important to remember that if you have missing family members, we have 2 personnel on scene to take those missing persons report for the family members and or friends. In closing, I'd like to mention that we all know so many people have been impacted by the disaster and need help. If you are in a position to help and support the counties, we would appreciate that, and please contact Emergency Network Los Angeles by visiting www.nlaenla.org. At this time, I'd like to introduce Los Angeles County Public Health Dr. Amish Mahajan.
Good afternoon. My name is Anish Mahajan, Chief Deputy Director of LA County Public Health. I'd like to start by thanking the first responders for their heroic efforts and extending our thoughts and prayers to all who have experienced such profound loss with these fires. We in public health are committed to supporting those in need in the months ahead. I'd also like to thank the county supervisors, especially Supervisor Barger, for their extraordinary and thoughtful support of public health and all our county and city partner departments. Yesterday, a local health emergency for LA County was declared by both Secretary Becerra at the federal level and by the county health officer, recognizing the substantial risks to public health due to the impacts of the critical fire events and windstorm conditions. The South Coast Air Quality Management has issued a smoke advisory through Saturday, January 11th at 5 p.m. This advisory will surely be extended. We are all experiencing this wildfire smoke, which is a mix of small particles, gases, and water vapors. It's those small particles that get into our noses and throats and cause those sore throats and headaches. But we must also be very careful for those who are at higher risk for bad health effects from wildfire smoke. And those include children, the elderly, those with respiratory and heart conditions, and people with immunocompromised states. They may have worse symptoms like shortness of breath, wheezing, cough, and chest pain. Everyone in the areas where there's visible smoke or the smell of smoke, and even where you don't see that, we know that the air quality is poor, so you should limit outdoor exposure as much as possible. Do not engage in outdoor physical activity. If you must be outside, wear an N95 or a P100 mask. These are high filtration masks that take out those small particles that get into your body. Keeping indoor air as clean as possible is also important. Keep your windows shut. If you have an air conditioning that can pull air from the outside, that can recirculate air, you can use that. If you have a HEPA air filter or HEPA air purifier, that will help too. All of us are at risk with the poor air quality right now, but some of us in LA County are at even greater risk. For example, if it's part of your job to work outside, it's important that you wear an N95 or a P100 mask. In these situations, you may ask your employer for an N95, and they're required to provide it to you free of charge. The LA County Department of Public Health is offering N95 masks through the interim housing sites, shelters, and street teams to LA residents who are experiencing homelessness and living outdoors, and to those persons who are evacuated from where they usually live and staying in temporary shelters. Family assistance centers will also offer respiratory masks to residents who are returning to fire zone areas as they clean up the fire damage. The County of Los Angeles and our partners are also working to distribute over 5,000 HEPA air purifiers to senior centers, nursing homes, and other facilities where individuals are at the highest risk of residing in the worst air quality. Finally, if you experience severe symptoms like coughing, shortness of breath, wheezing, chest pain, palpitations, nausea, please contact your doctor or medical provider or go to an urgent care. For life-threatening symptoms, please call 911. I want to finish by noting that we understand this is a very difficult time for those who are evacuated, and we have a lot of folks who want to get back to their homes and to their neighborhoods. But we want to ask folks not to return home until you're told that it's safe to do so. There is a lot of toxins left over after the fire. There's a lot of smoke there. And once you are going back, the key is to remain covered up. Make sure you're wearing gloves. Household dishwashing gloves are okay. Long sleeves, long pants, and you should be using an N95 mask. The LA County Department of Public Health is also offering N95 masks to LA residents who are returning to the fire zone areas as the cleanup of the fire damage begins. Those masks are also available at the county evacuation centers and other sites. I'm going to finish there and happy to answer questions. Next, I'll invite City of Pasadena Mayor Victor Gordo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just returned from visiting the devastated areas of Pasadena and Altadena, and devastation really is the only word. I visited with the Southern California's congressional delegation, and I'd like to thank them for taking the time to see firsthand exactly what's happening in our community. While it's devastation up there, I know that our community, our people in Altadena and Pasadena, and we really are one community, is a resilient and strong community. And I'm here to tell all of you that the County of Los Angeles, Supervisor Barger, the State of California, and our congressional delegation is committed to supporting as we bounce back, and we will bounce back in Pasadena and Altadena. The resilience that we've shown in past disasters is proof of that. I'd also like to thank the first responders for all of their hard work and courage in assisting our residents. And finally, I'd like to say this: if you are thinking of coming to Pasadena and/or Altadena for the purpose of looting, know this: the Pasadena Police Department and the LA County Sheriffs will be there to meet you. If you're even thinking about it, think twice, because the Pasadena Police Department and the Pasadena and then the LA County Sheriffs will not only be there to greet you, but you will be arrested. And so I would discourage anyone from even thinking about coming and victimizing our residents. Thank you very much.
And now I'd like to introduce the CEO of Southern California Edison, Stephen D. Powell. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Powell, President and CEO of Southern California Edison. As a longtime, entire life resident of Southern California, it has been, words can't describe how horrific it is to see the impact on our communities, friends, my colleagues at Edison, even through these fires. Just been terrible to see. As we look forward, I first want to say thank you to the first responders, the fire agencies that are out there protecting the community and partnering with us on keeping people safe. I want to say thank you to our crews, our contractors, as well as those that are providing mutual assistance from PG&E that are out there working 24/7 to bring power back on in our communities. As of this morning, Edison still had about 50,000 customers without power. That's down from a peak of over 500,000 just a couple of days ago, so we're making significant progress on the power restoration. We've got over 120 crews supported by other field personnel. That's thousands of people out working 24/7 to bring power back on once it's safe to do so. At the same time, there's a lot of places where we don't have access, where there's a lot of damage that could lead to really extended outages. As Chief Maroney mentioned, we're also not through all the weather issues. We see a big wind event coming in next week, and that could lead to more public safety power shutoffs. Again, as an electric utility, we never want to shut people's power off. But to protect our communities when the conditions are merit it, we need to use it as a tool of last resort, and we will be doing that. So just want to let everybody know that's been out there without power for 5 days now. We've got our crews working 24/7 to bring power back on as it's safe to do so. Thank you. Next up is State Senator Sasha Renee Perez.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start off by first acknowledging that we have members of our Altadena Town Council here with us today, and I really just want to give them a big shout out. You know, so many members of their town council who are the elected body of Altadena have not only lost their homes, but they are also out there volunteering, making sure that people are getting resources, and that is so critical and so important. And so I just want to recognize the work that they're doing after they have lost so much. This is such a difficult time, and I am so grateful that you all have taken the time to be here and to join us. First, you know, I want to share with you all, I was with the Attorney General this morning. He wants to make it very clear to everyone that price gouging is illegal. We have received reports that there is price gouging happening, and whether that is around hotels, whether that is around apartment housing, whether that's around water, that is not okay. If you see price gouging happening online, please report it immediately. Us making sure that we are holding people accountable depends on all of you reporting. The website to do that is oag.ca.gov/report. I want to make this clear again. Price gouging is illegal. It is not okay to price gouge during a state of emergency. These are innocent people that you are taking advantage of, and I want to remind folks, please have some humanity during this difficult time. In addition to that, many have been asking about help with navigating their insurance. We have an insurance workshop that's going to be happening here in Pasadena on Saturday, January 25th, and Sunday, January 26th at Pasadena City College. Both of those events will be happening at 10 a.m. You can schedule your appointment in advance at 1-800-927-4357. Make sure to call. You can go ahead and meet with an expert there who will assist you with navigating your insurance policy. In addition to that, we've been receiving questions about medication. If you've lost your prescriptions in the fire, you need them to be replaced. City of Pasadena pharmacy team is refilling prescriptions. In addition to that, Ultimed is providing immediate medications such as inhalers, albuterol, high blood pressure medication, and general medication for emergent needs at the Pasadena Convention Center. Ultimed is also providing mental health support and wound care as well. Both of those will be at the Pasadena Convention Center. And in addition to that, FEMA staff is currently at the Pasadena Convention Center right now. They will be here in the coming days from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. to help those that need help with navigating their FEMA applications. I know that I've heard from many residents that they've received denial letters even though they've lost their homes, they've lost everything. FEMA staff is in town, located at Pasadena right now. They can help you with navigating that application. Please head there if you need assistance. And also you can reach out to our office. We will connect you with somebody at FEMA. Last but not least, we know Pasadena and Altadena are still communicating to the public to avoid drinking tap water in impacted areas. Please contact your local water utility to assess if your area has been impacted. We know the City of Pasadena is hosting water bottle distribution center at 450 North Lake Avenue. We also have Pasadena City College acting as a distribution center for donation goods. So if you need those items, please go ahead and head there. And once again, just want to thank everybody that's been donating, all of the volunteers. I just came from the Pasadena Convention Center. On top of our firefighters being on the front lines to contain this fire, we also have the California Fire Foundation giving out $250 gift cards to those that have lost their homes. And it is just so tremendous to see firefighters that have spent the last several days working nonstop, exhausted, sleeping for a few hours, and getting up to go volunteer at the convention center. That's the work that these guys are doing, and it's just so incredible. I can't express enough my appreciation for everything that they're doing, and just thank you all so much. This is community coming together. This is how we're going to get through this. Next up, I'll introduce my colleague, Assemblymember John Harabadian.
Thank you, Senator Perez. Thank you, Chair Barger, for all your continued leadership. My name is John Harabadian. I'm the Assembly member for the areas affected by the Eaton fire. And as many of you know, this is very personal for me. I was born and raised and grew up in Sierra Madre, minutes and miles away from most of the devastation. I was playing, growing up in homes that are no longer there, grew up playing sports in parks that are no longer there. And to all of the families whose lives have been upended, My heart and prayers are with you. I can't imagine the devastation and the feelings that you are feeling right now. As I was saying to many of my friends last night when we were all together, many of whom lost their homes, a lot of them are facing unbelievable amounts of trauma to going back to their properties and just seeing a foundation. And as I told them, the foundation of this community, of all of us, is going to be there for them forever. While they need to rebuild on their own foundation, there is a foundation of all the people behind us, all the people that you live with in your neighborhoods that are going to be steady and are going to be with you every step of the way. Rest assured, statewide resources will be there. Speaker Robert Rivas was here in the district, as the supervisor said today. We toured together with the rest of the Assembly LA County delegation. Many of my members here, Assemblymember Mark Gonzalez, Assemblymember Mike Fong, were there as well. And we are committed to bringing as many resources as we need to help all those affected, to have a plan for the rebuild, and to make sure that no one is left out. All I'll say is that this is an active disaster. As many of you know, it is a perilous situation. Please have an emergency evacuation plan. And if there is an evacuation order, especially over these next few days, heed it. We stand united with one voice. We will get through this together. And we love you. We are praying for you. And we will continue to be right here for you. Thank you.
Victor wants to do one clarification that he forgot.
I would like to clarify on behalf of Chief Augustine, our fire chief who's here with us, that Pasadena does not have a curfew in place. We are considering it, and our executive leadership team will make that determination. Para la comunidad de habla hispana, quiero decirles que yo sé que nuestra comunidad es resiliente, fuerte, y vamos a sobrevivir este evento. Aquí estamos con el Condado de Los Ángeles, el Estado de California y también con la Delegación Nacional y la ciudad de Pasadena y la comunidad de Altadena para apoyarlos a todos. Si necesitan ayuda, vayan al centro de convenciones aquí en la ciudad de Pasadena, 300 Green Street. 300 Green Street es donde pueden encontrar ayuda y apoyo para usted y para sus familias. Gracias.
Good afternoon. Helen Chavez Garcia, Communications Director for Supervisor and Chair Catherine Barger. We wanted to acknowledge the elected officials that are here showing their support. Assembly Member Mark Gonzalez, if you can please raise your hands as I name you. Assembly Member Mike Fong. La Cañada Flint Ridge Mayor Michael Davitt. Pasadena Council Member Justin Jones. And as mentioned, of course, our much cherished Altadena Town Council Chair Victoria Knapp, and also Vice Chair Nick Arzin. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is AJ Lester. I'm a public information officer here on the Infire. That will conclude our speakers for today. We're going to now open up for questions. If any of the media has questions, please state your name and the agency that you represent, and we will walk around with a microphone and get a question. First question here, gentleman in the blue.
Barry Johnson, KCAL. I saw hundreds of electrical repair trucks gathering at Santa Anita this morning. Can you tell us the plan of attack for all those trucks and when they will get started? And they seem to be from all over the Southwest.
Yeah, so again, this is Steve Powell, Southern California Edison. So in the event that we have a significant of damage to repair, we will stand up a temporary laydown yard. That's a place where our crews can go to collect materials, collect the next job, and get out into the community, and it keeps us efficient in storing power as quickly as possible. So as I mentioned, we have over 123 crews that are actively working on restoration, and that is a place where they can go and make sure that we're being really efficient. So we were able to get into the communities and get crews out yesterday, and they've been out doing damage assessment, beginning to clear things so that we can begin the restoration. So all those crews are active working today. I was actually there this morning.
Beth Slepaz, KNBC Telemundo 52. This is for the Edison director. Is there any truth that one of your lines may have caused fallen for the Hearst fire? And what do you know about that?
So we're going to talk about the Hearst fire? Yeah. So we filed what's called an electric safety incident report, which we're required to file when there's either media or a certain amount of damage or certain criteria to get hit. There's a lot more investigation to be done on the Hearst fire to understand what caused the fire. And so right now we don't have any evidence that says that the Hearst fire was caused by our equipment, but there's a lot more investigation to be done.
Any further questions from the media? Okay, that will conclude our press conference if there's no further questions. We'll have breakout where we have utilities, SoCal Gas, Edison on the side. We'll also have Spanish speakers if anyone would like to do interviews over there, along with public information officers. Thank you for coming to our press conference.
Okay, you've been listening to an update from officials on the Eaton fire. This is the Pasadena, Altadena, Sierra Madre area. We heard from the supervisor who said she invited President-elect Trump to come take a tour of the area to survey the damage. It is now 15% contained. 7,000 structures have burned. Almost 3,000, 2,832 firefighting personnel on the ground. And of course, there is an elevated critical fire conditions for this evening through Wednesday. They also talked about people with their power shut off, and they said that we know this is an inconvenience, but this is really critical to preventing more fires from sparking.
Well, and as you heard that question at the end, asking if potential equipment failure is what caused the Hearst fire, them saying that there's no evidence of that right now, but they are still looking into the causes of all of these fires burning around Southern California. One of the things I found interesting at the beginning of this press conference was Supervisor Catherine Barger inviting President-elect Donald Trump to come out to the area to see the devastation for himself and to try to get some coordination with the next administration. Of course, we've heard from President Biden and some of the assistance that's been put into place, some of the executive orders. Of course, some of those executive orders can be reversed when a new president takes office. So extending the invitation there to try to get everybody on the same page. 7,000 homes also reported now in this fire, and buildings and businesses destroyed. 7,000 in just this one Eaton fire. That is not the total for both fires. Of course, yesterday we did learn that about 12,000 buildings had been burned to the ground in all of the fires that have taken place across Southern California. And as you heard Rudabeh say, more than 2,800 firefighters still on the scene. There's also so many road closures. You know, they are having the curfew in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the evacuation zones because they have seen looting. They are trying to address the issues there. There are 400 National Guard members who are now on site at all of these fires across the region to try to make sure that the buildings are secure, that people aren't coming to loot and take advantage of people who have either lost their homes or have evacuated their homes and left valuables and things behind inside those homes. And of course, we have been talking about the public health aspect of this, all the small particles in the air over Los Angeles. And I do think it is important to state that is an impact that can happen, you know, miles upon miles away from these fires. So it is something that if you have to be outside, you know, really limit your exposure, try to wear a mask, those types of things. And if you don't have to be outside, just, you know, stay indoors, keep the pets indoors, keep the windows closed, all of those types of things.
And another big headline from this press conference, so far 8 deaths.
Yes.
And we know the medical examiner has been going through that area. We do expect that number to rise. Unfortunately, that's what we usually see in these types of situations. There is a curfew in place from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and there is roving security looking for looting. There are also 500 sheriff's personnel in that area patrolling, looking for looters, looking for bad actors. And then, of course, we heard from SoCal Edison about a separate fire. That's the Hearst fire, and whether their equipment caused that, and that is under investigation right now. Our Barry Pintar was there. You heard him asking some questions of the officials.
No, Barry Pintar is on the fire in the Palisades fire. That was Barry Johnson, one of our...
Oh, I'm sorry. That was Barry Johnson. I'm sorry, one of our photographers. Our Barry Pintar is in the Palisades fire, and we see some dusk right now behind you, and we see some black plumes of smoke as well.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we also are seeing some large flames. I'm just going to start with that before I start getting to the facts. Go ahead, Damien, go over there. This is, there was about half of that just a few moments ago, and now they seem to be engulfing the entire ridge of that hillside. Of course, what's more frightening about all of that is what you're seeing in the foreground of those flames, and that is homes. And those flames were actually a little closer to those homes earlier. Now they seem to have moved back. But I will tell you this, there is an absolute all-out air assault on this Palisades fire here in the Brentwood area and the Mandeville Canyon area. I have seen all kind of aircraft here, depending. Probably in the time I'm talking, we're going to see something. Just a moment ago, I saw a jet airplane preparing to drop fire retardant fly by. Let's just go ahead and look at right now. Here comes a single-mast helicopter. That looks like it's about to drop some water, but the winds are certainly picking up, and it's going to basically fly right over our head. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's a two-mast helicopter right there. All right. Hard to see until they get up close like that. But they are all here. We did learn last night that when this Mandeville fire started to kick up and this fire started to spread east down to the 405 and San Fernando Valley, they immediately diverted 10 aerial assault craft to this area, as well as 2 strike force teams as well. So let me just take a look at what they're doing. We just looked at this fire over there. There's a whole other helicopter. Damien, let's go over this way. I'm not sure how much you can see down on this canyon here, but again, just within the last few moments, those flames have seriously kicked up. If you've been watching us, I want to give you a point of reference. Earlier, I was talking about kind of a T that was a fire line there going perpendicular. Well, this is the top of that T that seems to have actually gone down as well. So you can see that just spreading beyond what our camera can see and what our eye can see as we stand here with the canyon. And if I don't know, can you see that another helicopter in the midst of all that smoke? When I say all-out aerial assault, I mean all-out aerial assault. Earlier today, maybe 3 hours ago, we were actually on Mandeville Canyon Road, where chopper after chopper after chopper did water drop. A very different scene than what you were seeing here, because as we're seeing here, it's mostly canyon, but there it's very tightly knit homes with this kind of brush pretty much up to the backyard, and they were aggressively fighting that, trying to save those homes. However, 1, possibly 2, but we are certain of 1 home did not make it. We have some video from Sky Cal. Let's go to that right now. This is the first structure that was reported as being attacked by this vicious fire that is gone. Now, here's the good news. Firefighters were able to contain it to that home. It did not spread. That's what we're trying to see, and that's why we're seeing such an aggressive air assault in this area. Again, this Palisades fire is the largest of all the fires burning. 22,000 acres today. Yesterday, I stood here in front of this same exact camera and said 11,000, 13,000. So certainly it has picked up. I will tell you what I think is another. Jamie, just go ahead on those flames for a while so we can take a look at above those rooftops. I will tell you something else that I think is of major concern. Actually, I don't think it's of major concern. I know it is. This is what they're talking about, and that is the winds. Again, by way of review, when all of this kicked up on Tuesday and Thursday, the Santa Anas were gusting at hurricane force mile per hour winds at 100 miles per hour. Last night, fire officials said, we're happy to say it looks like we'll get a relief. The winds have died down. Well, then later this afternoon, not so much. The winds have certainly picked up. Again, as I've been saying all morning, I'm not going to claim to be a meteorologist, but perhaps your weather folks can fill us in a little more on where we are. But I'm going to say the gusts have got to be 30, sometimes 35 miles per hour, at least on the top of canyons where we're standing. If I can show you one more thing. Okay, so you're looking at this, Damien, you're on those flames right now? All right. If we can swing around, again, important to talk about the threat here, because I know as I'm standing on the edge of this canyon, it looks like he's in the middle of nowhere. That certainly is not the case, because as we pan behind me, all homes behind me, going all the way down this hillside, and then, of course, on that side, Mandeville Canyon. So even though, all of this area looks barren, for lack of a better word, it isn't. And guys, as I'm talking to you, again, just to show you the fluidity of this situation, Damien, look down here. Look what happened to that fire you just looked at live about 120 seconds ago. Can you see how it's growing? And look at that wind just throwing those flames around. Now, of course, the wind spreading these flames so quickly is problem enough, but if an ember is picked up in that wind and carried in whichever direction, certainly toward a home, potentially even landing on the rooftop of a home, that's when the big problems start in terms of losing homes, loss of life, total destruction of neighborhoods. So you may have a lens flare. The sun is certainly shining and coming out right now. Again, kind of heating up things a bit, not always a good thing. But just as I turn around, I'm going to leave you with this. I'm trying to illustrate the unpredictability that our firefighters have to deal with. Remember the blaze that was happening over there? Barely nothing now. Probably because of the massive, intense air assault that's happening here. This blaze over here that was barely nothing when we started, now that is becoming its own type of raging inferno. So a serious kudos to the people who are calling the shots in the command center, because moment by moment they have to say, now think about this, moment by moment they have to say, we have wires and homes over here with raging flames. Let's get an aircraft there. Wait a minute. Now we have to get one over there. I want to show you one other thing. I'm sorry. I keep saying that, I know. Damien, if you can get this plane up in the sky. Again, talking about the massive air assaults going on and the type of aircraft we're seeing. Now, as you can see, that is a jetliner that is most likely carrying fire retardant. So in addition to these water drops to put out the flames, these types of airliners, and when you see them, it's an incredible scene of this pinkish orange just drop for I don't know, I'm going to say miles at a time to try to stop the fire from spreading. So that's what that type of aircraft is doing. But certainly, as we go back in the studio, I want to tell you that actually, Damien, if you could just go over here. Now, all of a sudden, again, you're seeing what type of situation we're facing here with these trucks going up the fire road. Now, all of a sudden, we're seeing, I saw a little bit this earlier, but not now. Now, all of a sudden, we're seeing all of these fire vehicles, looks like a fire inspector and some fire trucks heading up this canyon fire road to that area of the flames we looked at when we first started this live shot that now are picking up. So, if there's anything that I have seen with this unprecedented fire, remember, Los Angeles officials now officially saying the worst national disaster in our history. If there's anything I've seen as a reporter on the front line is the unpredictability of what happens next. That's what happened last night, right? Now, all of a sudden, we're talking about the 405 freeway. We're talking about UCLA standing by to evacuate. We're talking about the VA Medical Center evacuating. We're talking about the Getty Center and fire mitigation they're doing there just to try to save themselves. Here's a wind again. Can you see it? Look at the wind is picked. There's a good solid wind gust again to show you the unpredictability of this fire that may die down for a few days, but as you well know, Santa Ana is expected to pick up again perhaps in the next few days. So it looks like we have a long road ahead. Only 11% contained the Palisades fire right now. 22,000 acres burned at this moment. But if anything, in the last 5 minutes, I hope I've been able to communicate how by the moment things are changing here. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, you've really given us a dynamic look, Barry. Thank you for that. As we just see these winds change the fire direction and all those types of things. That's why we have Kirsten Mitchell near the intersection of Ventura and Greenleaf and Encino, because people in that community are so concerned that there could be a change in the fire direction. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, you know, talking about winds, it's really been breezy here. There's things that have fallen on the ground. We're closer to Sherman Oaks area, actually. So to my right, there is an evacuation warning, but to my left, literally ends at the Whole Foods. there are no warnings or orders right now. So it's interesting to see it's kind of business as usual, people shopping. A lot of people, probably gearing up and getting supplies and getting necessary items today. Whereas, just where we were earlier this morning in Encino, people have left their neighborhoods. Want to bring you over here. We just met a resident who lives nearby here, right in this building. You've been, watching things unfold the past few days. What has it been like for you, and how are you doing?
I'm fine. Definitely a little bit nerve-wracking, kind of just being on high alert at all times. We've been kind of comfortable in this area the last few days because the fire would have to go so far to get here. But now that we're actually in a yellow warning zone, it's definitely a little scary.
How did you prepare for this? What have you been doing?
Yeah, so I've been watching my parents' neighborhood more because they're up Van Alden, which is just over the hill from the Palisades. So I went over there, helped them kind of pack up important documents and stuff, and then ran over here. We were all at Shabbat dinner at my uncle's house last night, just up the hill in Encino. We all got the evacuation alert all at the same time, kind of just fanned out immediately. And then after my parents, I came here, packed up the valuables. Yeah.
Are you planning to have to evacuate, and are your family members having to evacuate, or are you still on standby right now?
We're definitely still on standby. Unfortunately, we're a little scared of the looters up in the hills and the neighborhoods over there, so my parents definitely want to stay put for a minute. I think, if I'm being honest, we're probably pretty safe right here at this intersection. If the fire jumps the hill this much to get to the middle of Sherman Oaks, like in a completely concrete area, it's a bad situation.
And you've told me you've lived here your whole life. What are your friends and family members saying about this? Do you know people that have been directly impacted by this?
I think everyone's just about 1 degree removed from someone who's lost a home or been evacuated or really on the cusp. I grew up, born and raised in the Valley, and it's definitely scary. I grew up with fire days my whole life in school, and but it was out in the distance. It was far, but this is right here in the middle of the city. It's kind of scary.
And your parents, what area are they in?
They're in Tarzana, up at the top of Van Alden. So if that fire crosses over Mulholland, it's going to be a scary situation.
Yeah, and just, standing here, you can see the smoke kind of billowing in the distance. You live in, was that 5 floors there? You can see it from your home, and I'm sure monitoring it very closely. What does it look like to you? What have you been seeing?
Yeah, I went up to the roof earlier today just kind of to see how far away it was, and it's not fun to see plumes of smoke, like really dark smoke, just 3 to 4 miles away, just based on the map. I know they're fighting it in, I think, Mandeville Canyon right now, but that's not too far away. At the end of the day, I thank God I am safe here, because it would have to burn through all of Encino before it got to my neighborhood. But, it's not easy being on high alert with the false alarms going off too. That was pretty concerning at 4 a.m. the other day to kind of figure out if we're actually in an evacuation zone or not. It's not easy.
It's very difficult, and thank you so much for sharing your story, and I hope your family and your friends are all doing okay. Really appreciate it. And I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Kirsten, thank you for that. I think we are starting to hear so many of these stories of people just so anxious watching as these fires move and change. And so many people have evacuated one area to then move to another area to now be on high fire watch. It is just, you have to imagine we're all going to be under a mental health traumatic experience once this is all over.
And it is telling for people who are born and raised here, who have known fires in Southern California, just the historic nature of it, that they've never seen anything like this and been in this much fear that it would climb over the hill like that. Let's go to Lauren Posen now. She is in Brentwood on West Ridge Road at the top of a mountain there, and I can see that the air quality is very bad.
Very much so, yeah. We're right near the West Ridge Trail, and you can see behind me here, this entire mountainside is just huge, huge plumes of smoke. In the distance there, you can see there's a chopper for a water drop. We haven't seen any water drops quite yet, but a lot of those choppers have been flying by. And then also looking at this mountain here, you can see part of it's got a little bit of red on it. That's because firefighters have been dropping retardant on it. And then if you can follow the trail of this yellow line all the way down, that's a rope. And there's firefighters making their way up and down this mountain here, doing what they can to prevent the fire from spreading any more down here, or keep it up from where it is there. On the way up here, we spoke with fire Captain Eric Scott, and he told me that they have a pretty good handle on things right now, but he said wind is king. The wind, if it changes, as it is, and it is pretty windy up here now, he says that could change everything, but that's really been the driving factor. And of course, as we head into later tonight and tomorrow, you know, the winds are a big problem. He told me that they made a lot of progress protecting the homes last night. Firefighters are working 40-hour shifts. They're attacking from the ground, in the air, and the unified support is just remarkable. They're a firefighter. Oh, I see some flames over here peeking up, if you can see right there. They're going there. But the support here has just been remarkable. There's firefighters from all over the country here. Last night, firefighters from Seattle were here working this area as well. On the way up here, this whole area is under evacuation. The National Guard is down at the bottom of the hill. They're checking everyone, you know, IDs. You can't go through here. And it's empty in here. It's so quiet. It's very eerie. But it's very difficult to breathe up here. It's very smoky. It was raining ash. I see another chopper coming right now. We'll see maybe if they do a water drop on these flames over here. Also, in talking to Captain Scott, we were talking about some control burns, which they were doing earlier. Again, it's all dependent on the wind. I'll let you listen to the chopper noise here. There it goes. So, no water drop here, but they've been going back and forth. So they'll probably make one shortly. But Captain Scott was saying just how, you know, these firefighters are working around the clock. So we're obviously not out of the woods here, but they have a lot of personnel on this fire here trying to get it manageable. All the evacuation orders here are still in place, and we were talking about that. He says he wants everyone to, you know, keep their eye on those alerts. They could get lifted, they might stay. It just depends on the conditions out here. But you can see, I mean, here this fire, it's popping up again up here, and that's where firefighters were just were at, and they put that retardant down as well. It's a really destructive fire. It's very challenging, and these winds are not doing anyone any favors. So that's what it looks like out here. And again, there's no residents up here at all. Everyone's been evacuated. I haven't seen anybody left. Everybody, you know, took those orders to heart, and they're leaving, and they're just hoping to come back to their homes here. So, but the firefighters are working on it, and they're doing everything they can to stop this fire. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right. Well, you stay safe out there too, Lauren. Being in an evacuation zone, we appreciate your reporting. But, you know, she's talking about the winds. Fire officials had been so concerned about the uptick, and then, you know, the lull, and then the change of direction. We went from Santa Ana wind direction to then onshore wind direction, which then spins these things around. And that's why we've been on alert now for so long with this extension of the Palisades fire. As you're watching the firefight continue, it has been amazing to watch the response from the air. Of course, they had to change out pilots about an hour or so ago because these firefighters had been going so long. To hear Lauren say that the firefighters on the ground are working 40-hour shifts.
It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
We thank them for their service as we take a look at new flames that are cropping up right now. We want to go now to reporter Mahsa Saidi. She's in Westwood at an evacuation center, and you've been actually speaking with evacuees. It's so important to hear from people who are going through this. What are they telling you?
Hi there, Jamie and Rudabeh. Yeah, for the past 40 minutes, we've been speaking with a very special family, the Amirani family, and I want to introduce you to them. They have a home, a property in Malibu, 4 units, and they've actually lost everything, unfortunately. I want to speak with Roya right now. Roya, I know that you tried so hard to save your property, and I know that you're upset with what's happened. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
I feel very sad, and I cannot explain how I'm feeling right now. We are so shocked. I can't talk coherently, but I can tell. I just noticed the fire department and firefighters sent the agents to our house, and policemen came to our house, and they told us, evacuate your property as soon as you can. It was Tuesday, 6:30 p.m. And I helped my daughter and my husband to evacuate the place as soon as they can. But I promised to them I'm going to stay and I will save the house and property and the business. But I couldn't, you know. I tried so hard because I was watering, hosing down the property, hillside, and the whole structure with the 4 inches pipe that our neighbor provided us and gave it to me. And I was watering it and hosing down all the area. It was completely wet. I knew there is no water, there is no fire can penetrate to this area. I was doing this. The fire department, the firefighter came to my house again. They told me you have to leave now. I said my husband are gone. My husband and my daughters are gone. And then they told me you have to leave it now. And I stayed there until the water hose still was running. Then firefighter 3 hours later came to my house again and told me you have to leave. I said I can't. He said I'm going to save your house and your property and your business, everything. And I said okay, I can help you. He said no, you can't. The fire is too hot and you're gonna burn. And I continue watering it. I noticed suddenly the valve is off. I said, what's going on? I saw the firefighter was inside the neighbor house and was shutting down the valves, which was giving me water. And at that time, it was almost 12 at night, and I just left the property.
I know it's really, really difficult.
Yes,
Thank you for sharing that. I know you've lost everything, and I'm so sorry. I wanted to speak with your husband, Majid, if I could. And I know you told me that you have insurance through the California Fair Plan. You've already logged online, but you're actually extremely concerned about what happens next.
Yes, I've already filed the claim, but my concern is that from what I heard on the Fox News, that the exposure from California Fair Plan for as of September was $460 billion, but their cash on hand is only $700 million. So that doesn't leave much hope for thousands of people who have California Fair Plan.
And you told me that, you know, to rebuild, like you would like to rebuild, but you're concerned that you're just not, the payout won't be enough for that.
Yeah, the insurance policy from California Fair Plan is not replacement cost, and today's high cost is probably not going to be enough to build what it was there.
And I thank you for talking with me. I know you were actually falling asleep earlier as you were just standing here. It's been such a difficult journey for you and your family, having lost everything.
Yes, and we have vacated twice from 2 different shelters, because we vacated to Circle View over there, also Valley Circle, and there was a fire nearby there, so we had to evacuate that one and then came to this one, which is Westwood shelter.
And if I can, Rudabeh and Jamie, I want to introduce you to their daughter, Rezvan. Hi, Rezvan. I know that you are going to introduce me to someone very special.
Yeah, so basically this is my pet goat, Coco. She got traumatized by the fire. She lost her house and her comfortable home, and it's been really hard on her. She also has separation anxiety. So when we were trying to get her to assimilate into like the shelter life and, you know, like sleep in a cage with the other pets, even though they were closed off, she couldn't deal with it. She started shaking, and we were afraid that since she's senile, you know, she might have a heart attack or something. So we brought her back here, and now she's a little bit more happy, but at first we had to force feed her because she wouldn't even accept food, and we tried to drop her off at the Agora Hills Animal Shelter, which, you know, there was plenty of room for her and food, and it seemed like it was a safe environment, but she couldn't take it. She was just sitting in a corner and like shaking and bang, so we got her and we brought her here, and now she's with us and she's happy, but we have to sleep in the car every single night because Coco cannot sleep on her own. And it's just really stressful. Like Coco's not happy, but if you're like willing to like, if you like Coco, you should follow her on Instagram. Her Instagram is coco.the.goat.
I think everybody's going to do that right now because we love Coco. And I can't believe you guys have been sleeping in your car. That's so tough. And I know your dad isn't getting the proper amount of sleep. My final question before you go, for a young person to be going through this, I know your mom was telling me you're
Coco's eating your,
Oh,
no,
Coco's eating my notes. Oh no.
Sorry.
Oh no, it's okay. I hope that's okay to eat paper. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not cellulose. It doesn't really affect them badly,
good.
but they shouldn't eat it because it's just like, it's
okay.
It's like empty calories for them.
Okay, yeah. And I guess my final question was for a young person to go through this. How are you holding up?
So I'm just trying not to think about it. When it first happened, I didn't even process it, and then all of a sudden, like 5 hours later, it hit me when I was like, oh, but everything's gonna be okay after a few days, like we're just gonna go home, and then I was like, there is no home. It sucks, but it's worse for Coco, so it's just like whatever.
I'm so sorry that this has happened, and I know you've lost everything, and I know that you're an artist, and that's like a way that you get relief, and your mom was telling me that you've lost all of that. Is there anything else in your heart? Is there anything else that you want to say?
Yeah, I've lost like everything that I've made. I've lost all of my art supplies. I've lost like everything that I've collected over the years. Only like one thing stays. So I've saved 2 art pieces, and then this one trinket follows me everywhere I go. I don't know what it is about this trinket, but I still have that thing, and like that's about it. I don't have anything else. Like I don't have any clothes other than the clothes that I got at the shelter and the clothes that were on my body at the time.
Well, we're so sorry that you're going through this, that your family's going through this. Thank you for letting us meet Coco. I love Coco. We all love Coco. Coco, I know everyone at the shelter, Jamie and Ray, thank you so much. Everyone at the shelter is like stopping by, bringing things for Coco, people offering to get Coco a bigger bed, people bringing her apples. But yeah, this is just some of the stories that we're hearing out here. I'll send it back to you guys.
It's so tough. Thank you so much. But my heart goes out to the young woman, too, who just all she has is Coco and a trinket and a couple pieces of art. But these are the stories we're going to hear over and over and over again of just the amount of loss people are facing.
A staggering amount of loss from so many people. We're going to be hearing more of these, of course, as the days go by. Let's go back to Assignment Manager Mark Liu, who is tracking the firefight. And we just saw those flames live continue to grow from Lauren Posen's shot there.
Yeah, that's right. Lauren Posen on the south end of this flank in Mandeville Canyon. And the other reporter that we had, Kristen Mitchell, she was on the north end over near the 101 and the 405. But this firefight continues with a lot of aerial assets. And I was listening to the air commander talk. It sounds like the smoke and haze have become so thick in this area that the helicopters are not really going to Stone Canyon Reservoir on the east side of the 405. They're all going into what they call the Encino Dip. That's just pilot talk for the Encino Reservoir. Let's go out to some live shots from SkyCal. And what you're going to see here is SkyCal following one of those water dropping helicopters there. You can see, I think that's a Coulson Aviation helicopter. They're on contract with the LA City Fire Department. That's Mandeville Canyon that you see there in the middle of your screen, and the smoke and flames there over to the left-hand side. See how smoky and hazy it is? Visibility has really dropped off. That's made it more difficult to get those water-dropping helicopters in there. They're still flying. They just have to be very, very careful and follow the directions of the air commander. Now, let me go out to my screen and show you where the firefight is most intense. We have been looking at this map of the Palisades fire, and right there, what you see, that's the Encino Dip, as they call it. That's the Encino Reservoir. It's full of water, and that is where those firefighting helicopters have now been told that they need to go and not to the Stone Canyon Reservoir. The snorkel is going to lower down into the reservoir there and drink up all of that water. That looks like a Firehawk to me. That's probably going to be about 1,000 gallons going into the belly of that aircraft, and they're going to go right back to the fire line. It's only about a mile or less away, so they've been doing a lot of quick drops. There's about 7 to 9 of these rotor wing aircraft, as they call them, or helicopters, doing these drops. You can see a second and third one there. This reservoir is certainly large enough for all of the helicopters to go in there at the same time. They certainly have enough space to be able to do that. That one in the center of your screen on the right, that's a Chinook CH-47, the largest firefighting helicopter in the world. There's 2 of them based out of Van Nuys Airport, and they're both here. There's another, looks like a Firehawk down there, picking up some more water as they keep doing these water drops. And all of these helicopters, they have to get out of the way when the DC-10 and the MD-87 come in. Those are those jets, fixed-wing jets that are dropping retardant on this fire. They're coming out of San Bernardino Airport. But you can see this is what's just been happening more than 100 times today. There are all of these water drops going in to this part of Mandeville Canyon as they try to keep this fire under control and not burn any more homes there. But you can see how smoky it is. They have been able to get some work done on getting those flame lengths reduced, but there are parts of the topography there that are so steep, like right in the center of your screen, you can see there's a little bit of fire right there as SkyCal zooms in. I don't think that there are any homes in that area, but you can see there's actually power lines. These have been de-energized for quite some time. It's very likely LADWP power lines there. But these water dropping helicopters, they have to worry about that kind of an obstacle. They sometimes get as low as 100 to 200 feet off the ground, and power lines are a deadly thing for helicopters to connect with. So these pilots have to be aware in the haze and in the shadows as the sun begins to go down to make sure that they are aware of these power lines in the area, because one contact there can simply cause a helicopter to go down. So these are just more of the challenges that pilots have to face, as there's still a slight breeze that's blowing that smoke to the south down towards the Pacific Ocean. But if the director is able to come to my map, I just want to very quickly show the viewers where the bulk of this firefight is. Everything is happening here in the northern part of the Palisades fire, and what we were basically looking at is this flank of the fire right there. It's been burning outwards for the past 8 hours and continues to move in this direction. Now, the firefight is most intense here along Mandeville Canyon. There are all kinds of homes in this area, and we have seen at least one home be destroyed there. Our reporter Barry Pintar and Lauren Posen were down in this area, and then our reporter Krista Stewart, she was up in this area. And I want to actually show you where the Encino Reservoir is. That's what you're looking at right there in the lower part of your screen, right there. And you can see it's a really short distance between these two. Not a lot of time is going to pass between when they land, they go to the Encino Reservoir, and they're back to the fire line. The Stone Canyon Reservoir was where they were going. I have really seen them not go there that much anymore because of all of the smoke in this area. It's making it hard for them to transition over here and back again. So I've heard the air commander tell them to stay at the Encino Reservoir. But the one bit of good news, if there is a silver lining, as I zoom out, the rest of the Palisades fire all along here, it's basically done. We're seeing no fire activity over there and no airdrops or water drops in that area. So everything now focused on saving the communities of Encino and Mandeville Canyon so that there are no homes burned down there. But the firefight very intense right now in the sky. Jamie Hudebay.
I'm glad to see that the one side of the fire is contained. I think that's why we saw the containment numbers go up, was because of that side of the fire. But it is so concerning as we're watching the winds change, and we are just a few hours away from what meteorologists were predicting being a very big pickup in winds, and this is not under control yet.
No, not at all. We saw those flames. We can see them now in the center of your screen. You can see all the smoke, and you can see some flames, pockets of them, continuing to flare up. And of course, this is what we want to pay attention to very carefully as we take a look from SkyCal. This is the Palisades fire, if you're just joining us now. We did just get an update about an hour ago on the Eaton fire, but now we are looking at the more active area of the Palisades fire, which kind of unexpectedly grew into the east side, approaching the 405 yesterday. And so a lot of communities in the San Fernando Valley on edge right now. Tarzana, Sherman Oaks, Encino, those areas, some of them under evacuation orders and warnings at this point, and others just waiting to see what's going to happen. It was interesting to hear from that young woman who was born and raised there and saying that she hasn't seen anything like this. And I think that's what we're hearing from so many people, is the historic nature of this fire.
Well, and people can't put their guard down. I think it's one of those things. This fire now has been going on so long. We saw it spread last night. People were paying attention, a lot of people on guard. But as the hours continue and they're just seeing maybe smoke in their neighborhood, you put your guard down a little bit, but you really can't do that with this type of fire. We want to go ahead and check in with Alex Bisson right now, because we are seeing the winds change and we're seeing potentially them intensify in the next couple of hours, Alex.
Yes, and that next couple of days, Jamie and Rudabeh, I know those flare-ups put everybody on edge. I know there's a lot of communities that, today are a lot more nervous than maybe they were yesterday. So, of course, we're going to get you updated on, all of the current conditions in Brentwood. This is what I've been watching since really, really early this morning. I mean, we've seen gusts intensify. I saw it right at around sunrise this morning, and we're still seeing Hunter has been out there all day, and he mentioned that he's feeling those wind gusts about 30 to 35 miles per hour. That's absolutely right. That's exactly what we're looking at right now. So wind sustained about 21 miles per hour. I also want to take you to Encino. This is another area that we're watching. So our sensor there looking at humidity values into the teens. So it is bone dry. Winds out of the northeast 14 miles per hour, gusting up to about 25. So we've got winds with us through about early tomorrow morning. High fire danger, that's still the story. Looking at possibly a stronger event as we head Monday, Tuesday, possibly into Wednesday. Here's the good news. By the end of the week, we've got less wind and a slight chance for some rain. It's not looking to be a soaking rain, but we'll take whatever we can get. Wind gusts right now really hyper-focused over some of our valleys and even some foothill communities up through the mountains. The Santa Monica Mountains, Santa Clarita, 32 miles per hour. We're also seeing that in Simi Valley, too. Let's swing around to the Inland Empire, where we're looking at gusts in Riverside and San Bernardino, about 30 to 35 miles per hour. And again, it's dry out there. We're talking humidity values, down in many areas. So because of that and the wind, that is why we have the red flag warning. It's actually now been extended until 6 p.m. on Wednesday. So we were talking about the winds kicking up this weekend, early next week, and of course the red flag warning is extended. So wind futurecasts as we head into this evening. Again, we're seeing those winds about 20 miles per hour out of the northeast again in areas like Camarillo, Thousand Oaks, and Oxnard into the overnight hours. Now it's by early Monday that we see those winds intensify. So again, really a concern as we move into the next few days. Again, that red flag warning that spans across much of Ventura County, some of the San Fernando Valley, Orange County, and the Inland Empire. That is with us until 6 p.m. on Wednesday. We also have the high wind warning and the wind advisory. So areas under the warning shaded in orange, that includes some of our mountain communities. We could see wind gusts as strong as about 65 miles per hour. If you're under the advisory, we could see winds as strong as about 45 miles per hour. So we see another burst of offshore winds as we head into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so through the middle of the week. Then we're looking at that area of low pressure, possibly bringing in and scooping in a little bit of moisture, slight chance as we head really through the end of the week. But we'll take a shift in the pattern. That's really what we need. So temperatures in the 60s across Los Angeles, Orange County this weekend. I know temperature's not really the big story. Air quality is a really big concern as well. We do have the air quality alert because of the smoke here. So again, that is something that we are watching. We're watching the wind. We're watching the fire danger. Jamie and Rudabeh, back to you.
Really are, Alex. Thank you for that. To hear that these wind conditions are going to continue to be a challenge through at least Wednesday is, I don't think it's anything people want to hear.
Absolutely not.
We have been just so on edge as a community. And just when we thought we were going to get a little bit of a lull into the weekend, you can see just that little bit of wind change is creating the situation that we're now in today in the Brentwood area as it does continue to spread toward communities like Encino, Tarzana, Sherman Oaks, and even the 405. If you don't have to be on the road today, don't. Just the 405, there are many on and off ramps that are closed. You're not going to be able to get around very well. And if you are on the road, you're really, you can impact the firefight itself with firefighters needing to get to and from some of these places. And they don't need any accidents on the road that divert resources.
And Lauren Posen said it perfectly. Wind is king right now. But the good news is that we have seen this all-out aerial assault from firefighting efforts. They have been able to get their aircraft up in the air as the flames shifted a little bit northward and eastward and started approaching Brentwood and Encino. So they are fighting very hard right now to save homes in those areas. And it does look like they are making a lot of progress in that. So that is a really, really helpful tool to be able to use that we didn't have the advantage of using in the initial stages of these fires. We are now on day 5.
Yeah.
At least 13 people have died between all of these fires so far. More than 10,000 structures burned to the ground.
Now, we do have a programming update for you. We're about to have our viewers from CBS Los Angeles join our coverage from the Chargers playoff game, where unfortunately the Chargers are losing. All right, we would like to welcome in our halftime viewers on CBS Los Angeles for continuing coverage of these devastating and deadly wildfires.
You won't miss a second of play. We will be back to the game as soon as halftime is over, but we did want to get you up to date on this emergency in Southern California.
Yeah, first of all, the flames pushing forward. There are new flare-ups of the Palisades fire. You're watching that on the right-hand side of your screen. It has destroyed more homes in its path. We saw this earlier. We watched this home in Mandeville Canyon in the Brentwood area burn this morning. That is a shot where you can still see a home intact. It is now leveled to the ground.
The flames and smoke have just overwhelmed the area. They have forced new evacuations. They are racing up the ridge lines right now.
Yeah, firefighters and helicopters dumping water and flame retardant. We've seen all these airplanes as well. I can't get enough of watching these as they're battling. We do know that they are trying to make as much progress as possible before the winds do pick up again.
We want to go to assignment manager Mark Liu now. He has been tracking this very closely. He's also tracking the evacuations and the progress these aircraft have been able to make, which is so good to see, Mark. Such a relief.
Yeah, there is a huge aerial assault, 6 to 9 water-dropping helicopters, at least 5 fixed-wing aircraft doing retardant drops, all on this flank of what is still the Palisades fire. This is the same fire that broke out on Tuesday and destroyed such large portions of Pacific Palisades and burned into Malibu. This is now the northern flank of that fire that is threatening southern Encino and Mandeville Canyon. What you're looking at here is live pictures on the right side of your screen of Mandeville Canyon and the long fire line that stretches around to the north. And what you're seeing on the right side of your screen is the San Fernando Valley, the lower part of the community of Encino. Now, to give you a better idea of where this is all happening, if you can come out to my screen, I'm going to show you on a map. This is the fire footprint of the Palisades fire. And what you were just looking at was this space up here. The one bit of good news, all of the fire down here is virtually extinguished. They're getting very good control, but I want to zoom in and show you here. This northern and eastern flank has been of so much concern today. The Mandeville Canyon line right down here, there is a concerted fire attack in this direction to keep the flames at bay. And as the fire moves out to the north and to the east, there are water drops all along this line coming from 2 sources of water. One is the Encino Reservoir to the north. That's right here where water dropping helicopters have been filling up, and the Stone Canyon Reservoir, but mostly from Encino now because the smoke has been so severe in this area that water dropping helicopters can't make it over to the Stone Canyon Reservoir. So they've been doing all of their work from the Encino Reservoir. There are also very large fixed wing aircraft coming in all the way from San Bernardino across over this way to do fast check drops in that direction. But as we have seen, there is still a lot of work to be done. This fire line is long. We've lost at least one home in the Mandeville Canyon area here. And the firefight continues to get these flames under control on the northern flank of the Palisades fire. Back to you.
Mark, thank you. Great work tracking all of that. And the Palisades fire is still burning through the canyons as crews try to keep it under control.
Yeah, we have reporter Barry Pintar in Brentwood for us this afternoon, tracking a flare-up in Mountain Gate now. Barry, what are you seeing?
Yeah, if I would give you one word of everything we've seen all day, certainly at this moment, that word is uncertainty. Uncertainty in the winds, as Lauren talked about, and certainly uncertainty in where these flames will pop up. I'm going to give you one example. A moment ago, there were no flames there. All right, so if you look over and now they're kind of down. If you look over the rooftops, almost right in between those 2 homes, just a moment ago, raging flames shooting up into the air. Now they're down, but I can pretty much guarantee you in a moment or two they will be up again because there is so much dry bush, as you can see behind me. I even show you here, fueling this fire. Again, we had so much rain 2 years before this year, and then this year so dry. So all of this dry bush is fueling those flames with the vegetation that comes right up to these homes. That's why we're talking about such a massive aerial assault. Every type of imaginable aircraft that we just talked about is flying over this area. Frankly, they're doing an amazing job. The issue is, again, as Lauren talked about, and as you may be seeing with my hood right here, we're getting wind gusts 35 to 40 miles per hour that are pushing these flames in other directions. I'll leave you with this over here. This area over here, probably 15 minutes ago, flames as far as you can see, now done. So, good news, aerial assault. aggressive, making good progress. Bad news, high winds, the uncertainty of what happens next continues as we go on through the rest of this afternoon and into tonight. Reporting live in Brentwood, Barry Pintar, KCAL News. Back to y'all.
All right, Barry, thank you for that update there. Much appreciated. The Palisades fire is forcing more and more people from their homes at this point.
Reporter Massa Saidi is in Westwood at an evacuation center, hearing from evacuees with just incredible stories. Massa.
Yeah, that's right, Rutabaga, Jamie. About 200 to 300 people a night who have lost everything are sleeping in cots at this convention center behind me. And right now, we are waiting for about 30 to 50 people, more people to arrive that have just been evacuated from a senior facility in Tarzana as we see that blaze just continue to grow. We have been talking with people all day. I want to bring in Pamela Henderson. I love your energy.
Hi, thank you.
You lost everything.
Lost everything.
Overwhelming.
In the Altadena fire, for sure. I lost everything. My boyfriend, I thought I was going to his house to be safe, but his house burned down too. So it's overwhelming. I've never lost a house before. So, but we're here to just really kind of give people love, help them get their minds off of everything that's going on. I just would say, you know, you got to center yourself and just take it one step at a time. Everything else can be replaced. If you're here, that's the most important thing.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. And one quick look of Batman, and we'll send it back to you guys.
Much for that report. And the second half of the Chargers-Texans playoff match is next on CBS Los Angeles.
You know, what was really striking to me about her interview is not only did she lose her home, she thought she was going to evacuate to her boyfriend's. Her boyfriend has lost his home. You have to think about that scenario playing out in so many situations across our area, and just the heartbreak and loss that has been just reverberating across Southern California. Our coverage of the California wildfires does continue. It will continue on KCAL Channel 9. Everything that you've been seeing here, we will continue to update you throughout on KCAL.
How large the Palisades fire has grown over the last 4.5 days. We have an animation that I want to bring up that really shows just how big this fire has gotten. And if we can show that, what you're looking at here is the start of the Palisades fire on January 7th, where it started at a place called Piedra Morada Drive in northern Pacific Palisades. And then on the 7th, you can see how it grew to encompass parts of Mandeville Canyon, and then it moved east, and then an explosion on January 8th where huge portions of Palisades was destroyed. And later in the evening, it grew up into the hillsides north of Mandeville Canyon. And on the 9th, it continued into Topanga Canyon area and over into Malibu. And on the 10th, it even reached the border of the Franklin fire that burned in early December and was stopped because it had nowhere else to go in the west because the Franklin fire had already burned that area. And then on the 11th today, you can see how far it has moved north towards the 101 and the 405. And that is where the fire is really being battled now in the northeast corner near the top of your screen. It's just an incredible sight to see how far and how much destruction this fire has caused in the last 4 days. And it's really remarkable. But the good news is that fight continues very strongly in the northeast corner of the Mandeville Canyon area, where they hope to get a stop to this fire with an overwhelming amount of air assets. That's it. Back to you.
Well, that's Mark. Those maps are incredible just to see how much terrain has been eaten up by this fire. Cal Fire just posted something that I find incredibly shocking. California is grappling, of course, with an alarming increase in wildfire activity. Compared to the 5-year average, the state has now experienced year-to-date 120% increase in fire starts and a whopping 293,000 million% surge in total acres burned, now nearing 40,000 acres in just the first 10 days of January of 2025.
It's remarkable. It is an incredible fire season, and it's January. We wouldn't expect to see this kind of fire activity at this time of year.
Absolutely. We were talking earlier about the ground it's covered, 2.5 times the size of Manhattan in just 5 days. So just unbelievable to think about, and so many people affected.
Yeah. And impacted too in so many ways, including air quality. Even if you're not in a fire zone, you have to be careful with that. And fire crews, of course, have been dealing with steep terrain as they try to beat back the blaze in Mandeville Canyon. Brentwood residents evacuating as fire destroys some of their homes.
KCAL News reporter Lauren Posen is in the canyon where they are doing those amazing water drops.
We're here along Mandeville Canyon Road where the Palisades fire is still burning. Hand crews like this team member is on here doing everything they can to protect property while this fire continues to burn quickly down this ridge. There's a couple reasons why that's happening. You can tell by the smoke's behavior that the wind is pushing this fire along quickly. And because there's so much dry brush to burn, it moves that much faster. So again, hand crews doing what they can to spray water on it to create as much barrier between the fire and the homes as possible. But another thing they're really relying on is those aerial resources, helicopters and planes that are dropping water and fire retardant on these burning ridges, hoping to help these hand crews get a leg up, be able to get a little bit more in front of the fire, reposition, and start battling this blaze again. I want to show you something else over here. This is what fire, I'm going to help my photographer for a second. Yep, there you go. This is what fire crews are trying to avoid. Homeowners who have stayed behind in evacuation zones to fight their own battle. Really, agencies need to be taking on this work on their own. You can see a firefighter approaching him now, asking him to start to head out as this fire pushes down this ridge. Those evacuation orders are meant to be taken seriously, in part because these firefighters have a big job and they want to know that the lives in the area are safe and outside of the evacuation zone. Again, we're along Mandeville Canyon Road. This fire's still burning. The entire area evacuated. Of course, we'll keep you updated. We're hearing planes throughout the day dropping that water, dropping that fire retardant. And again, this whole street, an absolute ghost town with the exception of a very small amount of people who have decided to hang back. Again, something you really do not want to do. Along Mandeville Canyon Road, Laura Hafley. See, take a look at this. There you go. We just dropped fire retardant. That is going to hit the ground and hopefully slow these flames a little bit. I'm sorry I interrupted myself there. I just wanted to show you exactly what we've been talking about. Again, hold on 1 second. That fire retardant's just coming down right now. Give us 1 second. We're gonna just protect this camera for a second so that we can show you what we're dealing with. Thank you, Devin, with Cal Fire stepping in, giving us a little warning there. Thank you. Okay, so this red retardant you see on me, this is what really helps stop this fire. Now again, these flames getting a little bit more active, so we're gonna head out of here. We will keep you updated here along Mandeville Road. Laura Hafley, CBS News.
Oh, Laura Hafley, thank you so much. Such great perspective there from the ground. Let's go ahead now and get a check of the forecast with Alex Bisson, and I'm starting to get a little anxious as we creep towards those evening hours.
Well, and you know what, Jamie and Rudabeh, lots of people tuning in, you know, over the last few days, anxious hearing about the forecast. I absolutely understand. We've had this prolonged period of extreme winds and extreme fire danger. It is unsettling, and I understand that. We're here to walk you through all of it, right? I mean, you know, in Brentwood, this is an area that we've been watching. Those winds have been gusting up. They started around sunrise today, and we've seen gusts generally between 30 to 35 miles per hour, sustained winds about 20 to 25 miles per hour. We're also watching Encino because that is a community that is deeply impacted by the new evacuations too. We're seeing gusts upwards of about 25 miles per hour. So here's the takeaway. This is nowhere near what we were talking about a few nights ago, but with those flare-ups, I know it is concerning as we are seeing those winds tick up tonight and as we head into early tomorrow. So this is exactly what we're forecasting for you. Those winds, Santa Ana winds increasing this weekend, especially into early tomorrow. The high fire danger now not just with us this weekend, but into the first half of this upcoming week too, because we are watching an uptick in the winds again Monday, Tuesday, possibly into Wednesday too. Here's the silver lining, right? We have less wind as we head into the second half of the week. We will finally be able to recover as far as, you know, the elements and Mother Nature is concerned. And we do have a slight chance we could see some rain. We'll hold on to that slight chance for now. Okay, wind gusts. So we are looking at those winds in Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, filtering all the way out toward Malibu, the Inland Empire as well, up through our local mountains. So we're seeing winds about 25, 35 miles per hour across this area. So if you're in a wind-prone community, you know who you are. You've seen those winds ramp up over the past few hours. So we're going to start the clock here. 4:45 this evening. We've got those winds in areas like the mountains. You can see the red there on the screen. That's an indication of winds about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So we have that up in our local mountain communities, filtering all the way down to the Inland Empire as we head into tomorrow morning. And then as we head into early Monday, we've got winds about 20 miles per hour. But watch what happens by later Monday morning. Those winds really light up. We start to see those purples on the screen. That's an indication of winds about 50 miles per hour. So those winds intensify, they increase as we head into Monday. And of course, we're continuing to watch the winds as we head into the first half of the week, because this is a tough firefight and there is a lot that those firefighters have to do. That red flag warning. Okay, so that is now with us, extended until 6 p.m. on Wednesday. Initially, when we were talking to you earlier today, we were looking at the critical fire weather conditions through around tomorrow, but I had a feeling that this was going to get extended through Wednesday, and it did. The National Weather Service decided to extend this red flag warning 6 p.m. Wednesday for portions of Ventura County, Orange County, the Inland Empire. So the takeaway is the dry conditions, the wind bringing critical fire weather conditions. We've got the wind advisory and the high wind warning. So that is for portions of Los Angeles and Ventura County. How do the Santa Ana winds happen? What is the setup in the atmosphere? Well, we've got high pressure that is off to the west of us, trough of low pressure and inside slider, lacking moisture. The system doesn't have a lot of moisture with it, but what it does have and what does happen is the wind. It gets compressed and it gets squeezed through our canyons and passes, and that is what drives what we know as the very strong Santa Ana winds. Again, I'm not expecting an event like what we saw a few days ago, but I know, again, any uptick in the wind is of concern. So the changes that are happening as we move into the next few days, as we've got another trough dropping down, those winds developing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, then it's by the end of the week we'll finally start to feel some changes. The pattern will shift somewhat. We will have some cooling and slight chance for some wet weather as we head toward the end of the week. Back to you.
Alex, definitely looking forward to that wet weather. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Leslie Marin.
And I'm Gio Insignares. You're watching KCAL News' continuing coverage of the Southern California wildfires.
Yeah, the wildfire that moved into Brentwood last night does continue to inch along. Fire crews are trying to keep it from getting any bigger.
And Lauren Posen live on West Ridge Road, looking down into Mandeville Canyon, where fire crews are trying to deal with the flames. Lauren, how's it looking out there?
You know, it's really hard to say, Gio. I mean, they're doing so many water drops, but I'll show you here behind us. You can see it's very smoky. It's the air is just filled with all this smoke. And we've seen about a dozen or so water drops within the last couple hours. Hopefully you'll be able to see those little flames over there. I say little, that's just because from where I'm saying they don't look that big, but I don't know what's on the other side of them. That's really where the drops have been focused on. You can also see there's some retardant over there too. Firefighters have really been focusing on trying to stop this fire here. And if you see there's this yellow line down the mountain, that's where fire crews have been going down into the canyon here, trying to clear things out of the way and to get things secured to stop this fire from spreading even further. You really have to, give your hats off to those pilots in these choppers, because these conditions are absolutely horrible between the smoke, the wind, and they're flying in between these mountains, and there's the precision that they make to drop this water on the flames. It's really remarkable. Before we made our way up here, this whole area is under an evacuation, and so the National Guard's down is at the bottom of the hill, and we saw a whole line of cars. I don't know, they were just in their cars. I don't know if they're expected to come back up or not, but right now, no one is allowed up here. As we were working our way in the streets, we noticed that there were a lot of fire trucks as well, just in the neighborhoods, just almost on standby, keeping a close watch to protect the homes. We also noticed as well that we ran into one of the fire captains here, and he gave us an update on how things are going. Take a listen.
We're doing pretty well. Last night it certainly got us worried. We had a significant flare-up when the flames crest that ridge here on the northeast portion of the Pacific Palisades fire, and that glow throughout the valley worried a lot of people. So we had the wind that was spooling up enough that made it very difficult, but the incident commanders did an outstanding job. I know Operations Chief O'Gorman made sure we had 10 helicopters on that last night. Also, they took some of the resources on the west side that was less active, moved them quickly over to this more active portion.
More than 3,700 firefighters are assigned to this fire, and 24 helicopters along with 463 engines all here. These firefighters, Captain Scott told me, have been working 40 hours nonstop, but they are continuing to do their best to try to get this fire under control here. But of course, the big problem as we're heading into tonight and just through Wednesday as well are these winds. The captain was telling me the wind is king, and as we saw last night, any change of direction can definitely change the game plan here and other areas impacted. So it's very windy where we are here, but they're not as strong as what we were feeling on Tuesday. Obviously, it's manageable enough they're able to do these water drops, but the concern is, as these winds pick up, if this isn't controlled, could we see more of what we saw last night? And that's not what we want to see. So that's why there's really a heavy focus here to get this under control. And that's all about I can say from here right now. Again, we haven't seen anybody in the neighborhood. Everyone's been evacuated. I can tell you from covering the Palisades fire, the smell up here is a little different because thankfully no homes are burning where we are. It's just all this brush, so you don't have that smell of when houses are on fire. Another thing I'll mention too, it is so, besides the sounds of the trucks, it's so eerily quiet here. I haven't seen any wildlife at all. It's a weird feeling, to be out here because, people live here, but no one's here. I know in covering fires in the past, I don't think it's an issue in this particular area, but with the wildlife, with like the bunny rabbits, for example, when they're trying to leave and get away, a firefighter told me this was during the Woolsey fire. Unfortunately, sometimes, they catch fire and then they end up starting little fires too as they're trying to escape. I haven't seen any animals out here. I don't think that's a problem, but that's something to consider when you have a wildfire like this in the canyons. There's a lot of animals. So we might possibly see some animals like coyotes, mountain lions, go further, down to town because, they have nowhere to go. This is their home as well. So that's what we have out here. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, we've seen so much of our wildlife harmed in this, Lauren, and a lot of wildlife. That area is rich with, we know, bunnies, as you said, just different type of wildlife that live there. Lauren, I just want to get an idea of where you are. I see the canyon obviously behind you. We can see the smoke and the haze. How close is that the nearest community to where you're standing? The nearest home?
Oh, right behind us is the neighborhood. Yeah, they're right behind us here. The homes are right behind my photographer, Greg. Let's see if we can, we're literally on the mountain here. We're going to try to flip the camera so you can see. There are the homes right there.
It's
but the thing is, and again, I can't, I can't see, I kind of feel like I'm in like a fishbowl here. I can't see the other side because the haze. So there are those fires, the flames are picking up again. You know, the concern is that this fire possibly could jump, and that's why these homes are in the danger zone here, and that's why the focus really is on these flames. And I wish we could see the other side to see exactly what firefighters are working with, but this haze and smoke is just too thick out here. But here comes another drop possibly. Let's see if we can get this for you so you can see. It's really impressive to see the precision of these pilots and how they navigate through these mountains here. It's really something, and they've just been going back and forth, and they've just been hitting this area. It doesn't look like, he looks a little too high, so I don't think he's going to do this one. But they are definitely focused on this, and as you heard Captain Smith say, he feels they got a good handle, but these winds are really the wild card here to see what they're going to do.
Yeah, I was going to.
So we're going to continue to stay out here, and I'll give you updates. Oh,
Lauren,
go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. It's a good point that you make there about the winds, because even seeing that chopper there really emphasizes the soundbite that really stood out. Wind is king. Right, and that's something we've been seeing since the start of all of this. We notice it there in your live shot as well, but fortunately not so dramatic to get to the point yet where you can't have aircraft in the air, so at least seeing that work continuing is very good.
And that air assault happening right there, it is just incredible. One after another, they keep coming. I'm sure you're seeing it there on the ground, water drop after water drop, FOSS check.
Oh, right, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, they've just been like circling around, and there's so many helicopters in the air too. I know some of them are media too, but further away from here. But this is really the area of concentration, and you just hear that, just the power of those helicopters as they come by you, and and it's just, they just have a hose that hangs out of it, and that water just comes right out on it, and the retardant as well too. And there are homes here in the bottom of the canyon, and that is the whole plan here, to try to stop these flames from getting to these homes in the bottom here, which it looks like right now they're doing a pretty good job of that. But if only this wind would just calm down a little bit more, I think it would really help matters. But it's Mother Nature. That's what they're dealing with. So they're doing the best they can do.
Lauren, thanks so much. In our live view here, we're watching that big DC-10 airplane, making its way, air tanker, I should call it, making its way there, carrying almost 10,000 gallons of fire retardant. And we know that FOSS check, that fire retardant, while it may not stop this fire, it's going to slow it down, which is why they're trying to place that around all the communities, all the homes, because it will make it, because those cannot fly at night.
Exactly.
So we're getting closer to sundown here, and it will be a different firefight, but we've seen the same air support, air assault.
It's been consistent, steady, and continued.
Yeah, well, the Palisades fire, as we're talking, does continue to spread, forcing more people from their homes, and firefighters are doing what they can to save life and property.
All right, Kirsten Mitchell live now in the Sherman Oaks area with evacuees and those who have come to that area to help out. Kirsten?
Yeah, and I want to speak about the wind first, because it's kind of hard to know which direction is coming from, but we know it has been picking up throughout the day, and that is a really big concern for people that we're talking about here, or talking with here in the valley, especially the Encino area. I met a woman who lives right here off of Ventura. She's actually on the border of that evacuation warning. It goes all that way toward Encino and that area, and then to the other way we have Whole Foods. They're not under any evacuation orders or warnings. It's kind of business as usual. People though stocking up with supplies and getting what they need to get done today, but there's still just a lot of concern for people here living in the valley. We're up in Encino earlier, and it was good to see that there were so many people that were heeding those mandatory evacuation orders. We did speak to several people
who were actually watering their home. They were trying to do what they can. They had their car packed, and then they were going to head out when they felt like they needed to. They had already evacuated their kids and their pets, so people really just waiting to see how things play out here and doing what they can to prepare. I want to first introduce you to a man. His name is Michael. We stumbled upon him in the Encino area, and he told me that he lost his home in Malibu. And he also has a home in Encino, and he went to go check on that one. So not only, can you be losing a home on one side of the fire, on the other side, the north side, now that home was in jeopardy too. Take a listen.
I live here. We're here to make sure everything is okay. We had to vacate last night. And my other house in Malibu, gone. So I'm hoping this one is going to be standing still. We just came to make sure everything is okay, and they told us the fire is moving this way, so it's really scary. So we have no other place to go. Yeah.
Where was your home in Malibu? What area?
Pacific Coast Highway. Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
It's all gone. Everything totally gone.
Have you been back there at all, or?
No, we just saw it, it was on LA Times, and people that passed by there took videos. It just vanished. Everything gone smoke.
Will you rebuild? What do you hope for the future? How are you going to recover from this?
I certainly like to rebuild, but I don't know. The city of Malibu is not very easy. It's very difficult, and I'm not sure if I can afford it. With the California Fair Plan insurance, they hardly cover anything. So we'll see. Yes.
Yeah, coding, insurance, those are all big, complicated challenges that so many people are going to be facing as they decide what to do next if they have lost their homes. That's a really big challenge, and we know so many people are here trying to help as well. We've actually just stumbled into a woman. She came all the way from San Diego to try to help. She had some, water and some supplies. She's like, where can I drop off donations? And earlier this morning at the county press conference, we were hearing some information about donations, and the county was saying they're working on kind of setting up a big fund for people to donate financial, donations, and that can really centralize the efforts and get them out to the people that need them most. So I'm not sure if that has been set up yet, but I know that is in the works. But take a listen to this woman and why she wanted to be here today.
It's just, I just cannot believe it when I see the pictures that the fire, we live in here, we know the fire, but not like this. It's just heartbreaking. I just thought about people just lost their home in 20 minutes, in 30 minutes. What a tragedy. I just cannot imagine. So yeah, we just want to show some help, or just give some help. That want people to know that they're not alone. Yeah, we're together.
And she said she's had to evacuate from wildfires at her home in San Diego. She knows this all too well, just like so many people are experiencing right now. Do want to mention also when we were up in Encino, there were firefighters out on people's roofs. They were blowing leaves and dried brush off, trying to make sure that in case an ember does come, nothing ignites. So that was really cool to see that work, up close and in person, and just knowing that, they are really doing the absolute best they can during these conditions.
Kirsten, yeah, I think one of the things that stood out to me in that conversation is the repeated dual sides of this, right, where people are dealing and trying to save their homes, doing what they can, but also, unfortunately, those who have lost everything, now what do I do next? And dealing with insurance, we've heard that so often, right? That's just one piece of so many conversations. And Kirsten, the other thing too is the fact watering homes, right? Like the idea of taking a garden hose or doing anything to try and prevent something from happening is just unbelievable to think about, and that so many people were forced to have to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've heard reports of people taking, Gatorade, almond milk, using any sort of liquid they can to protect their homes. And it's just so sad. I mean, you just want to leave it in the best condition you can, but you also need to, adhere to those orders and do leave, because your lives are so much more important.
And the contrast of where you're standing right now, where on one side an entire neighborhood there is under mandatory evacuations. The other side you have that Whole Foods I'm very familiar with, been there many, many times, especially while at work. Are you seeing, what is the feeling there?
Yeah, so on this side, they're not under mandatory, they're under a warning. So they're very much on edge and waiting. The woman that I spoke to that lives in this building right here, she has her bags packed. Her family also dealing with this too on another neighborhood, and they're have their bags packed. Everyone is just kind of ready to go. I think that's why Whole Foods may be a little bit busier today than normal. You know, being that it's right here, everyone trying to just gather what they can and prepare in case that warning does change to an order. But yeah, it's a lot of prep work and a lot of just waiting and watching. I know you can see the smoke from, you know, this building here. She told me she went on the roof to look at it for a few minutes, and it's really daunting to like see what could potentially be coming your way. So I can't imagine.
Kirsten Mitchell, thank you so much for reporting for us from Encino. Gio, just to give us perspective from where she's standing, yep. That's about 18 miles away from Pacific Palisades.
Right.
That is a distance. That is why many times we were talking earlier, there are people all across the Southland, all across the valley that feel on edge right now.
Yeah, and on top of all that, there's that massive aerial firefight all along Mandeville Canyon. Let's get to assignment manager Mark Liu at the desk now with where firefighters are trying to hold the fire lines. Mark?
Well, I'll tell you, Gio and Leslie, that firefight in the Mandeville Canyon actually has started to look a little bit better in about the last 45 minutes. The flame lengths are getting a little bit smaller due to that incredible aerial assault by all of those water dropping helicopters picking up water from the Encino Reservoir, which is only about a mile away from the fire line. But it wasn't the case about 3 hours ago when the fire was so fierce we actually ended up losing a home on Mandeville Canyon. And I'm going to show you some video that illustrates that once a home starts to go up, even dumping 2,000 gallons of water on it is not enough to put the fire out. Let me show you some video. This is from a home that was on Mandeville Canyon Road right by Merrimack Lane. And you can see there it's completely engulfed. And there you see a water drop from an overhead firehawk. And that water almost instantly turns to steam and really floats away in the form of all of those white and black clouds. And it looks like the fire wasn't even touched at all. So a second water dropping helicopter came in to do another precision drop. And this one actually hovered over the building and dropped it directly on the flames. Now this is a second 1,000 gallon drop. And you can see that fire still continued to burn in this home. It was right there on the hillside. It was a mostly wood and stone home built in 1977. And unfortunately, after SkyCal went to go look at another fire line and came back to check on the status of this house, you can see that it has been completely destroyed, leveled all the way down to the foundation. And this, unfortunately, is the case why firefighters want to keep those water dropping helicopters doing water drops in vegetation, because really if a home catches, there's almost no way to save it when it's engulfed like that. Even a 2,000 gallon water drop is not enough to save a property. Now let me take you out to some live pictures from SkyCal right now of the Mandeville Canyon area. SkyCal is at about 8,000 feet right now looking at the Mandeville Canyon, and honestly it looks a little bit better. Very smoky, very hazy. But the amount of active flames down there has dropped considerably. We do see spots like this that you see right there. There is still some vegetation burning, but more proof that they are getting a good handle on this side is that as I look at the radar, we can actually see some of the aerial assets are shifting to the west, which is closer to, the Calabasas area, where there is a line of fire that has been sort of burning in the wilderness to the north of Pacific Palisades, getting a little bit closer to Encino. They're able to take some resources out of the Mandeville Canyon area, 1 or 2 aircraft to go over there. And I can show you on my map exactly where this is happening. If you can come out to my screen, I'm going to show you this is the fire footprint we've been looking at for the last 4 days of the Palisades fire. And the Mandeville Canyon area is all down here. And that home was lost right about here. And there is still fire activity around here. But we're noticing a fire line that is about right here in this area. And it has been moving to the north. And I've seen aerial assets come from this area over here to start fighting this fire to make sure that the area up here around Corbin Avenue is not threatened. And I'm going to show you actually on the map what I'm talking about. So here is the Encino Reservoir. It's right here. This is where they're doing water drops, and the fire line that I'm talking about is right about here. So you can see there's some aerial assets, helicopters, both Firehawks, doing circles in this area, doing water drops, while there is still water drops going on over here on the Mandeville Canyon area. There's also the Stone Canyon Reservoir. It looks like we've got aerial helicopters landing or getting water there as well, moving right over. And the one bit of good news is those two large reservoirs are able to offer a source of water to keep this fire line at bay. It's only about a mile away. And of course, this firefight is going to continue through the evening as the sun goes down. We're going to start to see that orange glow all through the San Fernando Valley as this fire line continues to burn to the north and to the east towards the 405. Leslie, Gio.
Mark, thank you. And, you know, we'll take any bit of good news. So even looking a little bit better in just these last 45 minutes, I know things can change on a moment's notice, but that is certainly good to hear. And also I want to point out that video you showed us earlier. I mean, that's another thing to hear about the intensity of flames and the fact that you can have a water drop on top of a home and it doesn't do anything. Then you see it. And it really strikes home there. With that, we want to bring you these two chopper perspectives because we have two helicopters over these fires and just giving you that bird's eye view, that perspective, and seeing just the enormity of what Southern California is dealing with right now.
And you know, that white smoke we see here, that's always a good sign. That's the smoke we want to see. The black one means that something is actively burning there. And it's hard to make out really any flames right now for us just because it is so smoky in that area. But seeing that white smoke, as Mark was saying, while we do not you know, firefighters are the ones that will say, hey, we have the progress. Visually for us, it looks like they are making some progress here. You can see the Phos-Chek drops there along this neighborhood. Those, again, will help slow down the fire if it reaches here. But firefighters hard at work right now as we're getting a look at this neighborhood. You can see that Phos-Chek line all along this street on some of the homes, and that will really protect this area, Gio.
And ideally, as progress is made, obviously, as Leslie mentioned, we'll hear it from the firefighters, we'll pass it along to you, but even just from the sense of you're not seeing as many active flames as before, though we see some spot-ups here, there is that sense of perspective, and it's one thing to see those flames coming over the ridge and seeing that red orange glow can be very terrifying for so many people, especially so many that we've been talking to in these last few days. So if you don't see that, that's at least a start where you can take a breath here, but obviously things continue to develop. So from the bird's eye perspective here to thousands of evacuated residents, we're talking about the ones in Brentwood. I mean, it's a lot to take in mind. They're waiting to be escorted back to their homes. And as this situation continues to develop, as we continue to look here at these two perspectives in the sky, it's trying to zoom in a little bit here, but it's just a lot to take in right now.
Yeah, I think we do want to get to a reporter, Laura Hafley here, who is live with the very latest as you were talking about the Brentwood neighborhood, Gio. Laura?
Yeah, we're talking about all of those evacuation orders. Well, some of those people who were forced to leave their home are now here sitting along San Vicente Boulevard, stuck in their cars for hours. Take a look at this line. Let me tell you why this car line is so long. Like I said, these are a lot of people who have been evacuated from that Brentwood area. They want to try to get back into the evacuation zone to grab things like medicine, important documents, photographs, but they have to wait to be escorted by a police officer, and it is taking a significant amount of time. We've spoken to neighbors who have been sitting in their cars for 9 hours. They're running out of gas, but luckily there are a lot of people here helping. You can see right here, handing out waters, handing out food, supporting each other, making sure that the people who may have lost a lot in these fires, who are waiting to get back home, have a little bit of help while they're waiting in these long car lines, where we were able to speak to one neighbor who again has been waiting for hours to get back into their home, anxious to do so. Can you get to your house right now?
No, I haven't been there. I haven't packed anything because I was out of town and just came to town on Wednesday morning and they wouldn't let me up there. So I only have a backpack and my car, that's it.
How are you feeling right now?
It's devastating. I know everybody feels the same. Everybody is nervous. It's nerve-wracking. It's like a war zone. I lost a home in Palisades already, so this was my second home that I live in.
You know, despite how frustrating this is for neighbors who, again, have had to sit in these car lines for hours, there's not a lot of tension among the people who are here. There's a lot of patience and understanding as police work to get them into their homes. We talk about resources when it comes to fires like this. You can see behind me plenty of them. Again, police officers and the National Guard helping to direct traffic here at the corner of San Vicente Boulevard and 26th, right in the Brentwood neighborhood, where right now there are a lot of vehicles, a lot of people waiting to get home, something they're hoping to do very, very soon, and of course anxious to do so because, again, they're trying to grab those basics, that medicine, documents, and any photographs they might be able to get their hands on. Some people who are going to see their homes that have burned down potentially for the first time. Laura Hafley, KCAL News.
Laura, you know, you're talking about people that have been waiting there for hours at a time, waiting for an officer to escort them up to their home. Do we know anything about the process? Are they able to stay in those homes, or are they able just to grab stuff quickly and have to come back down the hill?
So what we're hearing from both officers making these announcements to people waiting and from the neighbors is that they're being escorted in by police. They're going to their homes. They're being given a certain amount of time to grab what they need, and then they are being escorted back out. So nobody is allowed to stay in the evacuation zones. Of course, firefighters working very actively to handle these fires to ensure that these areas are safe for these neighbors to get home permanently. But again, as of right now, they're being escorted in and escorted back out.
It's good to see that there is some patience among the folks there, obviously with a lot to deal with. Laura Hafley reporting from Brentwood. Thank you so much. Our coverage of the wildfires continues at this hour. We are learning at least 13 people have died. The Palisades fire has spread in the Mandeville Canyon area, threatening more homes.
That fire has now burned more than 22,000 acres. It is now 11% contained. While the Eaton fire in the Pasadena, Altadena, Sierra Madre areas, well, that has burned more than 14,000 acres. That is now 15% contained.
And this just into our newsroom. Firefighters from Mexico arrived this afternoon at LAX. They'll join local crews and firefighters from around the state and the country in battling these fires.
Well, we are inching closer to the 6 p.m. hour, and we were speaking about how the possibility of those winds picking up tonight. We want to get to our meteorologist, Olga Ospina, now.
And Olga, obviously, the concern now is really because we've seen so many aircraft being able to attack these fires, and obviously now you're worried about the fact that these winds could potentially slow that, but how are we looking moving forward?
Yeah, you know, we are still going to continue with these strong gusty winds through the middle of next week. So we'll kind of get a bit of a break as we head into later in the day tomorrow. But for now, we are still looking at very dangerous conditions. Right now, I want to show you current winds. We're looking at those strong winds still out through some of our valleys, nearing 40 miles per hour from places like Santa Clarita into Simi Valley, and also out a little bit further east. If you were in the Inland Empire, we're looking at gusts in the mid-40s for Riverside, mid-30s in San Bernardino, Chino at 16. So a lot of us still being impacted by these gusty winds. And yes, we'll get a bit of a break as we head into later in the day tomorrow. Want to take you through Futurecast, show you what you can expect as we head into later tonight. So there are the winds. We're still looking at some gusty winds as you wake up early tomorrow morning. Again, through those foothills and mountains out through the San Gabriel Valley. Of course, we have the Eaton fire. That area is still going to be looking at some moderate to strong winds, as well as through the Inland Empire, pushing down into parts of Orange County. There's that break as we head into later in the day on Sunday. So things are kind of calm, relatively calm, with some light to moderate winds just across parts of the Santa Clarita Valley and into parts of the IE. But again, that is much lighter. Look at what happens as we head head into Monday. So things are going to start to ramp up once again. It is just going to be a very brief break from those strong Santa Anas, and then we are back to gusts in the 40, 50 mile per hour range out through many areas, through the LA Ventura County area, some of those foothills and mountains especially being impacted as we head into the San Gabriel Valley. Also still seeing those really strong gusty winds. And for the Inland Empire, you too are going to be experiencing those strong wind gusts pushing down into parts of Orange County. Heading into later in the day on Monday, still seeing those strong winds. If you travel through the I-5 corridor, those usual spots being impacted also, and into the Inland Empire. Heading into Tuesday, still moderate to strong winds for a lot of us. So this is still going to be a multi-day event. Danger is not over. We still continue with those strong gusts as we head into Tuesday afternoon, and again, potentially still even into the early part of Wednesday before we kind of finally get a little bit more of an extensive break. Those gusty winds, again, they continue through Sunday morning. That break tomorrow afternoon, evening hours before Monday, they start to pick up. High fire danger will still continue with us, and then less wind by the end of the week. We even have a very small chance of getting a little bit of rain. This would not be a big rainmaker, some very light precipitation, but of course that would be welcome news also. That's going to help out with humidity levels too that have been so low. We are looking at humidity levels right now in the teens for a lot of areas, contributing to our fire danger. Red flag warning in place through 6 p.m. on Wednesday. So after Wednesday night is when conditions really start to improve, when we get a little bit more of a break. You can see a lot of those higher elevations, especially being impacted through the I-5. There's the area of the Eaton fire still under the red flag warning through midweek. We're looking at impacts for Orange County into Inland Empire. So really, no matter where you live, if you don't have a fire in your area, still be on guard, because a lot of these areas are still looking at very dry conditions, and those winds really impacting a lot of areas also. As we take a look at the high wind warnings and the wind advisories, there's going to be that increase in the winds as we head into tonight. So starting at 6 p.m. in just about a couple of hours, we're going to start to see a lot of these going into effect, continuing still through Sunday afternoon. Gusts of up to 45 miles per hour for a lot of areas. That includes the area of the Palisades fire. Heading into the Inland Empire, even stronger gusts nearing 65 miles per hour. And this is again going to continue through Sunday afternoon. We get that break as we head into the afternoon, evening hours. And then once again on Monday, expecting to see more high wind warnings and wind advisories going into effect once again, as we'll start to see those Santa Ana winds ramp up as we head into early in the week. So we'll continue tracking these winds for you and bring you the very latest throughout the evening. Back to you.
Olga, thank you so much. We want to bring in now Lauren Posen live on Westridge Road, looking down into Mandeville Canyon, where fire crews are, of course, trying to deal with those flames. Lauren?
Yeah, and I got some new information in the last 15 minutes or so. If you take a look over here, this one side of the mountain that's looks like it's got some white on it, that's already been burned. And so the firefighter was telling me the way this fire is progressing right now is pretty good, because where it's going right now, it's already been burned. So there's nothing else to burn. And this line here I was talking about earlier, that is actually where they're trying to control the fire to stay into, in between this section here. And the firefighter was telling me somewhere in the bottom of this canyon, we can't see them, but he told me that there's more firefighters down there who are working to clear the brush and kind of make their way with this line here should the fire come this way. There's also water down there too, he was telling me. They have hoses that are in the canyon as well that they're bringing up from a fire truck up above here. Also, I found out that not only do we have fire personnel from all over the country working here, including our own firefighters, we also have inmate firefighters that are also here. They're actually at this location as well. They're one of the groups that are working this fire line here. So that's really interesting to hear about, because it's what an opportunity to come out and to help stop this fire from growing. We've seen a lot of the water drops continuing. You can still see there's some flames over there in the distance. I asked the firefighter, what does it look like on the other side? He says, well, it's hard to tell because it's so smoky, but he said the good news again is that it's burning at an area that's already been burned. You can see that red, that's the fire retardant. That doesn't put the fire out, it just stops it from spreading. So that's very good as well. It's still windy up here. The past 10 minutes or so, ash has been flying in the air, not embers, but just ash. It's almost like a volcano, the ash that comes from the volcano. We're seeing that as well. And again, everyone's been evacuated up here, so there's no one's in their homes, which is very good. They listen to those orders. And firefighters are again reminding everybody, if you get that order to leave, leave. Don't think twice about it, because, you know, as we've been talking about all day, the wind is king. So if the wind changes direction, there's homes right behind my photographer. I don't know if we can show them. We'll try to show them here. This is how close it is to the neighborhood here. So hopefully these winds settle, at least in this area, so that these homes can stay up. Also, I want to mention too, on our way up here, the tons of fire trucks are all in the neighborhoods here too, so they are ready to be defensive if the flames would come this way. There's fire trucks up and down this long canyon road here, which is very good to see. Leslie and Gio?
And Lauren, I'm glad that you and Greg were able to show us those homes, just in case anybody missed the first time you did that about an hour ago or within the last half hour, because it's one thing to see Lauren's perspective behind her and notice the already burned areas, the smoke and everything else, but notice how close those homes are, right? And that's a lot of places dealing with this right now, and completely on edge, and understandably on edge, given what's going on right now.
Right, absolutely. And, you know, that's one of the big concerns here too, and that's why it's so important to listen to those orders when you get those evacuation orders. But you know, I feel like it's getting better over here. I know Mark was saying he had an update saying it is. Everything is just so unpredictable. But I mean, the smoke, it's not as hazy as it was before. It's still very uncomfortable. It's still very hard to breathe. But, you know, let's see, I hear a chopper coming. I'd love to show you as they come by. It's so impressive. Oh, here comes a chopper. We got two of them coming. Let's see if we can show you this live on air. It's so impressive, the precision of these pilots in these conditions. Here comes this chopper here. Let's see if he does a drop. And there's another one coming right behind him. Well, I guess not this time, but they're making their rounds here. And again, they're really, oh, maybe he's going to do it. Let's see. No, okay, this one looks, yeah, he's pretty low. Here's another one. And, you know, the conditions up here, if it's windy, you know, on the ground, imagine what it's like. Oh, yeah, there he goes. He did a drop. Hard to see with all the smoke and the haze, but see, they're really trying to put those flames out there. That's the area they've been really concentrating on. But just imagine, you know, being a pilot in these helicopters here, in these Santa Ana winds, they're throwing you back and forth, and just the precision that they have to drop that water. There's another one. There he goes. Really, really impressive, and really wonderful to see. They're just being so aggressive with this fire here, really wanting to get it under control. And it looks like they're making some good progress here. Hopefully it stays like that throughout the night, throughout the evening here. Leslie and Gio?
Yeah, and you know, this air assault happening right now, Lauren, that you continue to show us. First of all, it is so impressive that, you know, there's that much smoke, the winds are blowing, the precision of these pilots. But you've also talked about a lot of those hand crews that are out there on the ground. This is really tough geography out there, we know, mountainous area. So that air assault is going to be everything, and it has been everything today and the last few days.
Oh, right, absolutely. And, you know, we haven't been able to do the airdrops in the beginning because the wind was so... Do you guys need to come through? These people need to get through, I'm sorry. We haven't been able to do these airdrops because the wind was so bad, you know, the first night on Tuesday night. So it's really great to see. I think it's a relief. It's a relief for me, and I'm sure it's a relief for other people in the area too, to see the helicopters up here doing these drops. It makes you feel good. You know that they're hitting it up from the air. And you know, I also hear like chainsaws too. I can't show you the people, but I hear them, the firefighters, you know, that's them clearing the brush out of the way. They're really trying to contain this section, because at the bottom here are homes as well too. But yeah, the amount of firefighters, they are from all over the country. When I was speaking to another firefighter earlier, he was telling me about a crew from Seattle that came down from Seattle to help. Gio, you mentioned about the firefighters that just arrived from Mexico. There was some 14,000 firefighters from Mexico coming here to help us. It's really remarkable to see just the help and support that our city is getting to to put this nightmare behind us and hopefully just be able to, of course we will rebuild, but this has been really tough. It's tough to see neighborhoods like this empty. It's tough to see our mountains on fire like this. It's really, really tough to see, because it's our home. No matter if you live here, or if you live in Tarzana or the Valley or wherever, it's California. This is where we live, and to see this, it's just really, really heartbreaking. So everyone's just hoping that this is over soon.
Absolutely, Lauren, thank you. And we're noticing this on screen here just to emphasize your point about everything from water drops. We've seen the retardant lines, and we've mentioned the point of the chainsaws and fire crews, hand crews on there, but just in the bottom left corner, you're seeing more crews arrive here.
Yeah, I wonder if we can take that a little bit larger here. I know we're still talking to Lauren, but Lauren, it's a pretty good view here that we have in our lower box of some of those crews making their way up this hillside right now. You can see them now. If I'm not mistaken here, I think the ones in the orange, I was trying to make them out there, might be inmate crews. Many times they wear the orange uniform there. And Lauren, you alluded to the fact that there are many inmate crews, especially in the area you're in right now.
Right, and you're right, Leslie. It's the orange helmets. Those are the inmate crews that are out here, yes. And they're working really hard too. I mean, and they love doing it. I was reading about them last night, so it's ironic that I'm here and they're here as well. They train for this. This is something they train for, and they love doing it. They love coming out here, and they love, stopping the fires. This is what they, as all firefighters do. This is what their job is, to protect us. And so it's really, it's nice to see. I wish they were. I guess you guys have a better view because you have the lower third on there. But yeah, they're in here. They are here, and they're working really hard to get this under control here. And these winds, it definitely has died down a little bit in the last, since I've been talking. It's not as windy as it was before, but there have been some gusts that come up through. So, hopefully it'll stay calm like this. And as I'm looking at the mountain, I see a little bit of the flames up there, but I don't see as bright as I saw initially when we first got here. But it's a little misleading because you got this heavy smoke,
Yeah, it's hard to make out those flames there. But we're watching more helicopter drops right now by LA County Air Support, and it's just incredible to see up close. You saw those flames moments ago. Those true helicopters made their way through there, and now you don't see the flames.
And back to back, just like that. Lauren, thank you so much. We'll check in with you again a little bit later. In the meantime, those massive plumes of smoke from the Palisades fire, that is causing a serious problem for the water system in Pacific Palisades. Let's get to assignment manager Mark Liu at the desk with an important announcement from the LADWP. Mark?
Yeah, that's right, Gio. In Southern California, we have dealt with very large wildfires before and a huge amount of vegetation that is burned. It sends up a lot of debris and smoke into the air. But in this particular fire, so many other types of things also burned. So many homes burned and cars burned. You had instances of things like rubber, oils, plastics, electronics, gasoline, all going up into the air. And this all comes down eventually, some of it going into the Pacific Ocean. But LADWP says some of it may have gotten into the water supply as well, which has caused them to issue a very rare do not drink order for some parts of Pacific Palisades. Now, back on January 8th, they issued a boil water alert for people living in the Palisades area. They said if you're going to drink tap water, boil it first in order to purify it. But they believe now the amount of contaminants that could be in the water wouldn't be removed with boiling it. So they've issued this very rare do not drink the tap water in Pacific Palisades, zip code 90272, and adjacent communities north of San Vicente Boulevard. Now you can see here it says do not drink or cook with the tap water in these areas until further notice. This updates the boil water notice that was issued on January 8th, and specifically it's because due to the potential of fire-related contaminants, including benzene and other volatile organic compounds, they call them VOCs, may have entered the water system. As a precaution, DWP says do not drink the tap water. Use bottled water for the time being. And they're also concerned that these VOCs, or volatile organic compounds, could vaporize or become airborne if the water is hot. So even if you're using hot water, you're not drinking it, but you're using it to do things like cleaning or bathing. They say limit the use of hot water, limit the shower and bathing time. Do not take hot baths. If you're using a dishwasher, use the air dry setting. Wash your clothes in cold water. And if the clothes dryer does not vent to the outside for some reason, it vents to the inside of your home, don't use it. Just dry your laundry outdoors. Don't use hot tubs or swimming pools. and use proper ventilation when using hot water indoors. Again, they say don't cook or drink with the tap water, use only bottled water. And most importantly, don't try to treat tap water yourself. If you're in the Pacific Palisades area, they say boiling, freezing, filtering, or adding chlorine or other disinfectants, or letting the water stand to perhaps have things sediment at the bottom. Any form of treatment will not make the water safe. So they are very concerned about this, and they want you to use bottled water only. And to give you an idea of where this is, they say this is only in the 90272 area code. This is a map of the 90270 area code. It says basically Pacific Palisades, the area where the burn scar was. And also they said areas north of San Vicente. Well, this is San Vicente Boulevard, so very likely it's this Mandeville Canyon area and these adjacent communities. Now, there's been an evacuation order here for quite some time, so hopefully people are not home to use their tap water anyway, but if they are, they need to be aware that they should not drink it for the time being until there is a further update from the LADWP, and that they should be using bottled water only to drink or cook because of the possible contamination in the water supply in this area. Again, because of the intense fire and the flames and the smoke and all of that comes up settling down onto the earth and getting into the water supply system. So if you have any questions, there's more information on DWP's website, but that's the information that we've received from them so far. And it is important for residents to follow that if they live in that area.
Yeah, it is especially important. And Mark, I believe Pasadena just a few days ago was saying when it comes to the Eaton fire, if you're in those evacuation order zones, also do not drink the water. They're saying boiling will not help as well. Just do not drink it. So both areas now saying it's just a dangerous situation all around. Even if the flames have passed the neighborhood, it can be contaminating the water now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so, I mean, this is important. I mean, bottled water is going to be something that people are going to need in those areas. Certainly at evacuation centers, they're going to have bottled water. And even just cooking with the water is not enough. And people may think that boiling it is going to do the trick, and it's not. So these are very rare orders. We don't see them very often in Southern California, and they are only done in extreme circumstances, as the water supply in Southern California has very, very high standards. It usually meets or exceeds, always meets or exceeds federal standards for purity. And it's only because of this very unique situation of such a large and expansive fire that out of an abundance of caution, LADWP has done this just to make sure that no one gets sick. So they want to make sure that people are using bottled water instead.
It certainly highlights the severity of the situation. Mark, thank you.
Well, dozens of evacuated residents are in Westwood at this hour.
And CBS News New York investigator Masa Saidi is live at an evacuation center. Masa.
Hi there, Leslie and Gio. Good evening to you. We have been speaking with people that had just minutes to pack up everything and to leave. Some of them have lost everything. Others are just still waiting to find out what has happened to their property. And to just give you an idea of how many people are here, not all of these cars are going to be people that are staying here, because there's also a lot of volunteers that have come out. But you can just see this parking lot is completely packed. I'm told that 200 to 300 people a night are coming here. We also heard that today they are waiting for some seniors that have been evacuated to come here as well. But, you know, it's been very difficult. We've been sharing all those stories with you. We talked with a woman, Pam Henderson, earlier. She lost her home in Altadena. She's already started that process of getting federal aid. She logged on to FEMA. She applied for aid. She has insurance with the California Fair Plan. I just want to show you as we kind of walk over to the front entrance of this shelter. This is just all the supplies that have been donated. And right now they are asking not for any donations. They just want time. They want you to come out and volunteer. And we've seen so many people come out here to volunteer their time to see what is needed. They're also asking for blood donations as well, and they're asking for cash donations as well. But I don't know if you were watching, we also got to meet this young woman with her goat and her family that lost their home in Malibu. This beautiful building that they had owned that was worth a lot of money, and it's gone. 4 units they had in that building. It was their home, it was their business, it's all gone. So these are just some of the stories that we are hearing right now, and we are in touch with officials inside. People have said wonderful things about how they're being treated at this shelter, but it is still difficult. That family I mentioned who has a goat, the goat has anxiety to be around other animals, so they're forced to sleep out in their car at night with the goat, and there's just a lot of very tired people here right now, as I'm sure both of you understand, having covered these fire events in the past. But I'll send it back to you.
Saw that incredible video of all those goats being rushed and taken away from the area when it came through, Mandeville Canyon yesterday. I saw someone has a dog over there as well behind you, so it looks like people are bringing their pets and they're taking in their small pets. Oh, I think we're showing a little dog with a hat there. Sometimes you need those moments to just make you smile and calm down a little bit of that anxiety there. Masa.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, sorry, I lost you in my IFB for a second. But yeah, that dog, actually, those folks did not lose their home. They brought this dog and the fireman outfit to try to cheer people up. So we have these people that are coming in, donating their time, doing whatever they can, trying to bring up people's spirits. So a lot of animals here. Some of them belong to people who evacuated, but some are just bringing their pets to try to cheer people up, Leslie.
Masa definitely cheered us up, so I hope it's doing the same for those on the ground that have had to evacuate. Thank you so much.
A little bit goes a long way, certainly in those circumstances. With that, we want to give you these two live shots from SkyCal right now over top of the fire. And we were just commenting just a couple of minutes ago how much better, right, it looks. And you want to couch that with, obviously, things can certainly change on a moment's notice, but at least in this real time, and as we take a look at this right now, you see the hot spots there on the right side of your screen. But given the scope of it, when we've zoomed out before and you see everything there with the lines and the water jobs we've been keeping an eye on as well, it's good progress so far on this fire right now.
And if you were watching our coverage just an hour, maybe 2 hours ago, we were seeing very active flames. As on the right, you're seeing another DC-10 retardant drop there. Always incredible to see that, Gio. This line of retardant can stretch 300 feet wide, a mile long.
And I also
so
think
it will go a long way.
And I also think all of these airdrops, everything else, relentless is a good word to describe it, because it has been, or at least it seems like it's nonstop. These crews are working so hard, both on the air, from the air, and on the ground as well. Even on the left side of your screen, you notice the hot spot, but you see the white smoke, and you even see some of that retardant line to its right as well. Then over on the right side of your screen, there's that too, and it looks like those are some of the already burned out areas as well. On the right side of your screen, those patches of white that you're noticing, but
you can see that fire line coming right up to the retardant line there. And we know the retardant will not put out these flames, but it will slow them down when the flames do approach that line. And just precise drops to be able to basically surround these flames and hopefully bring them to a slow there. And as you're seeing, there are some pretty active flames there on the right. But incredible just how much retardant is now on this hillside here.
And precision is the key word as well, because all of these, from what we've noticed, have been very precise. So you see these hot spots, you see the active flames, and then all of a sudden, just a few minutes ago when we noticed back-to-back choppers, in fact, you see them on the screen right now there. Perhaps they're making one as well. It's remarkable to see. It's good news, at least in the progress of this firefight. You never want to call something before it's over, but it's a good sight to see right now.
You're seeing the chopper crews. You're also seeing the hand crews here. I just saw a group. There you go. You'll see them right there in orange, some in yellow there, as we were mentioning. Okay, we want to go to our Mark Liu at the desk. You have more detail really on precisely where this fire is burning right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I was watching, I can see SkyCal on the radar. So, we can look and see exactly what SkyCal is looking at. And I can tell you, this is actually quite far from Mandeville Canyon. This is that other flank that I was talking to you about. It's much deeper into the mountains to the north of Pacific Palisades. There's really not any structures around here. But as you had mentioned, there is just such a good line of phosphatic here. That fire is not going to be able to burn through that vegetation. But this is way to the west of Mandeville Canyon, where really this is now the active flames in the Palisades fire back over in Mandeville Canyon, where we had been looking at that fierce firefight to protect the homes. It's looking a lot better. If you come out to my map, I'm going to show you the difference of where things are. If you can come to my screen, it's going to really highlight how far away from the initial firefight we are now, because this is essentially to the south of the Braemar Country Club or Mulholland. This is, now that we can see this is great because we can see both sides of the screen. All day we have been worrying about this line here in Mandeville Canyon. Actually, what we're looking at with Sky Count now is over here. This is now where the fire is. This area in Mandeville Canyon over there, it's looking a lot better. Instead, this fire is burning sort of in the wilderness right here, going to the north. There's a lot of just open vegetative space here, not really any structures in danger. You can see it's essentially right along in here, and the water drops are happening to sort of stop from coming any further to the north. This community over here might possibly be in danger in a little while, but really because of those Phos-Chek lines that we saw that are just so precise, it's really not likely that it'll go much further. This is really a good shot right there. You can see this is sort of a north-south flank. As you can see that line, that road that you see there on the right side of SkyCal, I believe it's this road right there. So this gives you an idea of how far we have now moved in terms of what firefighters are worried about. They were worried about this flank over here. It's looking a lot better. Don't have to worry about this flank as much. Now they're worrying about here. If they can get both of these flanks out before the winds start tonight, we're going to be in such great shape. And again, all of that water coming from the Encino Reservoir right there near the top of your screen, that has just been such a lifesaver for pilots as they're able to just dip in right in the Encino Reservoir. It's so big and has so much water in it that there are multiple helicopters can all fill up their snorkels right there at the same time and go right back to work. So this is pretty good news that this fire now, the one that they're worrying about, isn't near homes. I mean, it is still burning, as you can see there on the left side of your screen, but it's not near any structures, which is what we want to hear.
I'm glad you brought up that point once again about the reservoir being so close, because it's just, if there's any solace to take in what's going on right now, at least that's one of the small bright spots, in that you can refuel so quickly, and it's helping as we're seeing so many aircraft, choppers, everything else get after these flames right now. Even in these active hotspots, you notice the retardant line there. It's working. Things are working, at least from what we can see right now.
It feels like they're able to get there and back within minutes. Mm-hmm. At least we're seeing so many of these drops. And you said it was only, what, a mile away? Or
About a mile, yeah. I mean, depending upon, this is a little bit further away. Perhaps this is maybe 1.5 miles to 2 miles. But when they were fighting the Mandeville Canyon fire, there were two reservoirs. Both Stone Canyon and Encino were both about 1 mile away. And I think that is in large part why they were able to save so many homes. The trip was very fast. These are large reservoirs. They can have multiple aircraft in that area, all filling up their tanks at the same time. And of course, the air commander, there are these lead planes out there that are all coordinating to make sure that these aircraft do not come too close to one another. You know, these firefighting helicopters, they have to do these low-level drops. They have to fly through smoke. They have to communicate all the time. These are some of the bravest pilots in the sky. And there have been absolutely no incidents whatsoever, not even any near misses, which is incredible considering that there's also 4 different fire agencies working together: LA County Fire, LA City Fire, Ventura, and the Forest Service. There were even some Pacific Gas and electric water dropping helicopters, which I didn't even know they existed, are down there doing this work, along with jets. We've got an MD-87, we've got 2 DC-10s, we've got a C-130, all of them working in perfect conjunction. This is what firefighters train for. This is why we have some of the most professional and experienced firefighters in all of the United States here working to get this fire out, and they're doing a great job out there. They're making really good progress this afternoon.
Yeah, when we talk about mutual aid and being able to get that help from other places, you know, we were seeing the crews, the hand crews from Mexico, but we know Canada, we work very closely with to get some of their air support. We essentially borrow it all the time, the super scoopers. Very important to have those relationships and that mutual aid, as we're watching another one. Another very, very large drop there right near Mandeville Canyon Road. Mark, it's just incredible to see just how quickly they're able to come through, the relationship we're able to have, the communication when so many different agencies are all working together.
And so many things going on at one time as well, right? Because
that's exactly right. And that aircraft that you just saw, Leslie, that do that water drop, that's called a CH-47 Chinook. It's the largest firefighting helicopter in the world, twin engine capable of dropping 3,000 gallons of water per go. There's 2 of them out of Coulson Aviation contracts with the fire departments here. They're based out of Van Nuys Airport. You can hear them fly. When those things fly by, it's twin rotors. They thump as they go by. And that aircraft carries so much water. It's 3 times the amount of water that a Sikorsky Firehawk carries. And I think that what we're seeing right there, I can't exactly tell. That might be a Ventura County fire chopper or an LA County fire.
LA County
chopper.
fire.
That's LA County. There's an LA County. That is a Firehawk. That's 1,000 gallons. So that aircraft that you saw with the twin rotors carries 3 times as much water as that aircraft. But it moves a little bit slower. It's not as maneuverable. Those Firehawks are able to get in close to the fire and do those precise drops. So each one of these aerial firefighting apparatus, they have a specific role, a specific mission. And they're all useful, and they're all being used to their maximum ability to get this fire out. So we were remarking, a lot of our reporters on the ground, like Barry Pintar has said, he had seen so many different variations of the aircraft in the air doing this. It's because really the state of California has called in so many different resources all the way up to and including the federal government to fight this fire. So we're seeing virtually an Air Force up there doing this work. We've seen sky cranes, and we've seen we even saw a Sea King. I have not seen a Sea King do a water drop in quite some time. That thing, I think, was out of the Ventura County area, and it continues to do water drops here, and hopefully they're making some really good progress.
Yeah, and we are talking a lot about progress because things are looking a lot different in the last few hours than they did earlier this morning there. But we are seeing some flames here, and it looks like a community nearby, not necessarily threatened right now, but you see these homes here on Mandeville Canyon Road, and I believe that was Hollyhock. I saw another road there. You see Canyon Back Road. So just if you're watching and you're wondering, hey, what is happening in my community, we want to keep you updated on where exactly we're pointing SkyCal here. So this is Mandeville Canyon Road. You see a lot of these large homes here.
And even some crews on those roads as well, too, because that's something else we've been noticing, a plethora of hand crews and firefighters. There's Hollyhock Place just along these roads and in these communities as well. Even when Lauren Posen, when we were checking in with her turning around, showing us the neighborhood that is right adjacent to her live shot. And then firefighters are present in these areas, helping people out, or at least keeping an eye on things.
Up on the roadway there. And you can see the FOSS check there right on the roofs of these homes. But I think most homeowners would see that and say, if that is the worst I'll have to deal with, I will take it. I will 100% take that over losing any of my property here and the devastation that so many of our communities are dealing with. But just to give you an idea of where we are, that is Mandeville Canyon Road, Hollyhock Place there, and you can see the flames closer to, just the brush that is burning right now. And we're seeing pockets of flames, but not really a wall of flames anymore.
Not an overwhelming amount, no, not from what we've been seeing so far. So that at least indicates some good progress, especially as we've been keeping track in this last hour and a half or so. You see another chopper, looks like here on the left side of your screen.
That looks like the Chinook again, Mark. I could be wrong, but it looks like it.
It did look like the Chinook. As a matter of fact, that is. No, I'm looking at the radar and I can see the SkyCal. We have 2 choppers up right now, 2 versions of SkyCal flying right now. And the SkyCal on the left, there's that Chinook. You can see those twin rotors. Very, very heavy helicopter. I'm not sure if it is actually on its way in for a drop or on its way back to the Encino Reservoir to pick up some more water, but we're going to see it here in just a second. This is the Mandeville, on the left where that Chinook is, this is the Mandeville Canyon side of the fire, and right there it's doing a drop on one of those hot spots. This is right about the middle of Mandeville Canyon. As I see on the radar, I can see it live, that Chinook doing a water drop there on that hot spot. And then the SkyCal that is on your right, our SkyCal number 2 for lack of a better term, that's on the far western side that we were talking about before, that was burning, that other flank that's sort of burning into the wilderness, not really threatening any structures immediately, but they certainly want to get it stopped because it's moving north into the areas of Tarzana. Actually, it would be southern Tarzana. That's how far to the west it is. Wow. And so they want to get that stopped as well. But the version of SkyCal number 1, for lack of a better term, on the left-hand side of your screen, that's the Mandeville Canyon area. And you can see there's a lot of smoke. There's small flame lengths. There's so much scorched earth out there on that side of the canyon to the west. It's an east-facing slope. But they are getting a good handle on this. I'm seeing a lot less, and hear a lot less radio traffic also. You can hear it in the firefighters' voices and in the pilots' voices as they work here. They're getting a little bit more comfortable with the situation. They're not out of the woods yet. They got to get this fire out before the winds pick up again. They would prefer to do it before the sun goes down.
Yep.
But this is a continual airstrike on all of these. And I'm actually seeing a little bit more activity of trying to get this done. I see perhaps we're going to get another fixed wing drop coming in here soon. I see the C-130 on its way back in. The C-130 that is flying in, it's coming out of actually, it looks like it's coming out of Point Hueneme. It's where they've been landing and refueling. These are C-130s. 7 of them that we got from the National Defense Authorization Act of 2023. President Biden signed it, which transferred 7 C-130s from the United States Coast Guard to CAL FIRE, the California State Firefighting agency, and they have been refitted to, instead of carrying Coast Guard cargo, they now carry Phos-Chek and water.
Wow.
So this was a really big thing for the state of California. These 7 C-130s, these 4-engine prop-driven aircraft were stationed strategically around Southern California, and one of them, I believe it was 1 or 2, were operating in Southern California. Certainly one of them now operating. I think I see a second one on the radar. It doesn't have the CAL FIRE paint scheme on it, so I'm not sure what agency is using it. But the one that's about to come in and do a Phos-Chek drop does have that red and white CAL FIRE paint scheme, which means it's fully operational under state control. A gift from the United States Coast Guard to us.
That's just incredible to see. They're really attacking this from the air, Mark, as you're saying, before the sun goes down. You see the crews there on the ground as well. Mark, we'll check back in with you. Okay, well, dozens of evacuated residents are in Westwood at this hour.
And let's get to CBS News New York investigator Masa Saidi. They're speaking to residents. Masa.
Hi there, Gio and Leslie. So I want to immediately introduce you to this amazing mom that I just met, Khadija Lucarelli. You're here with your son and with your daughter. And I'm so sorry because you told me that you live in this mobile home in the Palisades area and it's gone as well. Can you talk to me about what happened?
Yeah, sure. We were actually in the middle of rehearsing, and I got the phone call that we were supposed to be evacuating. At that moment, I was away from the area where our mobile home was, and we could not. It's okay. We could not go back home. And then a friend of mine told me that my mobile home was completely gone. It was everything that we owned, everything that we had. We didn't have much, but it was our home, and yeah, sure.
And I'm keeping an eye on your children right here because as they're wandering away, you said you have 3 kids, right?
Yes, I have 3 kids.
Kids, you want us to open the nail polish top? Okay, so am I allowed to open it? That's a question for your mom. I'm sorry, I don't want to get in trouble, but I guess, I mean. I can imagine it's so difficult. I went in there. It's a big space, all these cots. Have you been able to get the help that you need? Are you going to apply for aid? You should go on FEMA's website. You can begin that process. 16,000 Californians have already done it. And you just have to be very careful when you're filling out all the information. Is that something that you've done? Are you getting help with that stuff? Or?
Yeah, sure. That's something that I've done. I did that the second day. I used a little. I don't have much money. I used that on the hotel on the second day before I found out about this shelter, and that's why they gave me the resources to this shelter, FEMA, and we're just waiting for what's going to happen next. But everyone has been so warm and kind to me and my children. I have a 3rd daughter. She's somewhere around here.
Okay.
Sure.
And did you have any insurance for your home?
No. Yeah, I didn't have that. Sure.
Well, the good news is FEMA steps in when you're underinsured, so that's good. Is there anything else in your heart about? I mean, how are you? You're so young, and have these 3 beautiful young children. You're so strong. You're so strong.
Thank you so much. It's sweet, kind people like yourself that keeps me going. It's like your warmth is like a blanket, like wrapped around me and my children, and it really uplifts us because just showing me that you care, and everyone's rallying together. And the sun is still shining, so that's all that matters,
I think your warmth shines through as well. I want to let you go because I think they're cold. We're talking about they're cold. Thank you so much for talking about that. Yes. Bye. Blowing you a kiss right back. So, Leslie, Gio, these are just some of the stories that we're hearing. We'll stay out here and continue to talk with people, but it's good to know that people are beginning that process. I know that it's a very long process and a very difficult process, but it seems like people are figuring it out and getting the help that they need here.
Yeah, Masa, insurance was something that you were looking into heavily yesterday. And speaking to people on the other side in the Eaton fire, what are you hearing when it comes to concerns? And is there anything from your reporting yesterday and throughout the night that you can maybe lend information to people watching that may have the same questions as that mother did?
Yeah, so as you know, Leslie, having been here for so many years, having covered so many fires, there was huge fires in California in 2017, 2018. I believe it had a huge negative impact on insurance companies. They had all of these incredible losses. Insurance companies began to leave the state. So what I'm trying to say is before this historic, unprecedented, horrific event, the insurance market in California was already destabilized. Now, the insurance commissioner has taken all these steps to try to make insurers come back into the state and to want to stay in the state, but this is going to have such an incredible impact, and we're waiting to see what the losses are going to be, but it's going to be at a historic level from what the preliminary predictions are. As far as advice for people, the first thing that you want to do is get a copy of your homeowner's policy and make sure you get the declarations page as well. Now, if you don't have it, if you lost it, if it went away in the fire, contact your insurance company in writing and make that request right now. Within 30 days, they're going to have to give you that information. The next thing is that you want to make sure that you understand what your policy actually covers. So find out how much you have to rebuild, find out how much you had for personal belongings, and also find out what you have for additional living expenses, it's called. That's when, if you want to go at a hotel, a typical standards homeowner's policy is going to cover that cost. Make sure you keep receipts of food. That a typical policy is going to cover that cost. And my final bit of advice, because I know I'm throwing a lot out there at people, it's a great idea to get a notebook because this is going to be a long journey. Take detailed notes. Every person you speak with in the insurance company, who did you speak with, what time, what day, what did they tell you? Make sure you follow the instructions. Make sure you know all the deadlines that are coming. And the final piece of advice as you begin this process, it's a good idea to create a new email account for all your interactions with the insurance company, with contractors, and so on. And a last word about contractors. There are some bad actors around, Leslie, that are roaming these streets and are approaching people, including at shelters, to try to get them to sign a contract. Do not do that. Do not do that. Make sure you vet any contractor. You should be getting bids from at least 3 contractors, and you can check on the state website to make sure that they have a license. So it's a long process, Leslie. I've covered these events in Florida, hurricanes, and it takes years, and the only way that you can survive is be very organized and take it day by day.
Yeah, Masa, I know that's a lot of information to throw out at people, but when you need it, you definitely want to hear it. Thank you for covering all that. I know you've been looking into it, especially here. So I wanted to make sure we spoke with you about that. So thank you so much, Masa Saidi in Westwood.
Well, flames continue to push toward Brentwood. You were taking a live look at SkyCal there briefly. This is in the Palisades fire.
Yeah, Christina Fan from CBS New York, live on Canyon Back Road now. Christina.
Gio and Leslie, good afternoon. Yes, we are currently standing in this neighborhood, in the neighborhood of Brentwood, and we were at this exact location about 20 hours ago, and I can tell you when we first arrived then, the entire hillside behind us, it was covered with smoke and flames. It looked like almost the side of a volcano. Now the situation appears to be much better. There are still some pockets of fire, but a lot better again compared to yesterday. But still, we can imagine it's a very nervous ordeal for homeowners. In fact, at the very bottom of this canyon, you can see there is a home with a red roof, dangerously close to those flames. Not sure how it is faring. And just above it, you can see, last night we talked about those helicopter drops. You hear one coming in again right now. They've been making water and retardant drops, and you see those stripes of red along the hillside. documenting their efforts all throughout the night this morning and again this afternoon, and it does appear to have a desired effect. It doesn't seem like any of the flames and the smoke have breached those lines yet. So that, again, that is the good news. Now, here on the ridge itself that we're standing at, adjacent to that fire that's burning, you can see to our right-hand side that all of these fire engines, they do remain here on standby. Yesterday, they were mostly departments from California. Today, I believe most of these are from Utah, South Jordan, and West Jordan. We're just going to go on a little walk, and I'm also going to ask my photographer, Eddie, to try and pan up to that hillside. So I don't know if you can see clearly back at the station, but that hillside is barren now. You might see one vehicle on top of it. I can't quite make out what it is, if it's a bulldozer or some other type of heavy machinery, but they have been going at it for hours. Neighbors say since the early afternoon hours. This hillside, they tell us, was filled with dense, dry, brittle vegetation that was very hazardous. They told us it was mostly low-lying vegetation, very few trees, and they say the dozers have been just going at it, trying to get rid of all of that dry fuel and create some more defensible space for this community. In fact, we actually spoke with a gentleman who lives just under that hill, describing to us how appreciative he is of the firefighters' efforts. Take a listen.
If the fire come to the ridge, it's getting very close, but the minute they come down, then it become very dangerous, because after they come down, the next thing is coming up process is really fast. And if they already starting down, and if we wait until they start coming up, it was too late. So we decided to do that, to evacuate at that time.
And again, that gentleman, he came back briefly just to pick up his medication. He says last night at around 8 o'clock, just before 8 o'clock is when they got the order. And at first, you know, he wasn't really sure if he wanted to leave, but then he consulted with some firefighters. They told him, hey, you know, if it breaches the ridge, if it makes a run down, it'll just be a matter of minutes, perhaps, to make it back up the side of this ridge. And then he and his wife would, of course, be in trouble. So he made the decision, as with most of these neighbors. I mean, take a look at the street. Absolutely quiet. It doesn't feel like there is a soul around. For the couple of hours we've been here, we really haven't seen anyone except for these firefighters. And the one thing I do want to point out is last night there appeared to be more fire engines than we see now. So perhaps that's good news. Maybe they think that the aerial drops and the retardant lines that you saw earlier are having a good effect at keeping the fire, boxing the fire in. So therefore they feel like they don't have to station that many engines here. We did see them with their hoses out. They were testing some of the hydrants, but other than that, you can take a look at the property and the sidewalks here. They haven't tried to wet down any of these properties. So perhaps they still think that this neighborhood is safe at the moment, and that is good news for us. And we hope to bring a sigh of relief to the homeowners who, you know, left this area in a rush, really worried about what could possibly happen. That is the latest from Brentwood. I'm Christina Fan, KCAL News.
Christina, before we let you go, it seems like we hear a helicopter overhead. Do you by chance see it or anything like that around you? I just wanted to double check.
Yeah, we can, yes, we will try to walk over. So it's been very continuous. I would say about 4 or 5 different choppers have been circling, and they've been dumping both retardant as well as water. I think that one maybe just went out of our vision. But yes, here is another look at the hillside we're talking about. And Eddie, if we walk this way, we can again show that home at the bottom that, you know, of course, we're really worried. We're really worried for them and all the homes in this area. And you can see there's just 1 or 2 pockets of flames that are peeking out, and the rest of it mostly charred, just burn scars. Last night, this hillside, I think one of the reporters described it as looking like Mordor from Lord of the Rings. It was so red and hot, and it looked very frightening. So that neighbor you heard from earlier described to us, you know, he came back, he took a look at the scene. We asked him, how was it compared to yesterday? And he told us that he is feeling optimistic for now, but we all know that, you know, in the case of any fire, the most you can be is cautiously optimistic. You never really know. The behavior is just so unpredictable, guys.
I think that is right on the nose, Christina. You have to be, you know, cautiously, truly optimistic in this, but this does look much different than last night. And there you go. You can see it looks like another Chinook there, going to make a drop. we'll watch and see if maybe it already did there.
Either way, seeing it is a good sign, right? And continuously.
Yeah, and it looks like that frost check really making a difference, as Christina described, just a few pockets of flames, though they're still there. You can visibly make out the smoke. But once those flames really neared that frost check, you can see the activity slowed a bit, and that's their job.
Absolutely. As you take one more look there at the smoke on the hillside. Christina, thank you so much for your report. We appreciate it. We'll check back in with you in just a second, perhaps a little bit later on, because of course, as we get to meteorologist Olga Espina, you know, the thing that we've been talking about all day is the winds, right? Because we know those are likely going to pick back up. And Olga, it's just something that could change the dynamic of this firefight as it continues.
Yeah, and you know, the winds are going to pick up, and we are still going to continue under the red flag warning until the middle of next week. So this is going to be an ongoing process, 6 p.m. on Wednesday, and that includes much of LA and Ventura. But even if you are in Orange County as well as the Inland Empire, you are still looking at critical fire danger as we're seeing those gusty winds and the low relative humidity really across all of Southern California. So no matter where you live, be on alert. But we are seeing a lot of activity still for a lot of areas, and some of those strongest winds still through LA and Ventura. So I want to show you what's happening with the Palisades fire. Of course, we've seen it spreading to the east. Some of the areas impacted. Brentwood now seeing a lot of evacuations. Temperatures currently not an issue. It is cool out there, 59 degrees, but we're seeing gusts in the low 30s. We are seeing the relative humidity right now at 28%, so not too bad, but some drier conditions for other areas, including Encino with humidity at 19%. So once we're in the teens, that is very low, but we've seen some areas even in the single digits, and winds there also in the 30s as far as the gusts, with sustained winds from the north at 17 miles per hour. Here's a look at Pacific Palisades. We're seeing some gusts at 27 miles per hour. So yes, it is a big improvement from what we were seeing last week, but we are still seeing some moderate to strong winds. Look at this, Simi Valley in the low 40s. We are near 40 for Malibu Beach, in the teens out through Burbank, and a lot of areas out through the Inland Empire seeing those strong winds as well. Winds Futurecast showing us as we head into the 6 o'clock hour, we're going to start to see more of those winds, mostly across the higher elevations is where we'll see some gusts in that 30-40 mile per hour range, moving down into parts of Orange County. And then as we head into Sunday, still seeing a pretty similar pattern. Take a look at what happens as we head into the afternoon, evening hours of Sunday. Things really start to calm down. So this is going to be our break, a very brief break at that, though, because as we head into Monday, those winds start to ramp up. We start to see it become a little bit more widespread. So lots of LA and Ventura is going to be feeling 30, 40, even 50 mile per hour gusts as we head into the early part of Monday, continuing into the afternoon, and still periods of strong winds heading into Tuesday, as well as even the early part of Wednesday, potentially also. So still several more days to go. Here's a look at humidity levels. So we're seeing some of the lowest levels actually right now through the Inland Empire. 10% in San Bernardino, 15% in Riverside. We're seeing some strong gusty winds out there. We're looking at 17% in Claremont, 14% in Lancaster. Look at Temecula and Palm Springs, down to 10%. So these are very critical dry conditions across much of Southern California. Even through parts of the San Fernando Valley, we're seeing 11% out through places like Burbank. High wind warning and wind advisories. That's starting up in just about an hour, continuing through Sunday afternoon. That's when we're going to get our break. But then by the time we head into Monday, once again, we will likely see these high wind warnings and wind advisories going into effect. We're looking at northeast winds of 20, 30 miles per hour, gusts of up to 45. And then as we head into the Inland Empire, that is one of the areas we're expecting to see some of those strong winds too. We're looking at gusts nearing 65 miles per hour. So if you are in the mountains, that's where we're going to experience some of those stronger winds. But really, it doesn't matter where you are, even if you are near the coastline. We have seen some very dangerous conditions there as well. So conditions are going to start ramping up in just about the next hour or so, continuing into tonight. We will continue tracking this for you through the night. So stay with us. I'll continue to bring you the latest updates. Back to you.
Olga, thank you so much. Well, the Palisades fire continues to threaten homes now as it spreads in a new direction.
Yeah, reporter Barry Pintar from CBS Pittsburgh has been in Brentwood all day tracking this firefight.
Yeah, if I could use one word to describe what's happening here, it is uncertainty. Uncertainty where the fire will go, uncertainty even to what the winds will do. And the winds are key here because if you can imagine having a campfire or a bonfire in your backyard in southwestern Pennsylvania, you know that when there are high winds, you don't want to do that because one of the embers could pick up, fly through the air and land somewhere. Now, in a western Pennsylvania situation, you have very lush green. So if it lands in the middle of your yard, you're going to be okay. I'm looking around. Let me just pick this up real here. But if I can explain what the topography is like here, it is so dry here. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do this, but let me just yeah. Okay, did you see how easily that broke? But also notice how light this is. That's why we have 35 to 40 mile per hour winds right now. Something like this catches fire and a nice wind comes, it's going to take it soaring. Let me give an example in 3D behind me. Look over behind these homes. Just a moment ago, large flames were shooting up into the sky. Right now, they're extinguished. Why? Because you can probably hear helicopters flying near me. They are doing an incredibly aggressive aerial assault in trying to extinguish these flames. Damien, I'll just have you go over there because I know the lighting is odd for me to stand over there, but also over here. Right now, you're seeing smoke at the time that we're doing this. If I were with you only 30 minutes ago, you would see major flames shooting up into the sky. Some very quick statistics for you. Of all the fires, I know you're watching the news, you're hearing a lot of names of fires that probably don't mean a whole lot to you, but this is the Palisades fire behind me. It is the largest of all of them. Yesterday, I think when I was with you, I was able to tell you it has burned about 11,000 acres. Today, 22,000. It doubled. Why? Because of that wind that I was talking about and this topography that I was talking about and the dry brush. In terms of the topography, if you could think as you drive farther south to Morgantown or the Maryland area, that's almost exactly the size of these hills behind me. But again, not lush green, that ripe fuel that allows this fire to spread. Now, the great news, as it has jumped to this region, so far only one home has been affected in all of this area. You have seen video, if you want to show it, of some of the decimation in the past where we're talking about the Eaton fire in the Pasadena-Altadena area. This in the Pacific Palisades, entire neighborhoods flattened. Now we're in a new area called a canyon area in the Palisades, the Brentwood area, Mandeville Canyon specifically, that you're seeing behind me here. And we'll swing around and I'm going to leave you here it looks like I'm standing in the middle of a canyon, but swing the camera around and you can see houses for as far as you can see. So a very active situation here. Firefighters are very concerned about the wind and the dryness. What will tomorrow bring? Again, the word uncertainty. We just don't know.
Thanks to Barry Pintar there. Now we do want to bring in Lauren Posen, who is live on Westridge Road looking down into Mandeville Canyon where fire crews are trying to deal with these flames. Lauren, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, well, I wanted you to come back to me because I wanted to show you the some of the smoke is clearing out. You can see some of the big flames there on the mountain there, and that is what the choppers from the air have really been targeting. But as these winds have picked up, those flames have picked up too, but it's not like they're spreading anywhere. They're just growing bigger in size where they're at, which is a good thing. Cal Fire says the fire is actually burning downhill, which is helping them, so they're okay with that. Now, as I said that, though, if you look to the top, that area looks a little big, that flame, but really bright orange is what we're seeing. And, you know, when it gets darker, I'm sure we're going to see more, more of these flames as they pop up like this. But there are tons of firefighters on the ground here, too. We've been talking about this line all throughout the afternoon here with the firefighters and the inmate firefighters. They have hoses, and they are hosing. Let's see if I can show you over here. Oh, I almost fall. They're hosing the mountain right there. You can see. So they're getting the mountain prepped if the fire, tries to come this way. Really, really amazing work they're doing, and we've been seeing all this aggressive fighting, this fire from the air as well, with these water drops just one after another. The precision in these pilots, how they're navigating such tough conditions. It's windy. I don't want to say it's not as windy as what we experienced earlier this week, but it's windy, and we're in the mountains here, and you can hardly see anything. But they are just doing an excellent job dropping this water on the flames, and also this fire retardant, the red there, that doesn't put the fire out, but it'll stop. It slows it down. And I actually saw a little bit of a hot spot pop up, but it popped up in the fire retardant area, and it didn't go anywhere, which is exactly the purpose of that retardant there. So that's really good to see. But that's really all I wanted to show you out here. It's going pretty well, I think, and it's looking better. It's definitely looking better, and I think that's what we want to see, and that's a very good thing. And again, there's tons of firefighters here, not only on the mountain, but all throughout this neighborhood. We showed you earlier the houses that are just a stone's throw away from where we are. They are making sure that if the winds change and if the fire were to go this way, where the homes are, they're ready for it. Very, very defensive tactic they're taking here, which is great to see. Gio and Leslie?
Well, Lauren, and one of the things there, I want to touch on the wind briefly, but in just one of those active hotspots that you guys were showing just now, it even seemed like it was minimizing ever so slightly, even in the conditions. But with that, and right over there, which is good, which is terrific to see, and that's also good. But I want to get a better sense of the wind from you as we take a look at another chopper there, potentially doing a drop here around the corner, because we see the camera moving a bit. We obviously see your hair, but how would you describe the wind? Overwhelming, or maybe more toward the it's not overly calm, but it also doesn't seem like it's, quote, overwhelming. I'm curious as to how you would characterize it from where you are right now.
Right, exactly, and that's why I wanted to be careful with my words, because I don't want to scare people, thinking that this is like the winds we experienced earlier in the week. It's not that bad. It's kind of like if it's. I was going to say if you're on a mountain and you feel the wind, that's exactly where I am. But it's not that bad at all. Okay, I'm being told to wrap. I'll send it back to you.
Lauren, yeah, you just take a look at our shot there, and it's good to know that wind is nowhere near what we were feeling earlier in the week. We are going to experience what we would know as our normal red flag warning, which always worries us here in the Southland. Yeah. It's just hard to wrap our heads around given the wind event we saw earlier in the week. But take a look. You're looking at two different views of the Palisades fire where it is burning right now.
And with that, we want to give you a programming update. And we want to welcome those of you joining in following the Chargers playoff game on CBS. We are in the 5 o'clock hour now. For those of you just joining us, we want to get you up to speed. As fires continue to burn across Southern California, we know at least 13 people have died. The Palisades fire has spread in the Mandeville Canyon, threatening more homes. That fire has burned more than 23,000 acres. It's now 11% contained.
And the Eaton fire in the Pasadena, Altadena, Sierra Madre areas, that has burned more than 14,000 acres. It now it's at 15% contained. Response efforts have expanded, with the state now getting assistance from crews from Texas, Canada, and Mexico. They are joining crews from neighboring states who've already been on the ground battling these fires.
And with that, we do want to go, as you get the information there on the right side of your screen, to assignment manager Mark Liu at the desk. And Mark, you've been keeping an eye on so much in just these last few hours. You've mapped out the fire. We've been keeping an eye on aircraft as well, and choppers making drops. What are you keeping an eye on right now?
Well, I'll tell you, Gio and Leslie, the firefight continues to the north of where the Palisades fire started on Tuesday. It seems like so long ago, and so much time has passed as so many different agencies have been fighting this fire as they try to get the upper hand on this fire. There's now burned more than 22,000 acres. We have two airships overhead giving you a view of both flanks of this fire, the western flank and the eastern flank. The eastern flank burning towards the Mandeville Canyon area, the western flank burning north and west towards Tarzana. Now, what you're looking at there on the left side of your screen, you can see the fire lines and all of the charred vegetation there on the north part of this fire. This is the very northern part of the fire. SkyCal is on the western end looking down towards Mandeville Canyon, and you can see Mulholland Drive there to the north. This fire has just burned so far to the north and to the east. There was some fear that at some point it might have crossed the 405 freeway, but we don't think that that's the case now, as they have been doing just a continuous amount of water drops in the area. And I want to bring you out to my screen and actually show you a good idea tactically of what firefighters have had to deal with and where these flames are really burning and what they're burning towards. So I have on my screen a map. If the director can come out to my screen, what you're looking at down there is Mandeville Canyon, right there in the center of your screen. A little bit earlier, we had seen such big flames in this area, and now we're seeing a lot more wispy smoke. Okay, so here's what we have been looking at for the better part of 4 days. The footprint of the Palisades fire that started on Tuesday morning and since then has burned more than 22,000 acres. Now, what you were just looking at is the fire lines here and the fire lines here. For the better part of this morning, this fire has burned to the north and burned out towards the 405. There was such a fierce firefight all along Mandeville Canyon, which is this canyon neighborhood right here. And there are elements of at least 4 different fire agencies that were bringing in aerial assets and ground crews to keep the fire from moving any further to the east. They, for the large part, have been able to stop the fire from moving into this neighborhood. We also saw an intense firefight down here on the southern end of Mandeville Canyon, where all along this neighborhood there were water drops and there was structure protection actually right there. That home, they were afraid they were going to lose it, but firefighters, hand crews on the ground were able to save that structure as well. Now, as we see, the fire is looking a lot better on this flank. There is some fire over here, and that's where fire crews are focusing. It's where we have seen a hot spot, but long lines of Phosgene have been dropped in this area all through here, which is going to make it a lot harder for the fire to move this way. There is some concern, perhaps, that if they hadn't been able to stop it, it would move into the southern part of the Tarzana area. But one of the great things about this particular part of the topography is right there, the Encino Reservoir, an enormous body of water where water-dropping helicopters have been able to go, pick up water, and come right back to the firefight and drop the water within 5 to 10 minutes. And we have seen 7 to 8 water-dropping helicopters do that all day, over and over, continuously getting that water and doing water drops. There was also the Stone Canyon Reservoir over here that they were using, a very short distance to the Mandeville Canyon firefight, but it got really, really smoky in this area, and so they decided to keep using the Encino Reservoir instead, and that's what they've been doing for the better part of the last hour. Now, the one other thing that I want to tell you, the other major fire that was burning in Southern California, I'll zoom in over here, this is the Eaton fire. Really good news to report. The fire lines have not really expanded. They are getting a good handle on it. I do see some water dropping helicopters working in this area way up into the Angeles National Forest. But evacuation orders have been lifted for large parts of La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and Glendale. Also, the Monrovia, Duarte, and Bradbury area, all of these evacuation orders have been lifted. And right here in La Cañada, Flint Ridge, the evacuation orders have converted to evacuation warnings. When we see evacuation orders and warnings being lifted, that is an incredible and excellent sign that we are seeing good progress being made on this fire, and perhaps the danger in that area is passing. But still, here in the Palisades fire this afternoon, there is still an intense firefight going on, both in the Mandeville Canyon area and over to the west, south of Tarzana, as they try to get those containment numbers up. Gio and Leslie?
Yeah, I'm looking at that SkyCal box there that we have on the screen, and moments ago they were looking at some pretty active flames. I did see some homes in that area. I'm wondering if SkyCal is able to maybe get back to that, because I wanted to make out the streets there. Maybe we can get back to it eventually here. I know when people are watching, they want to know, hey, I see flames, I see homes. If I live in this area, where exactly is that? So I don't know, Mark, if we can bring up mapping again, or if we can.
Yeah, let me see. I'm going to look at the radar and see exactly where SkyCal is. So we are on the north end. We're looking south towards the beach, and that's a ridge essentially in the Mandeville Canyon area. That was the 405 on the left-hand side of your screen. So as I try and sort of zoom in and see, there should be a Chinook somewhere flying in the area doing water drops right around here. But you can see there is certainly, there's vegetation up there, and there's power lines too, which is always a problem. And as it gets darker, those power lines are a real obstacle that aerial water dropping helicopters need to maneuver around. But those hotspots there, that is essentially, I believe, the Mandeville Canyon area down there. Look at those long lines of Phos-Chek. And there's that Chinook, exactly as I thought, coming northbound. I'm not sure if it's heading back to the Encino Reservoir or it's about to do a water drop. But there is a really, really good line of Phos-Chek all along that hillside. And we've actually had a couple of viewers ask us, we've gotten viewer emails, what do you do if you have Phos-Chek on your home or car? And I actually had to look up some resources regarding this. Incredibly, Phos-Chek is 100% water soluble. They say if you have Phos-Chek on your property, all you need to do is take a garden hose and wash it down. That's really all that is needed. If it's been there for a while and it's dry, they say take a soft bristle brush and break it up and you can wash it away. They say don't use a power washer, because if it's on concrete, a power washer can actually push that Phos-Chek into the porous surface of concrete. So those homeowners down there in Mandeville Canyon that their entire homes may have turned purple, it's not going to be a problem for them to simply wash it off with a garden hose with a couple of hours of work, which is a small price to pay for saving your home. And this fire that's burning right there in the Mandeville Canyon, they're going to focus on getting some water drops on that. Certainly that Chinook coming back now after coming to the Encino Reservoir with a tank, 3,000 gallons is what they're going to drop on that as soon as it gets on station.
Yeah, and you can faintly see the lights of a fire truck and possibly many in this neighborhood here near these flames. But as you mentioned, Mark, we have that air support and that Phos-Chek line. That is another
so important.
Yeah, it just, brings some positivity to the situation because it can really slow down those flames there. But that fire crew that is there on the ground, they will protect those homes. That's their job, at least, to do to their best ability to protect those homes. But of course, as the sun goes down, you really see the glow of those flames.
And we're also approaching at 6 p.m., obviously keeping an eye on those winds, as Olga's been pointing out for us throughout the evening. So as things and the dynamics of this firefight potentially change here in the next few hours, we'll be keeping an eye on that. And Mark, I'm also glad you brought up those evacuation orders lifted in spots over by the Eaton fire as well, because of course we are monitoring not just the Palisades fire, but so many other people impacted in the Eaton fire as well. So a lot going on with that. Well, with everything going on, we also continue to see people lending a hand, helping the victims of these fires.
Yeah, KCAL's Dylan Thomas shows us how people came together today.
During this incredible time of need, many people and businesses are stepping up to offer their assistance to people who have been displaced by the ongoing fires here in Los Angeles. At evacuation centers around Los Angeles.
Well, we come to donate some water, dog food, cat food.
People not directly impacted by the fires are stepping up to help out those who may have lost their all.
Impacted everyone. It was a big fire.
While many brought clothes and food.
Yep. Mostly clothes in here. The Palisades fire has been extending a bit closer, uncomfortably close to the San Fernando Valley.
It feels good. It's good to help people. Even if you can't do much, at least the bare minimum,
Some local businesses are stepping up to repurpose goods that otherwise would have went to waste this weekend, including Mark's Garden.
We had so many events this weekend that our customers had to cancel because of the fires.
The team repurposed event flowers.
Our team got together today and made a couple hundred arrangements. Just a nice little uplifting note that we hope that the beautiful flowers brighten their day and that the beautiful flowers didn't go to waste. It was important to us and to our customers that we did something good with them during such a difficult time.
Showcasing how people can come together to support those in need.
And we just know it's such a hard time.
We are humans. We have to here for some reason to help people. And anyway, try to help these people need it.
In Los Angeles, Dylan Thomas, KCAL News.
It's always so good to see there are so many people rushing to help, that some of these organizations are inundated, but there's no shortage of what you can do right now. In fact, KCAL cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist fire victims in need.
If you're able to help, please go to redcross.org/KCAL, or you can scan the QR code that's right there at the bottom of your screen.
Okay, we want to get to SkyCal right now and take a look. You're seeing some pretty active flames very close to these power poles here.
Yeah, and this seems like it was one of those semi-intense spots that we were keeping an eye on in just the last few minutes, right, from that wider view of SkyCal. And note how close it seems, and sometimes it's hard to tell from this perspective how close exactly it is. But notice, Leslie, and you pointed this out earlier, all the crews there ready to defend these homes in this strip, this neighborhood right there.
Mark, can you tell us, Mark Liu at the desk, can you tell us where exactly this is and maybe what street may be down there with all these homes there? Oh, that's Mandeville Canyon Road.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Sky Cal is able to bring up that GPS for us. This is Mandeville Canyon and Hollyhock. This is about 2/3 of the way up Mandeville Canyon, burning on the west side of the canyon. It's a east-facing canyon. And so what we're seeing here, it's right by those tall power lines. Those transmission lines very likely have been de-energized for quite some time, but they're still there, and they want to make sure that the water drops don't damage those power lines or that those helicopters don't get too close. At the same time, they are going to do as precise a water drop as possible to really hit that down there, because there are homes down there right beneath those flames, and you can see all along Mandeville Canyon heading to the south, all that smoke still smoldering from such an intense firefight all afternoon. And we see a helicopter coming in right now. That's that Chinook again heading to the north with its snorkel out. It's definitely going back to the Encino Reservoir in order to get some more water. It brings up 3,000 gallons each time it goes to the Encino Reservoir and then drops it on these homes. Now, as the sun is going down, we're seeing a little bit less of fire activity. Some of these fire crews are heading back to base in order to refuel their choppers and perhaps switch out crews, as these pilots have been flying for quite some time. They're also, these pilots are exhausted. They're going to get something to eat and head right back. But there is not a complete stoppage of the aerial assault. It is continuing. We haven't seen, let's see, I'm looking at here. We see a County of LA and the Firehawk that they're operating is still in the area, as well as some of the other aircraft that we've been seeing there all day, like that Chinook. They are going to continue to hit the Mandeville Canyon side because that's where the homes are, and that's where the firefight has been the most intense. But the good news is, Gio and Leslie, as you can see, those flame lengths not terribly tall. We're seeing what look like, smoldering fires, not these enormous 10 to 20 foot tall flame lengths that really signal such danger of an out of control firefight. And here you can see this neighborhood. This is the southern end of Mandeville Canyon, where there's some hilltop homes there. You can see there's a couple of hand crews, maybe hand crews down there.
I think our Lauren Posen is also right there. That's where Lauren might be.
Lauren Posen was right on that overlook. She was able to get a really good vantage point of all the smoke that is coming out through this area. And this area is under an evacuation order, but you know what they have also talked about here? There's a do not drink, the tap water order that LADWP has put out because of so much particulate matter and other things in the air getting into the water system. And earlier I had mentioned that the Santa Ynez Reservoir might have been a part of that. That's a reservoir in the Pacific Palisades area. LADWP tells me that the Santa Ynez Reservoir is actually empty. It's been drained and it's under repair, so it's really not part of what is causing that do not drink order. So the Santa Ynez Reservoir empty right now. And not part of that, but there is still a do not drink order in effect for the 90272 area code, which is essentially all of Pacific Palisades and communities north of San Vicente that are adjacent. They're just afraid of the possibility that all of that smoke and contaminated air is falling back to the earth and possibly getting into the water system. So this is just another thing that this community has to deal with. It's a very rare do not drink order. It doesn't happen. But this fire, as you can see, still smoldering in the hillside above the north part of Mandeville Canyon. Gio and Leslie?
And it's an important distinction, Mark, the do not drink order versus a boil water notice. I mean, those two things that perhaps to some people could seem similar, but it's a very clear distinction. And thank you for pointing that out. We'll check back in just a second.
Yeah, you're looking near the Mandeville Canyon area right now. We want to take you to the other side of the Palisades fire, more towards the western side, where we're told firefighters are staging in Tarzana right now on that western flank of the Palisades fire.
And reporter Josh Sanders from CBS Philadelphia just arrived. Josh, what are you seeing out there?
Hey, Gio, Leslie, good to be with you guys right now. Yeah, right behind me on the other side of the ridge, you can see the Palisades fire. You can see, I'm going to have, Will, you pan in a little bit. You can see the flames from it. But what's happening here is it's a very fluid situation. So obviously on the other side of the ridge, you see the flames just, but 6 water tenders are here. They're working tirelessly to build a contingency line, which would be a crucial barrier to stop the fire from advancing. That line of defense stands as a shield holding the flames at bay, protecting the land from further, destruction. I'm also told, Will, let's pan right over here. You can see this truck. That truck is getting water right now. I'm also told that LA City may be sending some helicopters here for them to fill up with water as well. Let's pan right over here, Will. These guys. So these are the guys that are operating these water tenders. They've been here, they've told me, for several days, a lot of them from Northern California. But right now, the wind has picked up a little bit. We'll go back around. I mean, you can see as the sun goes down right there. It's pretty incredible to see those flames. But right now they're building that barrier again to prevent the fire from moving forward. And I've also asked to see if we can get some more information from a public information officer. They're working on getting that interview for me. But right now, it's pretty incredible to see the hard work that these folks are doing in order to prevent the fire from coming forward, guys.
Josh, I understand there's probably hand crews in that area. Have you seen any of them so far? We saw them a little bit earlier, but they may be deep in that canyon there.
I'm sorry, guys, you broke up. I couldn't hear you.
Have you been able to see any of the hand crews? We saw them a little bit earlier, and we understand that they're also working in that area.
No, we haven't seen any of the hand crews yet. We've just seen these water tenders come up. They've replenished themselves with water and then go back down, but none of the hand crews right now. Yeah.
Something else, Josh, because I asked this of Lauren Posen earlier, and then now seeing where you're at, the weather obviously is going to be something that we're keeping an eye on with those winds as we approach these evening hours. I'm curious as to what it's like right now, because you see the jacket moving a little bit, but I want viewers to get a sense of understanding from where you are as to what the weather and the winds are looking like from your perspective.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, obviously, we're at a higher elevation, so the winds are picking up here right now, and it definitely is cooler. Let me see if I can kind of help. Also, we're seeing if we pan over here, you see some of the dirt possibly moving up. So it is windy up here, and obviously these are wind-fueled fires, right? That's what makes them. That's kind of the wild card when it comes to the Palisade fire and what's, everything that's been going on today. So it's definitely impacting what's going on right now, guys.
Josh, we want to thank you so much. Of course, we'll be checking in with you throughout the night. I know you're working on getting a PIO to possibly speak to you, so we'll check in with you in just a bit. But he's talking about those winds picking up. He feels them, and that's something that we have been really counting down to, because we know as we get into nightfall, those winds are possibly going to be picking up. And with that, let's get to meteorologist Olga Espina and a check of the weather, because Olga, it's 6 o'clock is when everything is picking up when it comes to winds.
We have those wind advisories. We have the high wind warnings going into effect in just about a half an hour. So we are already seeing some dangerous conditions now, but unfortunately things are going to get even more dangerous with winds increasing as we head into tonight. So red flag warning. We still have several more days of this. This has now been extended until Wednesday evening at 6 o'clock in the evening, and that includes a lot of LA and Ventura. So you can see it right here all the way into especially those higher elevations. If you are in the foothills, mountain areas, out through some of our valleys, we are looking at very dangerous conditions, and we are seeing some gusts right now in the 30-40 mile per hour range, but winds will continue to increase as we head into tonight. So here we are right now. We're seeing some 40s across some of our valleys, moving into the Malibu area in the upper 30s, Santa Clarita also in the mid to upper 30s. Inland Empire is one of those areas also still experiencing some really strong winds that will only continue to get stronger as we head into later in the night. 38 mile per hour gusts for San Bernardino. We're in the 40s for Riverside, and our futurecast showing us those winds increasing as we head into later tonight, and especially as we head into the beginning of next week. So we'll get a little bit of a break. But here we are tomorrow morning, and you can see 40-mile-per-hour winds across some of the foothills, mountain areas out through the San Gabriel Valley. So the Eaton fire will also still be experiencing those strong gusty winds. Inland Empire, that's going to be another area that is still going to continue to see those strong winds. And then finally a break as we head into Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. Things start to relax, but this break is not going to last long, because by Monday morning into the afternoon hours, look at this, those winds become more widespread. They intensify. We are getting into that 50-60 mile per hour range as far as the winds, and that's going to include a lot of LA and Ventura, so through the Santa Clarita Valley, the San Fernando Valley, into much of Ventura County and the Inland Empire. Those are some of the areas that will experience some of the strongest winds. As we put this into motion, you'll notice that we'll still continue with strong winds heading into Monday night and still into Tuesday. So once again, those usual areas across LA and Ventura and the IE still seeing some dangerously strong winds and dry conditions for a lot of us too. So we have the low relative humidity, we have those strong gusty winds, and that's really creating that big fire danger, along with the very dry vegetation, as we have had minimal rain this season, really not any kind of measurable rain since last spring. Here's a look at relative humidity. So 11% in Burbank. Once we start to see those numbers in the teens and the single digits, those are really dangerous levels. We have the teens in Santa Clarita, Chino, and Riverside at 12%. San Bernardino is at 10. We're looking at 11% in Temecula. Palm Springs also at 10%. High wind warnings, wind advisories. This is starting up in just about a half hour, continuing into tomorrow afternoon until 2 o'clock. That's when we get that break for the afternoon hours of Sunday into the evening hours, and then winds ramp back up as we head into Monday. So it's going to be a very brief break. But for parts of LA and Ventura, we're looking at gusts up to 45 miles per hour with sustained winds in the 20s and 30s. And then Inland Empire actually expected to experience some of those stronger winds with gusts of up to 65 miles per hour. Those strongest winds being felt across some of our mountain communities. And want to get to the hourly wind gusts and show you what are some of the areas that are going to be experiencing those strong winds. So for the Inland Empire, places like Riverside in the upper 30s and still continuing into the 30s as we head into the overnight hours. We're looking at Santa Clarita also in that 30-40 mile per hour range as we continue into overnight hours. And then for San Bernardino also in the low 40s. So a lot of areas still seeing some winds, but even areas where you're seeing gusts in the 20s, still looking at dangerous conditions, because we're looking at very dry conditions. Again, very limited rain that we've had since the beginning of the season. And we should be talking about rain. January, February are rainiest months in Southern California. It has been bone dry. We do have a slight chance of getting a little bit of wet weather, some very light rain as we head into next weekend. But other than that, there is no significant storm bringing us some rain. So we are looking at still some dangerous conditions as we head into the next few days. And again, in just about a half hour, we're going to start to see those high wind warnings and the wind advisories going into effect as the winds start to pick up once again. Back to you.
And we're anticipating that, but also anticipating for those winds to calm down, that lull that we'll see before Monday. Now, firefighters, again, as we told you, are staging in Tarzana right now in the western flank of the Palisades fire.
And we want to go back to reporter Josh Sanders from CBS Philadelphia. Josh, do you have someone to talk to ready to go here?
Yeah, I've Captain Richard Deedy with Los Angeles City Fire. He's going to give just the information of what they're doing here. Captain, thank you so much again for what you guys are doing. I know you said you've been on here for 48 hours. I know there are a number of people here that have been here for a number of days. Tell me, as we see behind that ridge, the Palisades fire, what are you guys doing?
So right now what we're trying to accomplish is removing the fuel from the actual ground bed. So all the brush that you see behind us, we're trying to make mineral earth like the dirt that you see us standing on. The idea is that when the fire makes its burn up to our dozer lines, it gives us the opportunity to have no vegetation to try to minimize the amount of spread that we have. So we're putting in containment lines all around this place. We're also putting in what they call contingencies. My job on this fire is the contingency for the east side, which is basically from Topanga all the way to the 405. And all we're trying to do is get in front of this thing. So as things start to move and come out of each canyon, if the wind changes, it gives us other opportunities to engage the fire.
Captain, you mentioned the wind. How is the wind impacting your guys' efforts right now when it comes to the mission?
It does give us the opportunity, obviously, to know where the winds are coming from. It usually is showing the smoke and the direction that the fire is actually going to be traveling. I mean, if you think about it, the wind's telling the story, having that smoke actually go over the areas that you're working. So ultimately, if the wind right now stays in the north and we're trying to hold it on this northern end, as you have the dozer lines on the top of the ridge, the wind's coming across it, and it gives us a really good opportunity to hold that fire on the top of the ridge. So with the reinforcements of other companies and crews on that, it's pretty successful most of the time. But as we get wind switches, it definitely makes it a little squirrely up here.
Yeah, I mean, I would think, though, right now, and I mean, a lot of people would have this question, are you finding success with what's going on right now? Are you preventing the fire from moving forward?
Right now on the northern end, as you can see, there's not a whole lot of fire and smoke. Last night there was all kinds of stuff, so that's a good sign. You know, Mother Nature has her way of doing things, so obviously that's just putting us in that position to be ready for the next step. So,
Captain, how are you doing? How are your people doing?
Amazing. Today was a good day. You know, it's just nice to finally get some success in some areas. So for us, it's been a blessing. My crew's, you know, doing what they do, and they're having a great time doing it. It's like being a little kid in a tractor. Is like there's no better place to be as far as I can see.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Captain,
we're doing fine. Thank you.
Good, Captain. We appreciate what you're doing, what your teams are doing. You know, it's this Los Angeles, the city of angels. You guys are our angels, man.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Very much.
All right.
Have a good night.
So, guys, I mean, just the information that the captain was saying that they're finding success in preventing the fires from moving forward again. You know, last night as these popped up, you know, there was concern of what would happen. But now, if you look here, well, they've prevented the fire from going forward in that direction. And I appreciated that the captain was willing to speak to us, but also willing to kind of tell us how he's doing and how his teams are doing, because I do know how appreciative everyone, you know, that has been watching us, and I know a lot of people wanted to know how these teams are doing and how they're preventing the fires from creating more destruction. Guys, back to you.
Josh, you know, that's the second time today, and I'm sure we've heard it many more times. But since I've been watching our coverage, when we talk to one of these firefighters and they say, this is where I want to be, he actually said, this is the best place to be right now. And you're talking about someone who's probably been working countless hours for the last are we on 5 days now?
5 days.
5 days. It's just incredible to hear that.
It really is. The captain told me right before we came on that he has been going 48 hours straight. I've been talking to some of the folks behind us right now from Northern California. They've been here 5 days straight. So they're working hard around the clock. This is their mission. This is their mission, and this is where they want to be, like you said.
Yeah, a reminder of the Herculean efforts taken by everyday heroes, real people out there, you know, and doing hard and impressive work. Josh Sanders, thank you so much. We appreciate you. We'll be checking in throughout the night. Well, let's get a live look here, because this is where things, you know, start to look differently now that it's dark and the glows start to pick up. And this is an active, very active hotspot of flames right now.
This is the Mandeville Canyon side. So what you were saying, Josh, was on the closer to Tarzana end of the Palisades fire. This here, Mandeville Canyon, an area that we've been looking at and monitoring all day, and really when it started to move this direction yesterday, about 24 hours ago. We know this is near Mandeville Canyon Road here in Hollyhock Place. There are some homes right down there, and you'll see the fire trucks. You'll see their lights occasionally. Lights. But now that it is nightfall, these flames are really glowing. I will tell you, throughout the day, we've seen the aerial assault happening. You can't see it right now, but there is a major line of phosphates that is separating those homes and these flames that we're seeing right now.
And that's been the big difference in terms of what we've been seeing in just these last few hours, right? Where you notice those hot spots and they inch up right up to those lines and not going beyond that, right? Because we know that is establishing a firm barrier and preventing the fires from expanding. And there's the zoom in there on Hollyhock Place and Mandeville Canyon Road, where you see what seems like fire engines, or at least some crews down there, because we've seen a steady number of crews, hand crews, established all over these fire lines tonight.
I know we have Mark Liu at the desk, and Mark, if you want to chime in here, I don't know if you're hearing anything on the scanners there.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, there's a lot of the pilots that have been flying the water-dropping helicopters have returned to base to switch out and refuel. There is, though, one lone Chinook, that giant twin-engine, twin-rotor helicopter, is doing continuous work back and forth on that one hotspot that we've seen there at Hollyhock Road and Mandeville Canyon. It's really not giving up. This pilot flying in pitch darkness and the ground crews working in pitch darkness. You know, it struck me that that fire captain that was interviewed by our reporter Josh said that they're going to be using their bulldozers and their hand crews to clear away brush in the darkness. Think about how dangerous that is and how difficult it is. Imagine doing yard work in your own yard in the pitch blackness, how strange that would be. Now imagine doing it in the wilderness. These are crews that are working with flashlights and headlamps, and they've got to clear away giant bushes and trees and then cart them away in the darkness of a hillside. These are truly some of the brave things and courageous things that firefighters do. It's very hard work, and this is their 4th or 5th day doing it, which is just exhausting. But here what we're seeing now is Mandeville Canyon, the northern part. If the director is able to come out to my screen, I can show you exactly on the map because it's getting dark. I'm able, though, to tell you exactly where this is. This is the primary hotspot on the northern end of the Mandeville Canyon firefight there. And you know what? Looking south there, the left side of your screen is south, heading down towards the beach, down Mandeville Canyon. There's only a couple of small hot spots down there. This is the bulk of the fire. It is close to the Encino Reservoir. Okay, and here is where we are looking. Right there. This, it's right about here. This is where we're looking. That fire is right there. This is the Mountain Gate Country Club, and the Encino Reservoir is to the north. And right here, this icon, that little icon right there, that's that Chinook that's been flying around back and forth trying to get a water drop on that hotspot right there that you see there in the lower part of your screen. If I zoom up a little bit more, you can see this is the Encino Reservoir that we've been talking about all afternoon. There's another water dropping helicopter coming in here, but you can see the airspace is a lot more clear right now. These two green icons that you see in the center of your screen, those are media airships. This one actually is SkyCal. It's actually this one right here is SkyCal heading over that Mountain Gate Country Club. And then this other orange plane down here, I think this is a spotter plane that's just doing some aerial reconnaissance. But you can see here that Chinook going in to get some water from the Encino Reservoir, and then it's going to head right back down here to where that one last, it seems, hopefully, that one last hotspot there on Mandeville Canyon is burning. They've been able to save all the homes on the northern end, which is really good. And as I zoom out here and look at on the radar, there was I know that there was actually a fight going on over on this side. It looks like there may be one water dropping helicopter working over here. That's a Sikorsky. That's a county fire, LA County Firehawk. And then this one coming in over here, that's just another civilian aircraft. So really, we're only seeing about 2 aircraft in the area at the fight right now. We can go back to SkyCal and see what's going on out there. But it's because the sun has gone down. These crews have gone back to base to refuel their choppers. I expect they'll be coming back soon. I don't know if the fixed wings are going to be coming back, those big DC-10s. Yeah. It's dangerous enough for them to fly in these conditions during the day with some winds. It's going to be even more dangerous at night. We may be seeing only helicopters doing this fight as the winds start to pick up this evening there at the Mandeville Canyon area.
And that radar is going to be of the utmost importance, obviously, now as the sun has gone down, to keep an eye on everything. Mark, thank you so much. Well, drones pose a serious risk to firefighting efforts, and we've seen it already when a super scooper actually hit a drone on Thursday.
Yeah, let's bring in CBS Colorado's Dylan Thomas. Dylan, you heard from the FBI today about what they're saying about all this and doing.
And they're taking a lot of seriousness into looking into who was flying this drone. And they know it wasn't a professional pilot. A professional pilot would have a professional license like this one right here to be able to fly through the FAA. And they would also know that they would have to have their drone professionally registered through the FAA as well. This one was not registered, and they believe it was a recreational pilot who was flying the drone at the time. Now, for days, we have been seeing an extensive aerial attack on this fire, with several helicopters and planes dropping both water and fire retardant on both the Palisades and the Eaton fires. But these photos from the FBI show what happens when someone illegally flies a drone into an FAA restricted flight zone and then ends up hitting one of those planes. It caused enough damage to put a hole in the plane, removing it from the fleet of aircraft that otherwise would have been out saving homes. Now, the FBI is searching for the pilot of that drone. They say it was recreational, as a professionally licensed pilot once again would have registered their drone and been identified easily. The fact that this was not a professional drone makes it a little more difficult to identify who was flying it, right?
It does, but through our investigation, we're going to try to determine those facts. We're going to look for serial numbers. We're going to try to identify fingerprints and DNA to try to put those pieces back together as part of our investigation.
Now, when it comes to that investigation, they are lucky. They do have the pieces of that drone that you saw in the photos. They have collected those. It appears to be a DJI, which is a brand of drone. It appears to be one of their drones, and they are going to be collecting it, as he just said, looking for the DNA evidence that might be on it, any fingerprints. But in the meantime, they're asking for the public's help to help identify who was the pilot of this drone. Anyone with information can call 1-800-CALL-FBI, or if they prefer to do it online, they can go to tips.fbi.gov. We should note the person who was flying this drone could potentially face felony charges. Reporting live in Los Angeles, Dylan Thomas, KCAL News.
And Dylan, something I learned in the past few days from Mike Rogers at the desk is that when you do have a drone, if you follow it correctly, you won't be able to fly in these restricted airspaces. In fact, people have to essentially download a software to bypass that restriction. So it almost makes it feel like we don't know the reasons, but that it was no accident.
Yeah, and that's correct. In order to get that DJI drone flying, you have to use the DJI app. And when you launch the app to get ready to fly the drone, you're actually watching through the viewfinder on your phone. That's serving as a little viewpoint of where you are. And as you're about to take off, when they have these FAA restrictions for a flight area like this fire zone right now, it will actually pop up saying you are not allowed to fly right now unless you have prior authorization from the FAA. And then in order to take off, you would have to put in there that you got the authorization, and technically it's as easy as lying and saying, yes, I got it, and then you're taking your own risk there. So likely that somebody had lied in order to get that drone to take up, because their range on them is only a couple miles at best. They say they can do 4 or 5 miles, but in reality, you should only be seeing it roughly within like quarter, half mile where you are. So in theory, the pilot of that drone was probably nearby as well.
Yeah, and those potential felony charges really highlight the dangerous situation that this was causing and the seriousness of all of this. Dylan Thomas, thank you so much for that report. Now I want to bring in Lauren Posen, who is live on Westridge Road looking down into Mandeville Canyon, where fire crews are trying to deal with all of these flames. Lauren, I know dark now, but how's it looking for you out there?
Gio, I just want you to know I don't have my IFB, so I can't hear you, but I do want to describe what's going on here. It's obviously it's getting darker, and as Ogo was saying, we're heading into that danger zone with the winds coming up at 6 o'clock here. You can see a little bit of the orange from the flames over on the mountain over there. You can see that, but it's definitely, oh, and look, this is really neat too. You see all those lights? Those are all the firefighters. They're climbing up the mountain. There's mixed with inmate firefighters as well too, and they are still doing their defensiveness here and trying to stop the flames from coming any further. So this is really great here. They have hoses and they are watering down this side of the mountain. I spoke to a firefighter earlier, and he was telling me one of the positive things is that this side of the mountain already has been burned, so this fire has really nothing to burn. So it's in a good position right now, is what the firefighter was telling me. But it's really something to see this little bit of like, it almost looks like lava really from where I am. It just kind of this glistening that orange. And you can see there's a couple little hot spots too on the mountain, but it doesn't seem to be too much of any concern right now. And I mean, and just look at all these firefighters on the ground here. And throughout the day here, we saw all the big air tankers coming through, dropping the water on the flames. They're really, really being aggressive with this, and it's really great to see because this definitely looks a lot better than it did when we first got here. And I know it's getting darker, but when we got here in the beginning of the afternoon, the smoke, it was so thick you could barely see through it. And now, probably because of the winds too, it's definitely it's thinner, which is good too, because then you can really get a good view of what we're looking at here, and the firefighters can get a better view too. So that's what it's looking like out here. It's definitely it's windy, but then again, you know, we are at a higher elevation, so it's expected to be windy. So it's not anything too unusual quite yet, but we're hoping it doesn't pick up any more, you know, than it needs to, because it could be very bad here with the flames, and we don't want to see that. So a lot of firefighters in the area. There's inmate firefighters here on the ground as well, all working to contain this fire, to make sure it doesn't go into the neighborhoods, which is right behind, well, right next to me over here, where there's also firefighters up and down the streets, making sure to be in position to protect these homes if something were to happen. We'll send it back to you.
Lauren, thank you so much. And we want to shift the perspective here, because Lauren was down there by the Brentwood side, Mandeville Canyon, and now this is from our reporter Josh Sanders, who is over on the Tarzana side of things, to give you a look. And this is sort of the striking image of the last few days, right, where it gets dark and then all you see is that smoke and that glow from the fire, and all you're hoping for is that it starts to kind of tamper itself down a little bit.
And you see a lot of movement here. That's because we know that there are hand crews in this area. Josh spoke to a fire captain earlier who said, my crews, despite how dark it is, will be out here trying to, you know, whack some of this brush and clear some of the brush and do what we can there on the ground. What you saw moving there was a water tanker that Josh had noticed earlier. Many crews from Northern California have been here for the past 5 days helping out, but wow, that is a mighty glow there. I want to get to Mark Liu, because Mark, we know SkyCal, we had to go refuel, like many of the air support there in this area fighting the Palisades fire. Do we know if there's a lot of air support right now? Or I know you said, you know, the pilots have to, you know, switch out. They have to make sure the air support is doing what it can, refuel as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There are still 3 water dropping helicopters working in the area. We've got one of those Chinooks. We've got an LA County Firehawk, and also two LA County Firehawks that are working in the area. They are focusing on this part of the Mandeville Canyon fire. That's that hot spot. You can see it. This is from the Tarzana area looking to the south. But they have not stopped the firefight. They are going to continue it through the night. These choppers can work through the night, even in the wind. And it really helps that they have that nearby source of water in the Encino Reservoir. So these pilots are able to make those quick drops back and forth. And if you come out to my screen, I can show you real quick on the radar what we're looking at, because those 3 choppers are continuing to work. 2 of them are actually in the reservoir area now, and then a third coming down to the fight. You can see right here, there's these orange icons. These are the 2 Firehawks. They're just about to make that drop into the Encino Reservoir. And then there's that Chinook coming back in. It's been doing the work all day and all night to get that under control. I want to actually show you another view from the Alert California system. Now, what you're looking at here is a series of publicly accessible cameras from mountaintops. It's a partnership between UC San Diego and the state of California to run and operate these cameras. The blue ones are the ones that you can actually click on and see a time lapse of what the camera's been looking at over the last 12 hours up to. And then these, I've actually highlighted 2 of them that have been looking at the Mandeville Canyon area. I also want to note there are a bunch of grayed out camera locations here. These are either cameras that could have possibly been destroyed by the Palisades fire or just are unpowered right now due to a power outage in the area. But let's first look at Topanga Canyon. This mountaintop, I'm going to go back 1 hour, and this is the time lapse of what it looks like. You can see the smoke drifting off out into the Pacific Ocean from the area, and you can see those flames. They just kind of continue to smolder and then grow a little bit as the sun goes down. There's also another camera that I wanted to look. This is from Santa Monica. It's called a Wilshire camera. This one a little bit more smoky. You don't see as much. This is from the south looking to the north into the Mandeville Canyon area. You see all of that dark smoke even before the sun went down. It made it look like it was already nighttime. It's all of that that's causing that poor air quality. And this is unfortunately why they want people to stay indoors and not really go outside, because the smoke is just so bad. The other thing that I wanted to show you, this This is the FIRMS, the Fire Information for Resource Management System run by NASA. And what you're going to see here is satellite imaging data of hotspots that were detected from orbit of the heat signatures coming up from the Palisades fire. Now, this is day one of the Palisades fire. I'm going to change the opacity so you can see these red squares. These are all heat blooms, heat signatures from where the fire was burning that could be detected by satellites in orbit. And then as you see on day two, look at the expansion. This was that terribly destructive day where the fire went east to west all the way into Malibu, and it's just a sea of red, all heat coming up from into the atmosphere detected by those satellites. Then on the 9th of January, you can see the flanks sort of settled into a western side and a north and a southern side. Again, this was when it was so terribly damaging to the Palisades area. You can see as I change the opacity, all of that heat, that's just heartbreaking to know that the heat coming up from the area of Pacific Palisades was from all of those buildings that were burning that day. And then, of course, yesterday we saw flanks that were operating here in the north and then in the central and west. And then the bright spot today, as we see as I advance one more day here, those flanks in the west, you know, they disappeared. We don't really see any hot spots, just a little tiny one right there. It's all now focused on the northeastern part of where that fire once started. And as I zoom and as I change the opacity here, you can see just exactly where I was saying these fire lines that have put up all of the heat. They're here, here, and here, which is exactly where the satellites have been detecting that fire. Now, we can also do the same thing over for the Eaton fire. As I zoom out over here, let's go into this area, and we're going to see on the first day, the Eaton fire, it exploded. It was not like the Palisades fire. End to end, we saw heat signatures all that day. The next day, we saw, it's going to populate here in a second as it gathers that data. It really, you could start to see the flanks change. And then the next day after that, it looks like, it was just about to populate. I apologize, I shifted it forward. The website's operating a little bit slowly, but you can see as the data fills in, this was on the 9th. You can see, again, the heartbreaking realization that this hotspot here was essentially homes that were burning in the Altadena area. As I change the opacity, you can see there those homes underneath there putting up that entire heat signature just shows that they were all on fire. And then the next day, the fire really did move up into the Mount Wilson area where they did a tremendous firefight to save the Mount Wilson Observatory and the antennas that were up there. And then this is today. The one bit of good news out there, look at how little the heat signature is for the Eaton fire. It's really burning off into the wilderness there. So I think that is why we are seeing the evacuation orders being lifted for Glendale, La Crescenta, Duarte, and Bradbury, because that fire really is starting to come under control. We see the containment numbers going up. But here you can see that heat signature still down there from the Palisades fire. As you can see on the right side of your screen, that hot spot in the Mandeville Canyon area continues to grow, but there is aerial assets still water bombing it this evening. Gio, Leslie?
Yeah, it's so incredible to see those satellite images. Of course, on your right here, you're seeing live pictures from Tarzana, where we continue to see the Palisades fire grow here. But earlier, I was seeing that CBS News had compiled these images, these comparisons, the Palisades fire compared to different cities, just how large it is. So the Palisades fire covers about 47 square miles, which is roughly the size of San Francisco's total area.
And that's incredible to think about, right? Because it's hard to sometimes put into perspective just how large these fires are. You give an acreage number, it's 20,000 plus acres, 22,000 plus acres. But sometimes when you shift that and put your perspective into this, it's like, okay, it really is that massive.
Yeah,
and
it would
impactful.
basically cover all of San Francisco, and also, and when you look at Boston, basically all of the city of Boston as well. So that just puts it into perspective as we're seeing those satellite images that Mark had for us here.
And once again, you're taking that live look out of Tarzana on the right, where those flames just seem to keep climbing ever so slightly these last few minutes, and the smoke is really billowing. The fire seems to be, at least in this particular spot, raging. We're going to keep an eye on this. In the meantime, let's get to meteorologist Olga Espina, because Olga, the winds, obviously, that's the headline when it comes to weather, the high wind warning and wind advisory starting here in just a few minutes. Is that correct?
It is starting at 6 o'clock. So yes, in just a few minutes, it will be going into effect, continuing through 2 o'clock on Sunday. So that includes high wind warning as well as wind advisory. And we will get a brief lull in the winds heading into tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. But then by Monday, winds are going to ramp up once again, and they actually will become more widespread. So it is incredible to say, but we will still continue with elevated fire danger all the way through the middle of next week. So the danger is not over. We still have many more days of this. It is very dry outside, a relative humidity down into the teens for a lot of areas. And of course, conditions, vegetation is very dry as well, as we have had minimal rain this season. In fact, the measurable rain that we had for places like Los Angeles was not since last spring. So extremely dry conditions, dry air and windy conditions, really creating very dangerous fire conditions that will continue with us through at least the middle of the week. We will take a look at the high wind warnings and wind advisories, where some of the areas are most impacted. And you can see once again through LA and Ventura, that will continue to be the case through tomorrow afternoon. But again, after that brief lull, we will still continue with more conditions. So you can see those strongest gusts up into parts of the San Gabriel, the foothill areas, gusts up to 65 miles per hour, sustained winds from the north-northeast, 25 miles per hour to 40 miles per hour. For parts of LA and Ventura, we're seeing gusts up to 45. That includes parts of Ventura County into the Malibu coastline. So dangerous conditions, but even if you are in the Inland Empire, if you are in Orange County, you are still looking at some strong winds. Look at the Inland Empire right now. We are seeing mid to upper 30s from Riverside into San Bernardino. We are seeing similar conditions for some of our valleys from Santa Clarita into Simi Valley and down into the Malibu area. So no matter where you are, if you are experiencing some light winds, that could change at a moment's notice. Here's a look at more of our winds across Southern California. Again, Inland Empire is one of those spots that's experiencing some of those stronger winds right now, and we'll continue to see that as we head into the coming days. So I want to take you through our futurecast and show you what is happening as we head into the next hour or two. You can see 40-mile-per-hour gusts across much of the higher elevations from the Inland Empire into the foothills of the San Gabriel. So for places like the Eaton fire, we are still looking at some strong gusty winds. We're seeing the winds pushing down from the Inland Empire down into Orange County. So really, no matter where you are likely to experience those strong gusty winds. And of course, if a new fire were to develop, it would spread very quickly. Sunday morning, still seeing some strong gusty winds through parts of Ventura into LA, Inland Empire as well, seeing some strong winds. And then there is that lull. So by the afternoon into the evening, things are really calming down for most of Southern California. But then Monday morning, look at this. We are in the 40, 50 mile per hour range. More widespread winds by Monday, extending into much of Ventura County, much of LA County. We're seeing the strong winds through the Inland Empire and filtering down into parts of Orange County too. So through the LA Basin, things are looking improving. Through the South Bay, things are looking okay as well. But really, most of us will be impacted by this. Still heading into Monday afternoon and into the Monday evening hours, and still into Tuesday as well. So we will continue with dangerous conditions really through at least the middle of the week, with that red flag warning that is critical fire danger through much of LA and Ventura. But again, even if you are not under the red flag warning, we're experiencing the dry conditions. We're experiencing the strong gusty winds also through the Inland Empire and Orange County. So you are also included in this elevated fire danger through the middle of next week. So here's a look at what we're watching. Again, the gusty winds through Sunday morning, at least for this round. Winds start to pick up again by Monday. High fire danger, stronger winds Monday through Wednesday, and then less wind finally by the end of the week, with a very small chance of getting a little bit of rain. We will take that if we can. Back to you.
Well, breaking news. Our fire coverage does continue here on KCAL News at 6 as the Palisades fire is exploding in size, taking a dramatic shift up the Santa Monica Mountain to Mandeville Canyon in Tarzana. What you're looking at live here is Tarzana.
It is threatening homes, forcing thousands to evacuate in parts of Brentwood and Encino. Thank you so much for joining us this evening as we continue our fire weather coverage. I'm Gio Insignares.
And I'm Leslie Maddine. Well, at least one home has burned in Mandeville Canyon today, and the winds starting to pick up speed once again.
The fire has burned more than 23,000 acres so far, 11% contained. Again, as you take this live look out of Tarzana right now, that's where CBS's Josh Sanders is set up for us. We're checking with him throughout the evening, but this is one of those images where you see the flames creeping up a little bit, and it starts to really worry some people naturally as it gets to this part of the night.
Yeah, the flames really glow at night, and that's when we start receiving most calls into our newsroom of people saying, just how close is this to my community? At this point, Josh was speaking to a fire captain in this area who says not only do they have support in the air, but on the ground, a lot of those crews are going to go in there and see what they can do about making sure they use those bulldozers to just clear out any brush. That equally important, as important, I should say, than the air support as well. You can see some of the crews there. But we should mention this area still very remote,
yes,
not near any neighborhoods just yet.
But speaking of neighborhoods, we know that the fire is threatening or pushing toward Brentwood. We want to check in with Christina Fan from CBS New York, live on Canyon Back Road now in the Mountain Gate neighborhood. Christine, I know when we checked in earlier with you, you said it was essentially a ghost town. How are things looking right now?
Well, Gio and Leslie, I don't know if you can hear, there's a lot of ambient noise behind us. We have a helicopter flying overhead, and we just had a fire engine drive through here. It does seem like the wind has definitely picked up a little. It feels a lot gustier than when we were here about 20 hours ago. And the fire also appears to have been moving in a more northern trajectory. There you see a water drop going on right now. It is moving again towards the northerly direction as opposed to the western side. So neighbors who live here on the ridge right over are a little bit relieved to see that, because again, they are just one ridge away from total devastation. And as you guys mentioned, as the sun sets right now, you can really see the bright orange flames coming to the foreground, trying to make a run down Mandeville Canyon. But of course, firefighters are trying to stop its advance. The helicopters and aircraft have been making water and retardant drops all day. We saw them successfully, for now, manage to stave off the destruction of a home at the bottom of the canyon. But here again on the ridge, as Eddie, well, it's really dark, so I don't know if we pan to the right if you can see any of the homes there, but they are really hoping to stop the flames from hitting this community. So you can see this is a rather large community here on Canyon Back Road right here, and you can see it is a ghost town as we described before. You just see that one car with a lone pair of headlights shining in the distance there. And you can really tell from how firefighters are stationing their trucks how the fire is progressing. Last night on the street, every 50 feet or so, we saw a fire engine. Today, there are only a handful left. It's again because the fire seems to be progressing more north than west. It also appears the homes to the south of us might be in the clear. So to give you a lay of the land again, this is the south of us. Yesterday, there was a fire engine station at about every driveway. Today, we do not see them anymore. Since the fire is going towards a more northerly direction, we did see some fire trucks and fire engines stationed towards this direction. And at the very end of this cul-de-sac, this development, you can't see anymore because it's so dark, there's actually a hill. We'll just continue walking this way a little bit. There's actually a hill at the very, very edge, and there were about, I want to say, 7 to 8 bulldozers on that ridge all afternoon, going back and forth, creating quite a dust storm, but nobody was complaining. And what they were working on were trying to get rid of all the low-lying vegetation that was so dry and so brittle. So they worked all afternoon. That hill has basically been razed, completely razed. All you see now is dirt and dust. And we did speak with one of the neighbors who lives about 2 homes down from that hill. He was very relieved to see firefighters taking care of that. Take a listen.
If the fire come to the ridge, it's getting very close. But the minute they come down, then it become very dangerous, because after they come down, the next thing is coming up process is really fast. And if they already starting down, And if we wait until they start coming up, it was too late. So we decided to do that, to evacuate at that time.
Yeah, and we spoke to that gentleman maybe 2 or 3 hours ago. He had just come back. He said last night he and his wife left in such a rush. They left some important medications behind. So they came back. They saw the firefighters at work on the hillside, and they felt very relieved to see that. We also checked in with him and asked, how is the situation compared to when he evacuated last night? He says that it does seem promising that the fire is making its way north as opposed to west, potentially hitting this community. So he is grateful for the firefighters, and that little bit of dialogue you heard between us was when I asked him, what prompted him to finally make the decision to leave. Just like all of his neighbors, there's just nobody left on the street. And he said after consulting with some of the firefighters here in the neighborhood, they told him that if the fire were to crest the ridge, make a run down into the canyon, and then come up this ridge, it would just be a matter of minutes. And, he and his wife did not want to take that chance, and that's a story we're hearing again and again. So before we toss it back to you guys, I want to give you another look right now. So the situation actually seems a lot like yesterday. It's just that the fire line has progressed further up and out, a little bit out of the vicinity of this community, which, we talked about this yesterday. It's so hard for people to feel relief, because as you see the fire line progress and you think to yourself, oh my gosh, thankfully it appears my community may have been spared. You know that there are other homes that lie in the direction now of the fire line, and you almost feel guilty in a way for wishing, that the fire is going in another direction. So just such a complexity of emotions we are all dealing with. For now, reporting live from Brentwood, Christina Fan for KCAL News.
Christina, thank you. And yes, it really is striking, right, to think about that, because you're so focused on you and your family naturally in your home, but then it's impacting so many people, and it can feel so overwhelming to think about all of that at once.
Yeah, lots of range of emotion. But Christina, I found it so interesting. You were there last night, and while the fire department will determine if an area is safe, it is such a contrast from 24 hours ago when you were saying you saw the fire trucks just pretty much lined up all around this neighborhood.
Yes, that's exactly right. Yesterday, not only did we have fire trucks here, CHP, they were also here. I imagine they were here to help with the evacuations because it was still very fresh. They had only been issued a few hours ago. Today, we're seeing more of the heavy machinery rather than the firefighters. We saw all of those dozers again earlier, and you can see some of this looks like a truck, and we saw some flatbed trucks earlier today too, and it was just quite a sight to see an entire line of 9 dozers leaving the area after completing the work on that hill. So, but one thing to mention is a lot of families might think, oh, now that the fire appears to be burning out of the vicinity, why are these mandatory evacuation orders still in effect? And that's because, while the brush in many areas it is gone, there is still plenty of fuel in the canyon, places where the fire didn't manage to reach. And if those wind directions change, as we, fear that they could tonight, the fire could, come back, in a sense, go in a different direction, and that is why it is still not safe for residents to return.
Yeah, always taking the utmost precautions. Christina, thank you so much from Brentwood. Well, firefighters are staging on the other end, the western flank right now in Tarzana of this Palisades fire.
And reporter Josh Sanders from CBS Philadelphia is there. Josh, we know, and just your live shot, it's been quite the dramatic change in just some of the flames and the smoke billowing up. What are you seeing from where you are right now?
Yeah, guys, well, it's a very active scene out here, and like you said, those winds are really fueling these fires, and it has, the winds have picked up since we've been here. I am going to move out of the way so you can see on the other side, we're on the Tarzana side of the Palisades fire. On the other side of the ridge, you see the bright glow from the fire, flames peeking over the ridge. Now, there are hand crews here along with water tenders. We've seen water tenders come up to where we are. They have gotten water, and then they go right back to battle those flames. Crews are working tirelessly to build a contingency line that's preventing the fire from moving forward. It's a crucial barrier. Think of it like as a shield. This area is remote, which is a good thing. Now, there are local crews here from Northern California, along with local crews. A lot of them have been here for several days. We spoke to that LA City fire captain captain who said, he actually told me he was the first to be on scene when the Palisades fire initially erupted, but he's talked about the resiliency of these crews and how the wind really, again, is the wild card, as we saw last night and overnight, as the Palisades fire picked right back up again. But right now, there's some optimism that the work that they're doing, that critical work of building that contingency line, is working. Now, as we go forward into the night, and depending on what these winds do, that could change the story. But as of now, they're finding success. Now, we're at a high state of readiness right now. I just want to tell everyone that. That's the reason I've been off camera and kind of just taking some time just to see what's going on, because we're told that there could be some LA City Fire choppers that will land here within the hour. And if that's the case, we may have to move just out of safety reasons. And there's a number of crews here that also may have to move. And so, we're making sure that we are staying out of the way of what they're doing, because, they're the ones that are they're doing the hard work. They're doing the hard work, working tirelessly to make sure that people are safe. So again, just to recap, I'll stand out of the way again. You can see we're on the Tarzana side. The other side of that ridge, you can see the glow from the Palisades fire. You have hand crews here. You have water tenders. What we've seen since we've been here over the last hour, water tenders will come up here. They'll get water. They'll go right back to that fire, building that contingency line, that shield that prevents the flames from going forward. They really are the heroes and the wild card, as everyone is, as you guys have been talking, as I've been listening. It's the winds. What are the winds going to do? But it's just incredible. Obviously, when the sun goes down, the bright lights of fire will go up. You can see just that orange glow. It's eerie. I know that, people that may be watching us right now, you see something like this, it could cause some anxiety. Hey, what's happening? What's going to, is this going to impact where I live? This area right now is remote. And for what officials have told us, they're finding success right now in that contingency line that they have been working hard over the last couple of days to make happen, guys.
And Josh, all good points you're making there. I want to reiterate something when you were having your interview with the fire captain from earlier, in case anybody missed it, where reinforcing that point about the winds, saying that these fire reinforcements do help. The winds, though, make things a bit squirrely, but they're removing that fuel from the ground bed, continuing their efforts even into the night. So it's good to see that work continuing, even as those flames and that sense of eeriness sort of persists this evening.
Yeah, very much so. And to your point, Gio, it's those winds. And now as we've been here, those winds have picked up. They have picked up. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
Josh, you mentioned that some of the aircraft may have to land where you're at. We also know there's water tenders there. Are they trying to get water? What exactly would happen, or are they just landing in that area? I found that really interesting.
So what I've been told, I couldn't tell you the details if they're landing here to get water or not. When they first explained it to me, it sounded like that was the case, but I don't have that confirmed, so I'm not sure. I do know, though, within the hour you're going to have a helicopter here landing, a couple of them here landing. So I'll work to get that information, because I do think that's crucial information. It's a great question.
It'll be interesting to see them just up close. Always a moment as we're watching them fight these fires from the sky, those precise drops. Josh, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we want to get to KCAL's Lauren Posen live on West Ridge Road, looking down into Mandeville Canyon, an area we have been monitoring where fire crews are trying to protect homes. Lauren.
That's right, Leslie. And the wind has definitely been picking up. There's a fence here that I've been holding on to so I don't fall. So I'm going to be very careful as I step out of the way to show you the mountain here. It's looking pretty good. You know, you can see the glow, a little bit of the glow there. And those flashlights you see, those are all the firefighters on the ground. They're clearing the brush there. And they've been working this whole mountain this whole day here. Some of the firefighters there are the inmate firefighters that are also on the ground helping control these fires here. So they've been here. I haven't seen any water drops in the last hour or so, but what's concerning is that other side where you see that glow coming out there. I just don't know how big the flames are or what's going on over there. We just can't see. But you can see that there's tons of firefighters here, so they are on it. And there's also a helicopter in the sky there. They got eyes all over this mountain here. There are a couple of hot spots, but that doesn't seem to be much of a concern. When I spoke to one of the fire captains earlier today, oh, well, this might be a water drop. Let's see here. Yeah, this might be something. Let's take a listen or look here and see what happens. If we can see through the smoke. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. What precision with those water drops. You know, these pilots are dealing with such chaotic conditions here in the sky, and, you know, they're navigating, you know, through mountains, this high wind, and they're able to drop that water just perfectly on those flames. We also saw earlier today they were dropping fire retardant on the mountain as well. If you were watching earlier, you might have seen that red on the mountain there. That's great. What that does is it stops the fire. It slows the spread of the fire. So it won't put it out, but it slows the spread, which is very good. In talking to the fire captain earlier today as well, he was telling me these firefighters have been working 40 hours a day to get these, you know, to help battle these flames here with no breaks. But they're getting a lot of help, though. You know, we saw earlier firefighters from Mexico are here. I hear another big chopper, so let's see what they're doing. You can see they got that big spotlight, which is really helpful because it's so dark out here. I know they have night vision too, but that's also great. And maybe they're going to do a water drop as well. Let's see. Looks like it. That's really the area they're focusing on. Yep, there we go, another water drop. You know, they are on it here. And also in the neighborhood, which is just a stone's throw away from where we are, there's a lot of houses. There's fire engines up and down these roads here. So they are ready just in case something were to happen, that the fire jumped, they're ready to take action. And, you know, also in speaking with the fire captain, as we've been hearing all day long, but I like the way he said it. He says the wind is king. And so, you know, this wind, it's unpredictable. If it changes direction, that changes the game plan. But they are definitely ready for anything that happens tonight. So they're just really, really prepared. Leslie and Gio?
Yeah, Lauren, one of the things before we let you go is that, you know, the consistency of those water drops is something to take a look at and something to see. And the precision, as you pointed out, is extraordinary. And in fact, and I paint what I'm about to say in a good way, it makes it hard to see what we're looking at live shot wise because they're doing such a great job of dropping the water there on that fire, in that at the touch, and maybe you can fill me in a little bit better, is that at most you see kind of a quick flare up though there, right there, but otherwise, you know, not seeing it is a good thing in this case.
Right, Gio. Thank you. Yes, exactly. And that's really positive. Yeah. I see the little bit of the flare up there, but it's nothing nothing too dramatic right now, which is good compared to what we saw earlier today. So yeah, that's a really, really good sign. That I feel it's a good sign, at least, you know, that we're not seeing like what we saw last night. That was really scary. Well, this whole week has been scary, to be honest, but last night when we were on the freeway on the 101, we saw that orange glow as we were driving in Sherman Oaks, and I mean, it's terrifying. This is still pretty scary, but not as bad as last night. And one of the things I was told today also is that this fire is burning. This particular area here has already been burned. The direction it's going, the area has already been burned. So it's got nothing else to burn. You know, that's why they really want to keep it up here as opposed to it going further where the homes are. So I really feel that things are really positive here, and I hope this stays this way as, you know, the night goes on here, because it looks good right now.
Yeah, and just as we see those flare-ups, you know, you probably will hear it soon, those choppers start coming in, making those water drops, which is why I think there is such a tone of positivity, especially where you're standing from, Lauren. Yeah. And even a live look at on the other end, what we're showing here. I believe that's Mandeville Canyon, right, Mark?
Yes, that is Mandeville Canyon. What you are looking at, this is SkyCal looking at the eastern side. I should say the eastern side of the firefight here. This is still that very large hotspot. I'm going to double check and look at the radar, but I'm pretty sure that what we are looking at here, that is SkyCal. Yeah, they are floating around the right near the intersection of the 101 and the 405, looking to the south, and that is that hotspot. But there's something that I wanted to talk about here that involves discovering exactly how all of this started. What you're looking at in the lower left-hand part of your screen is an alert from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms in the Los Angeles chapter. And it might be a little small, so I'm going to read it to you here. This was posted earlier today. It says the ATF will now take the lead in determining the origin and cause of the Pacific Palisades fire. Certified fire investigators have been on scene and will continue to work in conjunction with state and local investigators to determine the cause of this tragic event. So we now know federal authorities are now assisting state and local authorities in determining exactly how the Pacific Palisades fire began on Tuesday morning. And I can tell you a little bit about where it did begin, because here at the desk, we were actually working on this earlier that day. We had heard the fire start up in the area of Piedra Morada Drive. And I'm going to bring you out to an idea of where Piedra Morada Drive is. You can see this is the fire footprint. I'm going to remove the evacuation zones and the fire footprint and show you that that morning, it was right in this area here that LA City Fire responded multiple strike crews due to a brush fire that was burning in this neighborhood. And it was actually Lockman Lane right there and Charmel Lane right there, where they said they needed 10 more engines because homes in this neighborhood were going up, and those were the first sort of properties that were destroyed in what would become one of the most devastating fires in the history of Southern California. But as I bring back the evacuation zones and the fire footprint, you can see just how far the fire expanded from that Tuesday morning on Piedra Morada Drive. And the ATF is now working with arson investigators from multiple fire agencies to determine exactly how it started. Now, the winds were very high that morning, and it is a mountainous region, so that fire spread so quickly. And what you're looking at there on the right side of your screen is the continuing efforts to fight that fire. I'm going to go to my radar and see what helicopter that is that's coming in. That is very likely a Sikorsky Firehawk that perhaps is coming south to do a water drop right there, 1,000 gallons. That's absolutely the silhouette of one of those Firehawks. That one's from the county of Los Angeles that is currently fighting. There have been so many agencies that have lent their assistance to the just exhausted members of the Los Angeles City Fire Department in fighting this, including LA County, Ventura County. There's actually an Orange County fire airship up here doing water drops as well. And even though it is nighttime, those fixed wing assets, those MD-87s and DC-10s, those large jets, they don't fly at night. So this entire battle is now going to be conducted by those pilots in pitch blackness, just using those spotlights and whatever gear they have on board to navigate these canyons of Mandeville Canyon to finally get those hot spots out, because they really need this fire to lay down before the winds pick up again. Leslie and Gio.
Yeah, truly. Mark, it's so interesting. The ATF is going to be the lead agency on this. I don't think I've covered a fire where the ATF then comes in and starts to investigate this, but I'm looking at why that may be, and it's just simply the magnitude of these fires and how big they are. And I think it just speaks to the fact that all of our resources, local, state, and federal, are now helping and leaning and giving their assistance to just figuring out everything from what started it to also fighting it to protecting neighborhoods with the National Guard.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And, you know, having a federal agency be a part of the investigation means federal resources, federal funds, federal equipment, federal labs. These are going to be some of the most state-of-the-art pieces of equipment, and they're going to be able to process the evidence and the scene so much better. Certainly the Los Angeles City Fire Department has world-class arson investigators, but having having the backing of a federal agency in your investigation leads to an almost unlimited or virtually unlimited amount of resources, manpower, and funding to get to the bottom of how this started. And certainly those investigators will not rest until they find out how that fire started in that neighborhood near Piedra Morada that Tuesday morning.
Yeah, we're talking about an agency, the LA Fire Department, that when this first started, they were really the only agency fighting this. A few hours in, we got agencies from across Southern California, but you can imagine everyone was hands-on with this in those first few hours. So I'm sure even the arson investigators, you know, they're probably going to work hand in hand with the ATF, but you can imagine they're doing many jobs right now.
Yeah, they certainly are. And, you know, this is certainly an unprecedented event in Southern California history, and really the cooperation between so many different agencies. It's not just firefighting, it's also law enforcement. LA County Sheriffs and LAPD, they're in each other's jurisdictions, patrolling areas to make sure that there is no looting. There is also, you know, we know that the FBI is investigating whoever did that drone strike, basically flew their drone and caused it to strike. One of those so valuable CL-415 Super Scoopers from Canada. I had mentioned the other day, we're going to have to explain to Canada how we broke one of their Super Scoopers. Yeah, I'm sure they'll understand, but it's going to get fixed by Monday. I have not seen those Super Scoopers in action at all today. They're probably making sure that they are retrofitted and ready to fly. Thankfully, the crew of that Super Scooper was able to land, and the damage was to that wing. They were able to fly back to Van Nuys Airport, which is their home base. They actually sit right next to SkyCal, believe it or not.
Oh, wow.
SkyCal, oftentimes when they take off from Van Nuys for news stories, they see those Super Scoopers on duty in just a couple of hangars over, ready to fly. But one of them, perhaps both of them, grounded until they can get to the bottom of that drone incident. And, you know, what we are seeing now is just this hotspot here in Mandeville Canyon continuing to smolder. But, you know, it looks kind of bright and scary down there, but those really, for those of us that have covered fires for so long, we know that this is actually a pretty good looking fire in the sense that we're not seeing those fire tornadoes. We're not seeing tall flame lengths. We're not seeing light flashy fuels. We're seeing a pretty stable fire line here, which certainly the people who live in Mandeville Canyon are happy to see. Those embers up in the hillside indicate that that vegetation has already burned and will not burn again. So as they continue to do these water drops, hopefully they'll get this hotspot out.
Certainly, and it always goes back to resources, right? And having all of those resources, as we've mentioned, will be tremendously helpful. Mark, thank you. With that, let's get to Olga now, because we want to go back and talk about those winds, because now they are center stage. This is the headline as we enter these evening and overnight hours, because Olga, this is something that's not just going to be a couple hour thing. This is something you're going to be keeping an eye on for at least a little bit longer.
At least a little bit longer, and you know, in the long term, it's going to be at least through the middle of the week. So we will get a bit of a lull as we head into later in the day on Sunday. But want to show you, yes, we have high wind warnings, wind advisories that just went into effect in the last half hour, and that includes a lot of Southern California. So especially for LA and Ventura, where we are going to be experiencing some really strong gusts from that 30, 40, 50, 60 mile per hour range. You can see some of those stronger winds across some of those higher elevations, but even for Orange County into the Inland Empire, you too will be impacted by all of this. Let's take a look at conditions for some of the areas where we are seeing evacuations. In Encino from the Palisades fire, we're looking at gusts 30 miles per hour. So still some very dangerous conditions, and humidity levels are very dry, down into the teens, currently at 16%. And also for places like Brentwood, also seeing some evacuations due to the Palisades fire moving into that region. We're looking at humidity there a little bit better, 26%, but winds are still at nearly 30 miles per hour as far as wind gusts. So we continue with a lot of impacts. We're looking at Santa Clarita and Kissimmee Valley, Malibu with gusts in the 30s, 19 miles per hour for the Pasadena area, and Inland Empire also with mid-30s in Riverside, upper 20s in San Bernardino. And again, keep in mind, we just had a lot of these advisories and warnings for winds going into effect. So these numbers are only expected to get stronger as we head into later tonight and into still the early part of Sunday. So winds futurecast, there you have it. You can see those strong winds across some of those higher elevations. San Gabriel still being impacted, Inland Empire down into Orange County. Here we are tomorrow morning, also still seeing those strong gusty winds moving into parts of Ventura County too. And then by the afternoon, look at this, those winds kind of start to break apart. We're not looking at the widespread winds across those areas, and we'll continue to see those lighter winds heading into the evening hours of Sunday. So at this point, winds are pretty relaxed, very localized, some moderate winds through the IE, but other than that, no issues as far as the winds. This will be a very short-lived break because Monday morning, here we are 9:20 a.m. and we are seeing gusts in the 30-40 mile per hour range through some of our valleys, through the San Gabriel Valley, moving into parts of Ventura County and Inland Empire into Orange County. Continuing strong as we head into the afternoon hours. You even see some purples there. That indicates gusts in that 50 mile per hour range, and we'll continue with some strong winds heading into Monday afternoon and still into Monday night. So Monday is going to be another very windy day, and still heading into Tuesday also, and even potentially for the early part of Wednesday. So this is still going to be a multi-day event. And just to give you an idea of kind of that brief lull that we'll be getting, places like Burbank through the San Fernando Valley still seeing gusts in the 30s as we head into later tonight and very early tomorrow morning. And then look at that, the winds start to drop down into the teens and even single digits still into the afternoon hours and into the evening hours. But then they start to pick up again as we head into Monday. So here is what we are watching. Those gusty Santa Ana winds still continuing through Sunday morning, at least for this round. High fire danger, that continues through next week, through Wednesday of next week, with those stronger winds potentially moving in Monday through Wednesday, and then less wind after that as we head into next weekend, with a very small chance of getting a little bit of rain. So it's not going to be much, but we will take that. Along with that will come increased humidity for us as well. So that would be a welcome change for us also. There's that red flag warning impacting most of us here in Southern California. So all the way from Ventura County, parts of LA into the Inland Empire, as well as Orange County. This still continues for another 4 days. So we still have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It is just very little relief in the immediate future. And there is the humidity. Humidity levels still very low for a lot of areas, in the teens. We have 18% in Santa Clarita, Burbank at 13%. We're in the teens and even single digits for much of the Inland Empire. So some very dry conditions outside, as well as very dry vegetation with a very little rain that we've been experiencing. And of course, with all of this smoke across much of Southern California, we're also experiencing very poor air quality. So we'll continue with this. We'll continue tracking this for you through the night as we are seeing those winds starting to pick up, and they'll continue to increase as we head into later tonight. Back to you.
Olga, thank you so much. We do want to provide an update for you just into our newsroom. The death toll from these fires now, that's up to 16, according to the medical examiner's office.
Yeah, we want to bring in Mark Liu. Mark, we're just getting this into our newsroom, and sadly, this is something we have been anticipating. We know the city of Pasadena was using cadaver dogs to go through homes today, homes where people had already even said that they had left and are safe. They are doing that just to make sure they go through every single property. But Mark, I know we're learning a little bit about some of these deaths.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The Department of Medical Examiner, the LA County Medical Examiner, has just released the most comprehensive report that we have seen so far. And actually, if you can bring it up on my screen, there's a lot of data here that I want to go through. This just came out about a half an hour ago, and we've been looking at it. This is from the County of Los Angeles Medical Examiner, the number of deaths and the lists of where they were found and information about those deaths. Now you can see here, they're listed here, which fire they've, it's either the Palisades or the Eaton fire. Let me see if I can actually get this to be a little bit bigger so that you can read it a little bit better. There, I've zoomed in. So you can see here, there's many cases. There's 16 all the way down. And I'm gonna zoom in and show first one here, the Palisades. from the Palisades fire. This person died, they say, in the hospital. The status pending legal next of kin notification. Decedent is a man in his 80s. And then on the 3400 block of Monte Rosa Drive in Altadena, the Eaton fire, they have identified the body that was found there. I'll show you this one. It is a man named Victor Shaw. They said the cause, smoke inhalation and thermal injuries. Of the 16 so far on this list, he is the only one that has been identified. There is also a column here, right here, whether or not these are confirmed human remains. And as I go down this list, you can see the Eaton and Palisades fire on Altapine Drive. It is an unidentified body, but confirmed to be human remains. Also in the 20,900 block of Pacific Coast Highway, unidentified, but confirmed to be human remains. There were some remains found here in the Eaton fire on West Terrace Street, 100 block. It says at the Department of Medical Examiner, they have not yet confirmed if that is human remains. And then these two here in the Palisades on Roca Chica Drive and Friend Street in Pacific Palisades, both confirmed to be human remains but unidentified. And then these three in the Eaton fire on Tonya Avenue, two of them on the same block on Tonya Avenue and one on East Los Forest Drive, all confirmed to be human remains as well. And then a final one here in Palisades on the 22,100 block of Swenson Drive in Topanga, an unidentified body confirmed to be human remains. Now the finals down here, all from the Eaton fire on East Sacramento Street, West Terrence Street, Krenz Avenue, Wapello Street, and Pine Street. These remains are all at the Department of the Medical Examiner or waiting for a Department of Medical Examiner response to come claim them. They have not been confirmed as human remains, but we believe they are suspected as such as these remains were taken to the Department of Medical Examiner. So 16 deaths confirmed so far in both of these fires, split between Palisades and Eaton. And unfortunately, the tragic fact remains is that there continues to be a search with cadaver dogs through the hundreds, even thousands of homes and structures that have been destroyed, and we may see more of those human remains brought to the county medical examiner's office in the coming days.
It's just heartbreaking.
It is absolutely heartbreaking, Mark, because out of these 16 people, and the ones that we do know have been confirmed human remains, only one died in the hospital. The rest, we don't know their stories, and we hope to one day learn all of their stories and all of their names. But you know, the rest died in their communities when these fires quickly swept through possibly their homes. We don't know if they were leaving, but or if they were there, or if it was just they were overcome by the fire rushing through there. It is just absolutely heartbreaking to see that the reality of this situation.
Yeah, it really is. You've made a very important observation that these bodies were all discovered at these locations in these neighborhoods. So the remains very likely may be damaged very severely due to the intensity of the fire, which means they may need medical records like dental records or DNA in order to identify them, which is going to prolong that process. That is going to take it longer to get closure for their families to finally come to the realization that their loved one did pass away in this fire. And it's also an unfortunate a case of people who did not evacuate. Either they chose not to evacuate or they were unable to evacuate because of the speed of the fire. And so the medical examiner is going to continue to work through these coming days and weeks to identify those remains, very likely through dental records if they're available, or DNA if the family is able to provide that information as well.
Yeah, a lot of work still to do, and just unbelievably tragic on top of that. Worth letting you know one more time, 16 deaths in these SoCal fires. We're learning this evening, 11 from the Eaton fire, 5 from the Palisades fire so far. Let's get to KCAL News reporter Lori Perez now live in Pacific Palisades tonight.
And Lori, we have to ask, what is the latest there? But I know you yourself, you've been covering the Palisades fire from the very beginning, and to hear those numbers just continue to rise, I know even as someone that's been in those communities, it's just a heart-wrenching number.
It is. And I was trying not to think about that right before the live shot, but it is. I mean, I was going to say before I begin, what I'm going to talk about here is that, you know, we go through these communities every day and we cover stories with people, good and bad stories, and they become, you know, our community. They are our community, and they become friends, and they become sources. And it's heartbreaking to think of all of the people who have been affected, but especially hearing that death toll rise is very difficult to hear.
But I want to tell you that we are here on Sunset Boulevard, not far from the Riviera Country Club. This is an area that is under evacuation orders. And we are here not because there's necessarily any flames around here, but the cell phone signals, the signals are very difficult all throughout Los Angeles County now. And this is the closest area that we could get to get up on TV. We just came down from Mandeville Canyon, where there are active flames as we speak. That's about a mile away. We do have some video to show you on Mandeville Canyon Road. All the way up Mandeville Canyon Road to the top, there are dozens of firefighters and dozens of fire engines positioned all the way up and down. That is because the fire has been coming down the hillsides. At points, we saw flames a few yards away from the streets, a few yards away from the back of homes, with ground crews actively watching and working to suppress them. And they are getting lots of help from above, which is much of Mandeville Canyon Road is doused in that bright red and pink fire retardant that we're so familiar with. Houses and cars and yards just covered with that stuff. Looking, I thought something out of Willy Wonka, but gratefully so, no doubt. That retardant doesn't extinguish the flames, but it certainly does stop them in their tracks, slows them down in their tracks, so that crews do have the opportunity to attack them with water and other things. And we saw air support, in fact, following with water drops. There is a lot that can go up in that canyon along with the homes. It is a beloved area of wooded areas. They love to live up in that canyon because of all of the brush and trees and nature around. But that, of course, is ripe to burn. And there are, unfortunately, a good number of eucalyptus trees, which we also noticed, which, of course, are highly flammable. We spoke with a homeowner who said that he helped a firefighter to try and put out some of the flames around his neighbor's eucalyptus trees. He told us he has lived in that canyon for more than 60 years and says he's been amazed this time around by the number of crews on the ground and in the air who are helping Mandeville Canyon. He feels as if they are keeping it under control, but certainly knows from 60 years of fire seasons how quickly the conditions can change, how the flames seem to die down at one point, but just as quickly flare up again. And he is under no circumstance letting his guard down as tonight or for the next few days, and nor should he. We saw several instances where areas had big active flames that could quickly come down those hillsides into the yards and then, catch the houses on fire. We are going to be keeping an eye on things in Mandeville Canyon to see if they do progress over the next few hours. For now, I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Lori, thank you so much. Well, reporter Josh Sanders from CBS Philadelphia is live in Tarzana tonight. Josh, has the situation changed much since we last checked in with you?
Hey, good evening, guys. Good to be with you. It really hasn't. We're on standby right now. At some point, we're told that some LA City choppers may be landing. So if that happens, we will have to pivot. But right now, we're on the Tarzana side of the Palisades fire. And you can see behind me, just right over the ridge, the orange glow of the fire. We're going to have Will pan in. Now, I will say, since we've gotten here, though, the wind has picked up, and that really is the question on everyone's mind. How will these north to northeast winds impact the fight against the fire, and what the mission, the mission that everyone is on here right now, and to stop the fire from going forward. Since our crew arrived, we've seen really just heroic efforts by multiple hand crews here, water tenders, as they come and go with water here and then back to create that barrier that we've been talking about, designed to halt the fire's spread from coming forward. The line stands as a vital, shield protecting the area. Local crews, along with teams from Northern California, they're here. They've been here for several days in a row. Some crews have been here from the very beginning. Earlier, we spoke with an LA City fire captain who praised the resilience of the crews and what they've faced. But they told us this is where they want to be. But again, that question that's on everyone's mind right now is, how are the winds going to impact what these crews are doing? And I am starting to see some movement. So I just want to make sure that we're not in anyone's way. We've had some crews, leave this area and go up to the ridge, guys. But again, since our crew has been here, the winds, that's the question. The winds are starting to pick up. How is that going to impact folks? How's that going to impact what they're doing? But going back to what the captain told us, he's optimistic about what they've accomplished in creating that barrier from preventing the fire from going forward. These guys are our heroes that are out here.
Yeah, truly. There's so much more movement behind you right now. We're seeing what looks like possibly firefighting crews there as well. I know the captain spoke about them working throughout the night.
I'm so sorry. I lost IFB. Give me 1 second.
We'll let Josh.
And I think they are going to have to. Here, 1 second.
Josh lost his IFB, which allows him to hear what we're saying here in studio and asking him all these questions. But take a look, North Tahoe.
Yeah,
Fire district,
and
all the way out there.
it speaks to the number of resources that have come in to help out here in Southern California, because it's not just that, even stretching all the way out to the Eaton fire, and you see Kern County fire trucks out there as well. It's just bits and pieces that are a constant reminder of just how much effort is going into this right now. But a reminder as Josh gets himself situated there, whether we come to him in the next couple of minutes or later on, it does not matter. It's really a point of emphasizing where he is right now, because this stage here, essentially where he's at in his location, LA City choppers are potentially landing in his spot, and we checked in about an hour ago to see if and when that was going to happen. Doesn't seem like there's a clear indication as to when that's going to happen, but at least we know, and we have been seeing part of that consistent effort in attacking this fire from all sides, because he's on the Tarzana side right now, as opposed to when we've been checking in on the Brentwood side, on the Mandeville Canyon side with everybody else.
Yeah, and speaking of that, we want to get to our Lauren Posen, because we are monitoring the Palisades fire from all edges of it. Right now, you're on West Ridge Road, looking down into Mandeville Canyon, where fire crews are trying to protect homes there. Lauren, what's the situation?
Well, Leslie and Gio, they're doing a really great job. You know, I want to show you the mountain over here. If you've been with us, when we first started, the glow was really easy to spot. Now it's getting smaller and smaller. And that's because of the aggressive way these firefighters are fighting these flames here. It's really remarkable to see between the ground crews, which there's a couple still I see in my view sight. They're doing these fire lines here on the bottom. They have hoses, and they're hosing down the mountain just in case that fire would come down. But between the crews on the ground and then the choppers in the sky doing just the precision water drops that we've seen all throughout the start of this fire, they are really, really it feels like and it looks like a good position. Also, when we first got here too, that there was a huge plume of smoke and haze over this mountain here. You could barely see through it. And I know the winds are helping with this, but I can see the mountain now. I couldn't see it when we first got here, so I think that's very positive. I also I see a little glares I don't want to call them hot spots, but they're just little dots in the mountain there that are red. I guess they are hot spots technically, but they're very small, so they seem very non-threatening, which is very good. When I talked to the fire captain earlier today, he was telling me that these firefighters have been working 40-hour shifts. And, as we mentioned, they're attacking this fire from the ground and the air. The unified support, I think, is just astonishing. Not only do we have all of our firefighters in California are helping, from I've seen, Redondo trucks up here at Manhattan Beach, Ventura County, but also firefighters from out of state too. The Seattle firefighters, I was told, were helping with this area last night of the Palisades fire. So really, just the support is remarkable. And also, we have inmate crews on the ground as well. It's too dark, unfortunately, to show you. But if you ever, when you're watching and you see people with orange helmets on, those are the inmate crews. So that's really wonderful too, that they're out here helping as this fire continues. When I spoke with the fire chief also, he was telling me that, the wind is king. And so that's really what we're all hinging on here tonight, watching where this wind goes. and they are ready. Either way, there's so many firefighters here, including the firefighters. Well, actually, I can't show you them, but I can show you the neighborhood. I think, Greg, can we show them a little bit? I know it's dark, but these are the homes, so you can see how close this mountain is to this section of homes, and this is just a small portion of the homes in this area here. Everyone's been evacuated. I haven't seen anybody up here, which is a very good thing. We want to honor those evacuation orders. But the firefighters, they are here. The National Guard, they are here at the bottom of the hill, making sure that no looting goes on or anything like that. This area is very well protected, both on the fire front and also on the safety front, too, with the houses, as people wait to get the all clear to come home. Leslie and Gio?
And Lauren, before we let you go, obviously, in the last we checked in with you probably 30, 40 minutes ago or so, and we've constantly been seeing those water drops over top on that hill. Have we seen any? Have you seen any in the last 30, 40 minutes or so?
I have, well, 30 minutes, yes, I have. I have seen a couple more, not as frequent as we did earlier in the day, but I like to think, and Mark will probably, Mark can maybe help me with this, maybe the less water drops we see, the better the situation is, that they're really getting a handle on this. But I haven't seen any recently, but in the last half hour I've seen, one or two go by. But I really feel that this is looking good right now, and this is what we want to see. We want to see it stay, keep it under control over there.
Yeah, in fact, I'm seeing an update from Eric Scott, one of the public information officers with LAFD, within the last hour, saying that he called this contained, and he said it was really thanks to firefighters' hard work, but also effective brush clearance from a lot of the homeowners. We talk about that brush clearance that they need to have, that you should do to protect your home, especially in these areas. And he really gave kudos to the fact that firefighters were able to get an upper hand on this because of that.
Oh, right, and that's really hats off to the residents here who did that brush clearance. That is so important, because as you can see, as we've been talking, it's been so dry. The humidity is not in our favor here, and so that it doesn't take much to start a fire. So it's really great that they were able to clear that. Also, speaking of the brush clearance too, Leslie, you reminded me that the captain was telling me the path that this fire is and was going is right along a path that's already been burned. So that's a good thing, because it can't burn anymore. So it's very, very positive over here, and we hope it stays like this.
Absolutely. Lauren, thank you so much for that. On that note, let's bring in assignment manager Mark Liu, now live at the desk with an update. Mark?
Yeah, I'll tell you, Gio and Leslie, to what Lauren was talking about, it is true there are not as many water drops happening in the lower part of Mandeville Canyon where she was. Most of the water dropping aircraft have returned to base, either to take a break and get their crews some rest, or to refuel, check them out, make sure that they're okay, and get back into the fight. There are still two operating in the area, one from CAL FIRE and one from LA County Fire, but they're not in the south of Mandeville Canyon where Lauren was. They're actually on the western edge, closer to the Topanga or Tarzana area. That's the opposite side of where we are now. But this hotspot continues to burn here in the Mandeville Canyon area. This is the north part of the Mandeville Canyon area. There was that CH-47 Chinook that was operating in the darkness. It has returned to Van Nuys Airport. It's unclear when it will come back, if it will come back tonight, but it has been operating for hours. I'm sure that pilot needed to be switched out, and it needed some fuel and to be checked out by engineering to make sure that it is still okay to go back to the fire. These aircraft, they're flying in heavy amounts of particulate matter. They have filtration systems for their engine, but they want to make sure everything is operating on that aircraft before they get it back into service. Now, if you come out to my screen, I'm going to show you where SkyCal is and what we're looking at here. SkyCal has been floating around in this area over in the northern part, east of the 405, looking down in this direction. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit and show you exactly where this hotspot is burning as we get close here. This is the footprint of the fire, and it's basically the hotspot is right there. It's right there on the western side of Mandeville Canyon, and it's continued to burn. There have been water drops all day coming from the north from that Encino Reservoir. But as I zoom out a little bit, I'm going to give you more perspective as to where our reporters were. It was Lauren Posen. She's down here. If you look at the bottom of your screen, she's been looking north into Mandeville Canyon, and the hot spots down in this area are not as bad as the one that's burning up here. Now, our reporter Josh Sanders, he was up by the Encino Reservoir. He's in this area. Oops, excuse me. He is in this area by the Encino Reservoir, and that glow that you're seeing is him looking south, very likely looking at that line of fire. Is really that's what's putting up all of that glow. And as I look over here, this is where both of those Sikorsky Firehawks are working. There certainly is a line of fire still burning slowly towards the community of Topanga, which is down in this area, and also Tarzana up here. There's still nothing but vegetation in this area. There's not really any homes there, but they are doing water drops. You can even see on the map right there in the center of your screen, it says it's helicopter type 1. That's a smaller one. That's the Sikorsky Firehawk. It's right there in the center of your screen. And I'm going to go out to my radar here and show you what's going on. Here's one of those Firehawks. There's another one of the Firehawks. This is the LA County Fire one, now moving southbound along Mandeville Canyon. So it's going to get a look at that hotspot. We may actually even see it fly through SkyCal's field of vision as it continues to move south and do some observing. When we're going to see some more resources come in, I'm not sure. I actually see what looks like that one of those Chinooks there currently flying. Let's see, where had it been? It was made it all the way down over into, wow, it looks like it flew way out into the Inland Empire. I'm not sure why we saw a flight go all the way down into the Inland Empire. Oh, perhaps it made a landing out there at one of the airfields out there and then came all the way back. Not sure why it went all the way to the Inland Empire, but it is back in the vicinity now. So very likely we'll continue the firefight, and you can see there SkyCal in the center of your screen. I think that he may be looking at that Sikorsky Firehawk moving now south, right over Lauren Posen's head. So Lauren's going to actually see one of those airdrops again, potentially. It'll be the first aircraft that she's seen in a while, as she had mentioned. So it looks like this firefight does continue into the night and likely will keep going over and over with those stops at the Encino Reservoir. That is the closest amount of water, closest body of water. That's where they're going to keep going, these brave pilots, as they fight this fire in the darkness tonight on a Saturday night.
A lot of work still to go. Mark, thank you so much. Well, firefighters are, of course, working tirelessly to put out these flames.
Yeah, earlier, Laura Havely from CBS Boston was in Mandeville Canyon on the front lines as crews put out hot spots. At one point, one neighbor joined the firefight using a water hose to desperately put out the flames.
Laura was wrapping up her live report when she got caught in the middle of a fire retardant drop.
And again, this whole street, an absolute ghost town, with the exception of a very small amount of people who have decided to hang back. Again, something you really do not want to do. Along Mandeville Canyon Road, Laura Havely. See, take a look at this. There you go. He just dropped fire retardant. That is going to hit the ground and hopefully slow these flames a little bit. I'm sorry I interrupted myself there. I just wanted to show you exactly what we've been talking about. Again, hold on one second. That fire retardant's just coming down right now. Give us 1 second. We're gonna just protect this camera for a second so that we can show you what we're dealing with. Thank you, Devin, with CAL FIRE, stepping in, giving us a little warning there. Thank you. Okay, so this red retardant you see on me, this is what really helps stop this fire. Now, again, these flames getting a little bit more active, so we're going to head out of here. We will keep you updated here along Mandeville Road. Laura Havely, CBS News.
Hey, can you get this?
Yeah, protecting that equipment, of course, because it doesn't do much damage to you, but it's definitely protecting the homes there.
And it's just a lot to, you know, the perspective, it's a lot to take in sometimes, right? Because you're seeing those retardant drops from the ground. We've seen them from the sky, from SkyCal. As right now, this fire at 23,000 plus acres and 11% contained. Olga, we know the winds are picking up, and this is something that's going to be happening for at least a few days.
Yes, they're happening for the next few days, and they're increasing heading into the overnight hours and into Sunday morning. So gusty Santa Ana winds will continue to be the story across Southern California, not just into tomorrow. We have a brief lull, and then we start to see those winds pick up again as we head into Monday. So it is going to be until at least the middle of next week that we continue seeing very problematic winds moving across much of Southern California. We just had the high wind warning and the wind advisories going into effect. This was just about an hour ago, and it will continue until 2 o'clock on Sunday. You can see the areas under the warnings and the advisories, and that includes much of LA and Ventura. Gusts in the 40 to 65 mile per hour range. Highest winds across some of those higher elevations down into the Malibu coastline. But even if you are in Orange County, if you're in the Inland Empire, we are still looking at some hazardous conditions. With wind gusts right now, we're seeing 30s across the Santa Clarita Valley, Simi Valley down into Malibu, in the 20s for Brentwood, and in the 30s across parts of the Inland Empire, including Riverside, mid-20s for Laguna Beach. So a lot of us still across our area being impacted, but winds expected to continue to increase as we head into later tonight. You'll see it here as we head into the 9 o'clock hour, seeing gusts in the 30-40 mile per hour range across some of those higher elevations through the San Gabriel Valley and moving into the Inland Empire, with those winds moving in from the northeast, sweeping down into Orange County. Tomorrow morning, still strong winds, but then improvements as we head into the afternoon hours, a little bit more localized and lighter in nature, continuing to weaken as we head into Sunday night. This is going to be a very brief break from the strong gusty winds, because by Monday morning, we're seeing once again gusts in the 40 mile per hour range impacting much of Los Angeles, much of Ventura County. We're seeing the strong winds for parts of the Inland Empire and moderate winds for Orange County. Heading into the afternoon hours, even seeing some purples popping up. That indicates gusts in the 50s, and still strong as we head into the evening hours of Monday. A little bit less widespread, but still dangerous winds that will continue with us into Tuesday and potentially even the early part of Wednesday. So want to give you an idea of where we see a little bit of relief as we head into tomorrow. Places like Thousand Oaks nearing 30 mile per hour gusts into still the early hours of tomorrow. And then you can see that as we head into the afternoon, 2 o'clock, we're in the teens and in the single digits by 8 p.m. But then the winds ramp up once again by Monday. So we will continue tracking this for you through the night and, of course, into the coming days. Back to you, Gio and Leslie.
All right, Olga, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Juan Fernandez.
And I'm Gio Insignares. Welcome to a special edition of KCAL News at 7, streaming live on CBS News Los Angeles. Our breaking live team fire coverage continues for you.
That's right, and we begin with grim word that the death toll has now risen to 16 across the area after a series of destructive wildfires this week. The Palisades fire has now burned more than 23,600 acres and is now 11% contained.
This is a live look at the Palisades fire from SkyCal. Hard to make out, obviously, because we know it's dark right now, but that's been the main strip of road we've been keeping an eye on there, Mandeville Canyon Road. You see the fire crews, fire engines there down at the bottom of the road. But the good news here, Juan, is that in terms of hot spots, in terms of anything crazy, you do see them pop up, but nothing overly dramatic or crazy, and that is certainly a good sign as this day progresses.
I have to say, Gio, I've been watching the coverage from home all day, and I think this is the best it's looked all day. There were times I saw the reporters in the field when it looked a little iffy, that the flames were getting a little too intense. But as night falls and you get a clearer sense of what's out there, like you can see areas that are kind of smoldering, like you see there right in the middle of the screen. And then you see areas where you see a more serious flare-up, and that's, of course, when it hits some new dry brush, which, of course, in this area, there's lots of it.
Absolutely. And, you know, as you approach those overnight hours, it starts to get potentially a bit more frightening for folks if all you can see is that orange, that red glow, and you're worried about what can happen. Do I need to pack up and go?
All right, you know, this is really interesting. This is what it looks like. The chopper gives us this look. It's basically the satellite shot underneath what we're looking at when we show the night side. So you can see all this area here that can possibly burn, and that's incredible, right? That's an incredible amount of space, and it's a very large evacuation zone as well. And of course, the big concern at the bottom of your screen, those homes there. So anyways, well, the Palisade fire is continuing its march through the hills of Brentwood.
KCAL News reporter Lori Perez live near Mandeville Canyon tonight, where homes have been threatened. Lori, how's it looking out there?
Yeah, well, as you said, it's looking as if, there are some hot spots that seem to be dying down, but just as quickly could easily flare up. We just came down off Mandeville Canyon Road. We had to come down here on Sunset Boulevard, not far from the Riviera Country Club, because this is the closest spot where we could get a signal up to get on TV. But there are active flames inside Mandeville Canyon. We have some video here to show you what we were seeing all the way up and down Mandeville Canyon Road. There are dozens of firefighters and dozens of engines positioned. That is because the fire has been coming down the hillsides. At points, we did see it just yards from the road, just yards from the back of houses. But there were ground crews actively working to suppress those flames, and they are getting lots of help. They were getting lots of help from above. Much of Mandeville Canyon Road is doused in bright red fire retardant. Houses and cars and yards just covered with that stuff, but gratefully so. No doubt that retardant doesn't extinguish the flames exactly, but it certainly does slow them down, and crews can then get the opportunity to attack them with water. And we saw air support following with lots of water drops. There is a lot that can go up in the canyon, as Juan was just saying. People love living in there because it is so wooded. The brush and trees coming down the canyon are so beautiful, but those are ripe to burn. And unfortunately, there are a good number of eucalyptus trees, which everyone knows those are highly flammable. We did speak with a gentleman who told us that he worked with a firefighter to douse some flames that were at his neighbor's eucalyptus trees. He told us he has lived in the canyon for 60 years, and he's been really impressed today by the number of crews on the road and on the ground and the support from above. He feels as if they are keeping it under control, but by no means is he letting his guard down. He knows with 60 years of experience how quickly those conditions can change. It may seem as if the flames are dying down, but then just as quickly they can flare up again. We are going to be keeping an eye on Mandeville Canyon. We have been hearing of some flaring up, as the winds seem to shift. So we're going to go back into the canyon and check that out, and then come right back down here and tell you what we saw again. Guys, back to you.
And always a great reminder, Lori, you were saying that the cell service is a bit iffy, and that you have to go to a specific place to get a nice clear signal. So for people who have to evacuate, perhaps travel through that area, keep that in mind. A lot of people have that sense of security of having a cell phone in their pocket. That may not be the case. You may be in an area where you have no signal. All right, Lori, thank you. Well, the wildfire that moved into Brentwood last night continues to rage.
And fire crews are trying to keep it from destroying more homes. Lauren Posen live on Westridge Road, looking down into Mandeville Canyon, where fire crews are trying to deal with these flames. And Lauren, this has been quite the development throughout the early afternoon, when you can still see clearly behind you versus now. How are things looking?
It's looking really, really good, Gio and Juan. I want to show you the mountain over here. We've had a couple of hot spots, flare-ups that we could see from where we are, big flames. But moments ago, as Lori was giving her report, we had two big choppers come by with two water drops. And I know I've been saying this like a broken record, but that precision of those pilots getting that helicopter right where they need it and dropping that water, they did it, and the flames you couldn't even see them anymore. So just fantastic work from the air in fighting this fire. And then from the ground, too. It's a little tricky to see because it is so dark, but there are actually Juan and Geo firefighters on the ground here climbing up this mountain, and they are clearing out any brush that's in the way. They have a big hose with them. It's this gigantic hose that they have connected to a fire truck up where we are, and it's from one side to the other, and they're watering the mountain to keep it, in case the fire comes down. So, okay, well then I'm going to send it back to you guys. Okay, no problem.
Overall, Lauren, I got to say, like this little patch right here, it certainly catches your eye and catches your attention. But given the contrast to earlier, that's certainly a good sign to see it die down a little bit.
Indeed. All right, let's get to reporter Josh Sanders from CBS Philadelphia in Tarzana. Josh, what are you seeing there?
Hey, Hey guys, good to be with you. I'm so sorry. We're going to have to throw it back to you. We may have to turn our lights off because we were just told that it might be impit affecting what they're doing. So I have to toss it back to you real quick. I have to figure something out. I'm so sorry.
No, not a problem. And this is exactly the thing that we've been talking about in the last couple of hours, right? Josh is set up over in Tarzana. That's obviously the other side of the fire that we're keeping an eye on. And he was telling us for multiple hours that LA City fire choppers might have to step down in there and that they would have to get out of the way just because of such a developing situation.
And Gio, you were out there last night, and it's so eerie. Daytime firefighting is one thing. At night, when there's no electricity in many neighborhoods and it's so dark, it gets a little strange for the rescue folks out there. And perhaps the lights of our camera could affect the chopper landing or taking off. So we want to make sure that they're okay with that.
Yep. And in the meantime, we'll see if we can get to our next reporter here in just a second. But some of the things here. Mike Rogers at the desk right now. We've had Mark Lua morning. Mike, what are you keeping an eye on right now?
Yeah, so I can look at that helicopter that he was standing in front of there. That's one of the LA City fire choppers that was coming up. And yeah, the issue with the light.
Is it the light, Mike?
Yeah, the pilot needs to be able to see, obviously. And the thing is that the pilots are flying at night, so they're likely wearing night vision goggles. So if we're shining a light into a night vision goggle, it obviously makes things much, much brighter and could potentially be dangerous. So that's, of course, why we don't want to do that. I want to ask Cal, if we can come to my computer, I want to show you the latest mapping on this because I was just looking at some CAL FIRE data. And the good news is that we are 11% contained at this point. I think we've been talking about that today, but obviously some good news here. Thanks, Cal. And what you can see here is the continued growth of the fire and where it is happening. We talked about this a little bit last night, and I'm going to pull up Telestrator here for you, but we talked about this last night, and it is continuing to grow. The good news is it's not nearly as much as we were concerned about it last night. So everywhere you see here, kind of the lighter oranges, is where the new growth of the fire is. So these areas, and down into here. Now, I want to talk to you, and you heard Lauren talk about it too, the massive firefight that has gone on in the Mandeville Canyon area. Look at just how close, let me turn off the evacuation zones. Look at just how close the fire came to it. And it looks like we may have lost a couple of homes. I know we saw them burning earlier this morning when we were on the air. The perimeter here, this is the perimeter of the fire right in here. So all of these homes, these structures right here are definitely within the fire's path. So there is a good chance, and I know we saw some of them burning this morning, but there is a good chance that there was some structural damage within the Mandeville Canyon area. But I want to show you, because really remarkable for the topography that it is in, how much they were able to actually stop it from coming all the way in the canyon. And as you look through the fire perimeter line right here, you can see almost the entire way through how they were able to cut it off just before it reached the bottom of the canyon to get into these big homes. And that is the situation really much all the way through here. Now, what we've been seeing from our reporters, and Tom Waite last night, if you were watching, and some of them tonight I know, are right at the end of the Mountain Gate community right here. So they've been kind of looking here and then looking at the flames from right there. And you can see why they've been so bright and so visible from that spot, because they were burning just right here on this hillside. And again, the Mandeville Canyon community, it's a very nice community, but the issue of it, and you can see it from this map here, the topography, is just how deep into the canyon it is. And we know that the fires love to be able to run up and down a hillside. And in this community specifically, you've got hills literally on both sides of it that back right up against these homes. So the good news is, though, is that it looks like fire crews were able to save the majority of Mandeville Canyon, but it did come really, really close. And in fact, may have impacted a few homes right here. And of course, we did see a couple burning earlier today. So that is the good news. The other good news is that our evacuation zones really haven't changed, right? The red here is all of everything that's under evacuation. This community of Encino was evacuated last night. Mountain Gate area, that was all evacuated last night. As of now, there are no new evacuation orders or warnings, and that is really indicative of the really intense firefight that we have seen from the air over the last several days, and particularly into last night. And let me pull up a radar here, and I'll show you all of the aircraft that are still in the area here, still flying. You've got the 1-2 LA City fire helicopters. This is an LA County fire helicopter. And then you've got 2 CAL FIRE Firehawks. So we don't see any of the Chinooks right now. It's possible that they are back getting some fuel. It's also possible, as we look back at live at the chopper, Cal, if we can, just kind of the way that everything is going, we're not seeing a ton of open flame tonight. It's a much, much better situation than when we were sitting here talking this time last night. This time last night is really when the new evacuation orders started to go. And as the chopper looks, right there on the left side of your screen, Mandeville Canyon, that's the canyon I was just showing you on my computer. And you can see the flames on the right side, how they're backing down the hill there, and they are just starting to get close to that. So that is still the primary focus. It was the primary focus last night. They did a great job of keeping the flames away, and tonight they're still trying to do that work.
We know that when winds go through a canyon, they speed up, they get more intense. So when we know winds are going to increase for our entire viewing area, it's of greater concern for the folks living in the canyon. And it's incredible how tight it looks like when you see it on the map, Mike. You see the houses and how deep and down they are in the canyon.
And reinforces the point when we were down there last night of fire officials, police, everyone saying, no, they cannot give us access up to that road because it's so narrow, it's so tight, it's emergency vehicles only.
Right.
So just to see that perspective is important.
And safety-wise, I mean, we had conversations, our executive producer Rick and I were having conversations about where we should send you last night, and we didn't want to put anybody in that canyon because not only do we need to keep it clear for emergency vehicles, but there is really no way out if you get cut off by the fire in that area.
No, and even at certain points, we were driving through other parts of Brentwood and going up those narrow canyon roads, and you would see people. It's basically one car at a time. I mean, you are shoved down there, and fortunately, from what we saw, a lot of people getting out, and that's certainly good news.
Just goes to show you how important it is to evacuate when they tell you to, especially here in Mandeville Canyon. Mike, thank you. Well, the Palisades fire continues.
And Madison Keevy joins us live from Topanga Canyon on Topanga Canyon Road. Madison, what are you seeing?
Well, right now we're not seeing much fire action except for over the hillside in the distance. You can see that orange glow here, you know, ominous hanging over. We talked to people who were evacuating in Encino last night, and the sentiment was seeing that in the sky as the winds have shifted. It's less prominent, but it's just on the other side of the hill line that you can see there. I know it's dark, but that orange glow does stand out. You come down, though, and you see the highway patrol lights. This road is totally blocked off to the public, and this is that evacuation zone. To give you an idea of the communities here along Topanga Canyon Road, you have Sylvia Park. You also have Thousand. I was going to say Thousand Oaks. That's not right. But anyway, coming down, you have Sylvia Park, which is a community that is here within Topanga Canyon Road. And you can see as the wind is shifting there over the other side of the mountain, there you go. Okay, you can see the orange glow there. So why we're here, we saw warnings that there was a call for emergency, police or first responders, but mostly police, to come to Sylvia Park area and really convince and encourage residents that we're still here to leave. And in fact, actually talked to some residents who have been staying here along Topanga Canyon Road. They live about 2 miles in the opposite direction towards the fire. And they're living in their cars, they say, over the last 5 days, giving them time, they say, to go back and check on the house. They were going to speak with us on camera and then opted not to, just simply because, you know, they're still processing everything that's going on, and this is such a rapidly changing situation. But they chose, they say, to stay here just at this closure. So they say they've gotten to know, you know, on the shift changes, who's here, you know, patrolling this street particularly. And, you know, it's a couple of cars, a van, all of the pets and family, and they're living here. They say today was the first day they got cell signal over the last few days. And they're facing, all of their cars are facing the direction of that hillside. And they say it makes them feel better that they can see what's going on. They say they're keeping in touch, of course, and following all of the updates on the Palisades fire. And as these first responders come through here, they say they're talking to them. But it's those types of, ideas to stay behind that we saw that notification for police to be called to this area to, you know, talk to those that might be doing the same thing and encourage them to leave. Topanga Canyon Road is, 2 lanes. Of course, you see those first responders coming down here in it. And then as you start taking left and right turns, it's, of course, hilly, winding roads a lot of the time. As you said, just 1 car, 1 lane roads going. And so there is that concern, of course, like the folks that I talked to here that have chosen not to evacuate, of what could happen to their home. So that's the scene here. It's very active on Topanga Canyon Road, but there is that call for, from law enforcement, and we keep saying it, for people to evacuate because we just don't know, how this fire behavior might change.
can't leave your guard down at all at any time, right?
No, but it's good to see folks keeping an eye on everything, staying vigilant, and keeping each other in mind, too. Madison Keevy, thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Well, flames continue to push towards Brentwood in the Palisades fire.
And Christina Fan live in the Mountain Gate neighborhood where people have mostly evacuated tonight. Christina, I think the good news, the best news out of your live shots tonight is the fact that it seems like nobody's really around. It's a bit of a ghost town.
That's absolutely right, Juan and Gio. People really took those mandatory evacuation orders really seriously. We want to tell you where we are in relation to the fire. So behind us, you're looking at the eastern flank of the Palisades fire, and there has been a very intense aerial firefight going on, despite the fact that the winds, they have really been picking up for the last hour or so. We've been camped out at this vantage point for 2 nights now, watching as firefighters try to hold the line, because on the very next ridge where we are currently standing, there are a cluster of homes. Firefighters have made lots of progress in the last few hours, relentlessly dropping water and retardant into the canyon. And just in case the aerial attacks do not hold, of course, firefighters, they need a backup plan. That's why we saw a team of 7 to 8 dozers in the neighborhood earlier this afternoon. They were cutting down the dry, low-lying vegetation on a nearby hill to our right-hand side, trying to get rid of any fuel that could easily light up. Now, I'm going to have Eddie just pan slightly to the right to show you. You may notice there are very few law enforcement and fire trucks left here in the neighborhood, and that is because the fire is moving more north. Last night, I'm sorry, Eddie, I'm going to have you pan back to the fire. We want to show you. So you see where the cluster of flames are now, and we are going to pan now to where they were last night. So you're going to see kind of a black hole there. We want to just show you how slow or fast, depending on how you look at it, the progression has been. And we think from, our point of view that it has advanced not too fast because the winds have been relatively tame the last 2 days. And that really is the story tonight. Firefighters, they're racing against time. We know those Santa Ana winds will be making a return and last until midweek with no rain in sight in the forecast. So this is really the best opportunity they have to gain the upper hand. But again, you can see there is some sort of aircraft coming in again at this moment. They have been a mixture of choppers dumping water, heavier aircraft dumping retardant. We also have seen some helicopters coming in with just a very bright headlight doing some sort of reconnaissance work. So you hear it flying overhead. Usually it takes a loop around and then it'll make some sort of dump on the fire on the hillside behind us. But that is the latest here in Brentwood. Christina Fan for KCAL News.
Christina, thank you so much, and that consistency is really key and really great to see. Thank you so much.
Non-stop.
Well, let's take a look now there, and really the winds taking center stage at this point, moving into the next few days.
That's right. And KCAL News meteorologist Olga Ospina is here now with our next weather forecast and the very latest on those winds. Olga?
Yeah, and Juan and Gio, we've been talking about the winds picking up. We have had the high wind warnings as well as the wind advisories kicking in at 6 o'clock this evening. So the winds will only continue to increase as we head into the overnight hours and the early part of Sunday. Sunday, during the day, we get a brief lull in the winds, but then they pick up again as we head into the new work week. So high wind warning and wind advisory for much of LA and Ventura. We're talking gusts in that 40, 50, even 60 mile per hour range. But even if you are in the Inland Empire, if you're in Orange County, we're also still looking at some very strong gusts there also. So really all of us still being impacted by these very strong winds, and those winds, the gusts, 30, 40, 50 mile per hour range can still push a lot of those fires, and of course even new ones that could spark as well. Want to show you some of those gusts elsewhere. We're in the teens for Pasadena into Claremont, Ojai at 16 miles per hour, in the 30s for Santa Clarita as well as Simi Valley and down into the Malibu coastline, and the Inland Empire also seeing some strong winds. In fact, with this next round, Inland Empire will be getting in on that as well, all the way from Riverside into the Chino Airport in that 30 mile per hour range currently, but increasing as we head into later tonight and the early part of Sunday. So here we are at the 9 o'clock hour. You can see those winds in the 30 40 mile per hour range for some of those higher elevations from the San Gabriel Valley, moving into the Inland Empire, and then those winds pushing south into Orange County too. Heading into tomorrow morning, still some strong winds, the Santa Clarita Valley, the I-5 corridor, parts of Ventura County also experiencing gusty winds. Things are improving. Light winds, moderate winds, very isolated in nature, and we'll continue to see even lighter winds heading into Sunday night. This will not last long. Heading into Monday, look at this. Winds start to pick up. We're seeing more widespread winds. We start to see some of those purples indicating gusts in the 50 mile per hour range, and this will continue through much of the day on Monday. So Inland Empire, you too will be seeing gusts in that 40-50 mile per hour range. Moving down into parts of Orange County, still strong as we head into late afternoon and into the evening hours. And as we head into Tuesday, still seeing those strong gusts, again, especially those higher elevations will be experiencing some of the more dangerous conditions, and this will continue potentially even into the early part of Wednesday. So here's what we're watching, those gusty winds through Sunday morning, at least for this round. We get a break as we head into Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, and then that high fire danger still continues with us through the middle of the week, with those stronger winds moving in Monday into early Wednesday. Less wind as we head into later in the week. And look at this, we even have a small chance of getting a little bit of rain. This is going to be just a minor dent, though, in these elevated fire weather conditions, as it could just be very light rain across Southern California, but of course we'll take it. Red flag warnings, critical fire danger in place for much of Southern California, from Ventura into parts of LA, especially those mountains and foothills, and as we head into the Inland Empire as well, into Orange County. And we are looking at also very dry conditions. So we've got the winds, and we have that relative humidity down into the teens. We've even seen single digits for some areas. Some of the problem spots right now, San Bernardino at 9%. We're looking at teens from Chino into Riverside, Temecula. As we head into parts of the San Fernando Valley, 9% into Burbank, and 12% in Palm Springs. So we're looking at still those dry conditions, and then unfortunately those winds picking up for another round as we head into later tonight and still into the early part of Sunday. Again, that break during the day on Sunday and Sunday night, and then winds once again increase heading into early into the new work week. Back to you.
Olga, so right now at this moment, are we considered to be still not in the upswing when it comes to winds? Are we still in that lull?
We are in the upswing right now. That upswing is actually just getting started, so they're expecting to get stronger as we head into the overnight hours and early Sunday.
All right, we'll check back with you later. Olga, thank you. Well, for days now, we have seen an extensive aerial attack on this fire, with several helicopters and planes dropping both water and fire retardant on both the Palisades and the Eaton fires.
But new photos from the FBI shows what happens when someone illegally flies a drone into an FAA restricted flight zone and hits one of those planes. CBS Colorado's Dylan Thomas spoke with the FBI earlier this evening.
The FBI is now searching for the pilot of that drone that hit that aircraft. They say it's a very important mission they're on right now to identify that individual, but they believe it wasn't a professional drone pilot, but rather a recreational drone pilot, because a professional pilot would have a drone license like this one right here, and they would have legally been required to then register their drone through the FAA. For days now, we have seen an extensive aerial attack on this fire, though, with several helicopters and planes dropping both water and fire retardant on both the Palisade and Eaton fires. But these photos from the FBI show what happens when someone illegally flies a drone into the FAA restricted flight zone and hits one of their planes. It caused enough damage to put a hole in the plane, removing it from the fleet of aircraft that otherwise would have been out saving homes. Now the FBI is searching for that pilot of the drone. They're saying that they believe it was recreational pilot once again, as a professionally licensed pilot would have registered their drone in order to be flying it.
The fact that this was not a professional drone makes it a little more difficult to identify who was flying it, right?
It does, but through our investigation, we're going to try to determine those facts. We're going to look for serial numbers. We're going to try to identify fingerprints and DNA to try to put those pieces back together as part of our investigation.
Now, as you saw, the FBI has collected some parts of the drone that collided with that aircraft, and they're going to now be searching it for any clues that might lead them to the drone pilot. In the meantime, anyone who may have information on who the pilot of that drone was is encouraged to either go online to tips.fbi.gov or to call 1-800-CALL-FBI, as that person could face felony charges. We should note the individual who was flying that drone more than likely would have had to go out and forego any rules that say you can't fly in this FAA restricted zone. To fly a DJI drone, which is that type of drone that was flying, you would have to get on the app and say, I acknowledge that I have prior authorization to be flying in here, which clearly that person did not have. In Westwood, Dylan Thomas, KCAL News.
Help is coming from all over the world. Firefighters from Mexico arrived this afternoon at LAX. Governor Newsom meeting those firefighters on the tarmac. They'll join local crews and firefighters from around the state and the country in battling the fires.
Yeah, we're blessed. The Prime Minister in Canada called, reached out. Foreign Minister in Mexico reached out, offered assistance. You're seeing that assistance right here from Mexico. Our Canadian partners are coming in Monday. We have all the Western states that are providing mutual aid. 9+ states. Yeah, so they're going to go to Beaumont to our mobile station where all of our partners, international partners, and other state and federal partners all go for orientation. They're dispatched. It's a command center with the U.S. Forest Service, with CAL FIRE, State Office of Emergency Services, and LA City and County. And that will organize about a 5-6 hour orientation, safety orientation, make sure they're hand in glove. A lot of these guys are hand crews. We'll send them likely to the Palisades tomorrow, and we expect to see them out there on the lines, front lines, as early as Monday.
The National Firefighter Coordinator says Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum urged them to come help. She says those crews will be here as long as it takes.
Well, KCAL cares about all the fire victims. We are partnering with the American Red Cross to assist those in need. If you're able to help, please go to redcross.org/KCAL. All right, let's go back to the desk.
KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers live at the desk with some details. Mike.
Hey, Gio and Juan. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about evacuations because many evacuations are still in place, and it's getting a little frustrating for some residents, especially in the city of Santa Monica. I want to come to my computer, and the reason I want to do that is because I want to tell you we just got an update from the city of Santa Monica saying that those evacuations that are in place are going to remain in place. So I want to show you the ones that we're talking about here on my computer if we can, and then we'll talk about exactly why that is happening. And the city of Santa Monica says that is because of the current wind concerns, the red flag warnings that Olga has been talking about. Now, excuse me, in the city of Santa Monica, there's really only a very small sliver that is still under the mandatory evacuation because the Santa Monica city boundary runs right through here, right? So it's this little red sliver that is still under the mandatory evacuation. The city of Santa Monica says they plan to leave it that way, at least for this time, because of the concerns of the Santa Ana winds. And as we know, those Santa Ana winds generally come out of the north or the northeast, which potentially could push fire activity back to the south. So that is why they're wanting to leave those in place just for now. You still have the voluntary evacuations for this place here, this area of Santa Monica here. The city says people that are under the voluntary evacuation can come back, but they should be ready to evacuate at a moment's notice. And that is the situation with anybody that is in a voluntary evacuation, even over at the Eaton fire. I want to show you that because a lot of these evacuations have started to come up as well over here in the Sierra Madre, the Arcadia, Monrovia area as well. Some of these are starting to get lifted, especially all of these that are up in the this area. The La Cañada Flint Ridge area has gone back to, some of them have gone back to voluntary evacuation. So the cities say, the fire officials say, look, we're going to leave these up for some time, especially in our areas that have been most heavily damaged by the fire, which is all up in here. Those evacuations will remain in place for a very long time, just because of the nature of what happened in there. But if the neighborhood that you're in wasn't impacted, but you're still under these evacuations, it is likely because of the concern over the new Santa Ana winds that are supposed to be coming this week. And not to mention the fact that there is still so much firefighting apparatus in and around these areas that they really need to keep the streets cleared from citizens. And we understand that the further this goes on, or the longer this goes on rather, the more people really want to get back to their communities to see what's left, to sift through the rubble, to see if their home is still standing. They want to do all of those things, which is of course totally understandable. But city officials, firefighting crews say that right now is really just not the time for that because of what the current situation is. And a reminder, these curfews are still in place. If you see red on the map here, that means that area is under a curfew. Let me pull the fire perimeter off. So everywhere that is under red in Los Angeles County, that's not only the Palisades fire, that is the Eaton fire as well. All of these areas are under a mandatory curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. The Hearst fire is no longer any evacuations there. Neither is the Lydia fire up in the Acton. So Eaton fire and Palisades fire are still our big fires that we're dealing with here. They both still have mandatory evacuations, and because of those, they both still have curfews that remain in effect, guys.
People are going to be away from their homes for a long time. We're guessing it's going to be at least a week or so, right? Because we are expecting those winds next week to pick up again.
Yeah, right. And I mean, yes, it's going to be a significant period of time, which is unfortunate, and that's not anything anybody wants to hear. But they've got to make sure that these Santa Ana winds aren't going to re-flare up some of the fire, right? And then they're not going to really be comfortable releasing some of those evacuations until they're just absolutely sure the fire's not going to burn back on itself and come back into those communities. And so it's important for them not only to keep the roads clear for firefighter access, but just to make sure that those aren't going to come back. As we look at live pictures of a water drop here from SkyCal that is over the Palisades fire, something that has just been going on night after night after night. And I think, I heard Lauren, or I think it was Lauren earlier, mention it. There are less water dropping helicopters tonight. And that is because the situation is better tonight than it was last night. Last night, there was so many. I think at one point I counted 9 water dropping helicopters up there that were just doing this back and forth over and over and over again. The Chinook, one of the Chinooks is coming back, which is nice to see as well. Earlier today, guys, just at home, I was just curious. I was looking at the radar. There were 19 aircraft over the Palisades fire at one point, between the helicopters and the fixed wing and everything like that. And it's just really remarkable. And one of our chief pilots for our helicopter company, we have been flying so much that our helicopters are having to go in for kind of routine maintenance, nothing alarming, just general maintenance that needs to be done on helicopters. We fly it out to Camarillo Airport. At Camarillo Airport, there was 18 other aircraft on standby at Camarillo Airport. So at one point we had 19 over the fire and 18 sitting at Camarillo Airport in case they were needed. So we certainly have the air power. I have gotten a lot of questions on social media about why don't we just flood the whole area with all the aircraft? There's 100 helicopters. Why don't we put them all up? It's really not feasible. There's a safety component to that. There's making sure that people can fly safely in that area. 19 aircraft is already a ton of aircraft to put at low elevation over a Santa Monica mountain range. So yes, we would love to see 100 aircraft over it, but you've got to be safe at the same time, and it's got to be effective, and it's got to be coordinated.
It still speaks to the team effort and the number of resources that are being assigned to this and the gravity of the situation. So it's all good to see.
And Mike, have we seen those helicopters from the U.S. Navy that were coming to us from San Diego yet? Have you seen those on the radar?
I did see, let's see if there's any of them. Those may be the ones that are standing by over in Camarillo. There's a bunch of CAL FIRE Firehawks that I've seen. More than I've usually seen, so I'm going to figure out actually where those are coming from. But I have not seen the military ones just yet, so they may be on standby.
Yeah, we were promised 10, so we're hoping that they're in the area already.
Yeah, and the 10, to be fair here, the 10 that they were going to bring in, they were going to attach buckets to, right? They're not traditional firefighting helicopters,
right?
So they may hold less water than our traditional firefighting helicopters. So they may be prioritizing using the ones that are built to dump water with a larger tank than the ones that we were just attaching kind of a bucket to.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
Right, and last final point, Mike, to your earlier discussion about prioritizing safety in the evacuation orders. Last thing you want to do is remove those and then have to put those right back in.
Again.
So rather be safe than sorry.
Absolutely.
Mike, thank you. Well, firefighters are, of course, working tirelessly to put out these flames.
And earlier, Laura Hafley from CBS Boston was in Mandeville Canyon on the front line as crews put out hotspots. And at one point, one neighbor joined the firefight using a water hose to desperately put out the flames.
Laura was wrapping up her live report when she got caught in the middle of a fire retardant drop.
And again, this whole street, an absolute ghost town with the exception of a very small amount of people who have decided to hang back. Again, something you really do not want to do. Along Mandeville Canyon Road, Laura Hafley. See, take a look at this. There you go. We just dropped fire retardant. That is going to hit the ground and hopefully slow these flames a little bit. I'm sorry I interrupted myself there. I just wanted to show you exactly what we've been talking about. Again, hold on 1 second. That fire retardant's just coming down right now. Give us 1 second. We're gonna just protect this camera for a second so that we can show you what we're dealing with. Thank you, Devin, with CAL FIRE stepping in, giving us a little warning there. Thank you. Okay, so this red retardant you see on me, this is what really helps stop this fire. Now again, these flames getting a little bit more active, so we're gonna head out of here. We will keep you updated here along Mandeville Road. Laura Hafley, CBS News.
You see the pink behind her there, Gio?
Yeah, it's one
Quite
thing to see it
amazing.
from SkyCal too, and then to see it up close like
I've
that.
been hit by a water drop, but not a retardant drop, so that's something real different. All right, the wildfire that moved into Brentwood last night continues to rage as well.
And fire crews are trying to keep it from destroying more homes. Lauren Posen live on West Ridge Road looking down into Mandeville Canyon, where fire crews are, of course, trying to deal with these flames. Lauren?
Gio and Juan, we're looking really good over here. I want to show you. Well, here, I think we're actually going to have possibly one more drop. Let's take a look or listen. And let's see, they got that big spotlight. They're going, and that's the area they've been focusing on all afternoon. There we go. There's the drop. Really, really, really great work by these firefighters and the pilots of these choppers, you know, through these conditions here. They've made, in the last hour or so, probably about a handful of drops, and they just, that precision, they go right on those hot spots and then they're out like that. When we first came here this afternoon about 1 o'clock, this whole mountain, you couldn't even see, you know, the skyline on the other side. There was so much thick smoke in the air. It was like a volcano erupting. Completely different story now. You know, a few hours later here, we can see it's clearing out. There's no more hot spots that I can see directly in front of me on the mountain. Now, these lights that you see, though, kind of like snaking around the mountain, those are fire crews on the ground. And what they're doing is they're clearing the brush. They have a hose that's connected. It's a super long hose, and they're watering the area down. And also included on the ground crews, there are also some of the inmate crews as well, helping fight these fires. When I was talking to Fire Captain Eric Scott earlier today, he was telling me, and this was about 2 o'clock, he said, you know, we're in a really good position. He said that we are concerned about the winds going into tonight, but that's why the real focus was on really hitting this fire as much as they could during I know we're not in the lull of the wind yet, but, you know, during this time now before things possibly could get more severe. And that's exactly what they have done here. I also spoke with another firefighter, and he was telling me one of the good things about this particular part of the fire is that it's burning already on a ground that's already been burned. So it's got nowhere else to burn. So that's really good. They're really holding the line here. These firefighters, though, the captain was telling me 40-hour shifts. The unified command is absolutely astonishing. We have firefighters from all over the country. I know you heard earlier we have firefighters from Mexico here, Canada, they're coming too. But also in Seattle, the Seattle firefighters came down, and the fire captain told me, and they were helping control this area here. I think we might have one more drop. I want to show you because I think it's really impressive to see the work here. Here it comes. You see the spotlight, and they're looking to where to drop, and they're going to drop momentarily here, I would think. We'll get a good shot. Might be a little too far for us to see, but he's probably going on the other side there where the little bit of the glow is. But, you know, also when we got here, there was oh, there we go. There's the drop. When we got here, there was such a distinct glow, and now it's the only, you know, glow that we see are the lights from the firefighters on the ground and the chopper there. So it's looking really good here. And Mike, you know, as you mentioned, fewer drops today because we're in a better position. That's exactly what I was thinking too. So I'm glad you confirmed that with me because it just the energy out here, it feels really good. And I think that people that live in this area here could be breathing a little bit easier tonight. We're not out of the woods at all, but it's looking really good here. The homes, I can show you because we're closer, as much as we can in the dark, they're right here. So that's how close they are to the mountain over here. And up and down these streets, Juan and Gio, there are fire crews on standby waiting just in case this was to jump over if that wind would shift. Speaking of the wind, the fire captain was saying to me, you know, the wind is king. So any change of direction can change the whole game plan. So right now, things are looking really good. Of course, things could change, but we're going to be out here keeping an eye on it for you, and we'll let you know what else we see.
Lauren, thank you so much. It certainly speaks to that consistent effort, right? That just consistent water drops with precision and a relentless attitude.
And it's impressive to see those hand crews there in the canyon, because they're working nonstop. They're working on the ground. There are the helicopters up top. And if Captain Eric Scott with the fire department tells us things are looking good, that's a big relief for all of us.
Absolutely. And with that, let's get to KCAL News meteorologist Olga Espina with our next weather forecast. And really, these winds, Olga, you said we're just getting into the upswing of them right now?
We're getting into the upswing. So they're not going to be the extremely strong winds that we saw during that Tuesday, Wednesday timeline. But these are strong enough winds to really drive these fires and still create some problems. And of course, any new fire that should spark could be driven by these winds as well. So red flag warning, you can see that is in place still through much of Southern California through next week, through the middle of next week. So this is still going to be a multi-day event that we continue with these dangers across Southern California, especially impacted some of those higher elevations. So mountains, foothill areas, some of the valleys, and heading into the Inland Empire as well as inland Orange County, also seeing those critical fire conditions. So want to get to the Palisades fire, Pacific Palisades right now with mid-20s as far as those winds. Again, not as intense as what we have felt before, but still these are gusty winds and can still create some problems. We're nearing 30 miles per hour for Malibu, low 30s in Simi Valley, low 20s as we head into Burbank. And then some of the other areas also impacted by the Palisades fire are Brentwood, currently with gusts in the low 30s. We're seeing sustained winds at 16 miles per hour, humidity there in the 20s. And then as we head into Encino, we're looking at gusts at 26 miles per hour with sustained winds of 13 miles per hour, and relative humidity there a little drier in the teens, 17%. Let's take a look at what is happening out through parts of the San Gabriel Valley. We're looking at gusts nearing 20 miles per hour. But again, winds are expected to ramp up as we head into the overnight hours and into the early part of Sunday before we actually get a little bit of a break. So it's not going to be much of a break, but a bit does help. Here's a look as we head into the 10 o'clock hour. You're seeing those strongest winds again for higher elevations for places like the San Gabriel Valley moving into the Inland Empire. And then we see those winds moving south into Orange County. For tomorrow morning, we're still seeing some impacts, but winds will continue to weaken as we head into late morning and into the afternoon, and continue to lose strength as we head into Sunday evening. So here we are, 7:55 p.m. and looking at pretty calm conditions for most of us before another round of winds heads our way to start the new work week. And this is a little bit more widespread. We're also starting to see those gusts move in the 50-mile-per-hour range through parts of the Santa Clarita Valley, moving into some of the foothills of the San Gabriels, and strong still for the Inland Empire heading into parts of Orange County, continuing really through the day on Monday. So Monday, keep in mind, is going to be a very windy day, and still into the afternoon hours, and then even into Tuesday, potentially even into the early part of Wednesday. So because of that, we do still have that red flag warning in place through the middle of the week. That high wind warning, the wind advisory, it just went into effect at the 6 o'clock hour, and it is sticking with us at least for this round of winds through 2 o'clock on Sunday. So you can see that it is for much of LA and Ventura, gusts from the 45-mile-per-hour range all the way to 65-mile-per-hour range as we head into places like the San Gabriel Valley, parts of the San Fernando Valley. So we are still looking at some dangerous conditions headed our way as we head into the rest of the weekend and into the new work week. So the gusty winds for this round continue through the early part of Sunday, with that higher fire danger continuing through midweek as those stronger winds will move in by Monday, continuing through early Wednesday. By later in the week, finally, we get some relief, less wind by the end of the week, along with a small chance of getting a little bit of rain. This is going to be, if we do get any rain, it would be very light in nature, so not looking at any kind of big storm, which we really do need some rain to help out the situation, but there is a small chance of getting a little bit of wet weather. We're also, of course, still looking at the very dry conditions across Southern California, and that is certainly not helping things. So I want to show you one of our areas, Burbank, through the San Fernando Valley. You can see quite the drop in winds as we head into the overnight hours. So there are those stronger winds through early tomorrow, and then down into the single digits and into the teens by tomorrow morning and into the afternoon hours. But once this little lull ends, we are back to some strong winds, even stronger than what we'll feel overnight as we head into Monday. So still several more days to keep our eye out for this. Juan and Gio.
Alrighty, Olga, thank you. Let's go back to the desk right now.
And KCAL Simon editor Mike Rogers live at the desk with some details. Mike?
Yeah, hi guys. I just got an update from Unified Command of the Eaton fire, and I wanted to give you some additional information on what we have learned about the Eaton fire. I want to come to my computer here really quick because I want to show you the perimeter of the Eaton fire while we talk about acreage. Now 14,117 acres have burned in the Eaton fire. And a reminder, what you're looking at the bottom left of your screen is the Palisades fire, the live video there on the left. But 14,117 acres, now standing at 15% contained. Okay, 15% contained, which is good news there. There are a verified 1,211 structures that have been destroyed as a result of this fire. Again, that's verified structures. That number will likely go up as they continue to be able to do the work of the fires. And I'm going to come in here because I want to do this where you can see some of these structures that are likely have burned. All up in this community here, everywhere you see the orange overlaying on the homes, this is all areas where, let me turn these off, thank you, where the fire has moved through. Everything in orange is where the fire has moved through. All the white dots you see here are areas where there were homes that have likely been impacted. There are 166 additional homes or structures that have been destroyed. Again, that has been damaged. So you have 1,211 that have been destroyed, 166 that have been damaged, 5 firefighters have been injured, and we now know of 8 civilian deaths. There are 3,100 fire crews assigned to this fire, to the Eaton fire. You can see why, because of the mass amount that it has burned, and now it is continuing to push up into the Angeles National Forest. As we talked about with the other fire, the lighter orange colors here are the newer mapping portions of the fire, and you can see, just like the other fire, it is being topography driven and pushed to the north. So lots of damage that has gone on here. The next time we talk, I'll pull up some video that I can show you. I don't think I have anything ready that I can show you, but the other day, SkyCal did fly the Eaton fire, where we were able to get some of the really just massive amounts of destruction that had pushed through there. Really tough to see all of the homes that were destroyed as well during all of that. So next time we talk, guys, I'll show you that video. But again, we now know from the fire officials there that 1,211 structures destroyed, unfortunately, in the Eaton fire.
It's a lot. So much. Thanks so much, Mike.
Yep.
Well, so much has been lost as wildfires scorch Southern California, but among the tragic destruction, there are glimmers of hope and
Sure
heroism.
are. And Dylan Thomas reports how an impactful image is inspiring an outpouring of support.
At the Whittier Dog Club, though they may be far from the flames, one of their guests has been at the center of the Eaton fire.
But if it wasn't for us to come and rescue him, who knows what would have happened.
At the height of the fire on Tuesday, Chris Abkarian got a call saying this pup, Max, was surrounded by flames.
I didn't hesitate. I just went right towards him.
Home by home, the Eaton fire was raging toward Max.
When we got there, it was just black smoke and fires everywhere. The entire scene was devastating and apocalyptic. Houses are burning.
Photographer Gabe Cortez captured these images as Chris arrived.
This poor dog was isolated in the yard while the house next to it is burning down.
With the help of some first responders, they approached the timid dog.
He's scared and nobody can get him because he's trapped inside this front yard.
But they were successful as the surrounding community burned.
Hi, buddy.
Max was relocated to the Whittier Dog Club, where he has something in common with all of these pups. All were rescued or displaced by fires in LA. If only they could tell their stories.
You don't know what went through his mind. The soot and the smoke was ridiculous for a human like myself. You can imagine dogs have 1,000 times more scent glands.
But in a way, through these photos, Max shared more of a story than first believed.
One thing that Max really brought us was our voice.
These photos captured more than just a dog in the line of fire. They also captured a community's desire to help not just humans displaced by the flames, but furry friends as well. Since he arrived,
all of this food has been donated to us.
countless people have been stepping up to help the Whittier Dog Club help all of these displaced dogs.
They have given us treats, toys, biscuits, and all of this stuff is going to go to our rescues.
In a time of this devastation, it's amazing how the community has come so close.
Thank you, Whittier. Thank you, Los Angeles. The way the city of Los Angeles is coming together to help each other it's overwhelming.
In times of division and distress, leave it to a dog to bring everyone together.
Good boy.
Is just a showcase of humanity's ability to help each other in times of need.
In Whittier, Dylan Thomas.
Oh, that's my boy.
KCAL News.
They're such good boys. Just to see them right there makes me feel so good.
I just want to go home and play with
And I
my
hope they're
dogs, too.
chipped. I hope that they get to their owners at some point.
Well,
right?
and the shelter is in touch with the dog's owner and trying and working to reunite them. So hopefully some good news.
That'd be great.
That'd
be fantastic. All right, let's go back to KCAL News meteorologist Olga Ospina now with our next weather forecast and an update. Olga.
Hi, Juan and Gio. We are looking at some winds increasing as we head into later tonight, overnight hours, and the early part of Sunday. So high wind warning, wind advisory just went into effect at the 6 o'clock hour, and that is for much of Los Angeles as well as Ventura County. For this round, it's continuing through Tuesday afternoon, early Tuesday, 2 o'clock. So that means 45 mile per hour gusts for some areas and even up to 65 mile per hour gusts out through places like the San Gabriel Valley. Of course, we still have the Eaton fire to be concerned with. So this is not good news. We've kind of had some moderate winds and then they're ramping up overnight into early tomorrow. But if you are in the Inland Empire, if you are in Orange County, keep in mind, even though you are not under those wind high warning advisories and warnings, we are still looking at some gusty winds for you as well. So want to get to some of the areas where we have those fires. Pacific Palisades right now at 26 miles per hour for some of our valleys, also in the mid to upper 20s from Simi Valley all the way down to the coastline for Malibu at nearly 30 mile per hour winds. As we head into Brentwood, where we're also seeing the impacts of the Palisades fire, we're looking at temperatures in the 50s, but more importantly, the winds, gusts at 26 miles per hour, sustained winds at 14, and also Encino, where we're seeing the impacts of evacuations there as well. Sustained winds of 13 miles per hour, gusting at 26. Humidity also very low in the teens. Heading into parts of the San Gabriel Valley, we're seeing Sierra Madre at 59 degrees currently, gusts at nearly 20 miles per hour. So again, these are not the extremely strong winds that we were feeling earlier in the week, but this is still problematic, and winds will only continue to increase as we head into the next several hours. So I'll take you through our future cast. Here we are heading into the 10 o'clock hour, seeing those strongest winds for the higher elevations where you see oranges, more of those reddish colors. That indicates gusts in the 20, 30, 40 mile per hour range, and you can see those strong winds moving down into Orange County too. So again, Inland Empire, Orange County, not under those wind advisories, but still seeing some really dangerous conditions continuing still into the early part of Sunday. As we head into the afternoon hours, you can see those winds really subside. We're just seeing some lighter winds out through some of our valleys and into the IE, and then even lighter conditions as we head into Sunday night. So really seeing some pretty calm conditions for most of us as we head into late Sunday. By early Monday, things change once again. In fact, Monday, expecting stronger winds than what we'll be experiencing tonight into the early part of tomorrow. So you see some purples out there. That indicates gusts in the 50 mile per hour range. And that's exactly what we're seeing across parts of the Santa Clarita Valley, into parts of Ventura, the San Gabriel Valley for some of those foothills and mountain communities, and for the Inland Empire, also gusts nearing 40 miles per hour, sweeping down into parts of Orange County. So Orange County, you'll also be seeing the gusts in that 20, 30, even nearly 40 mile per hour range. Of course, our deserts, as we head a little bit further east into places like the Coachella Valley, also experiencing some strong winds. And look at what happens by the afternoon. We still continue with very gusty winds into Monday afternoon, into the evening hours. Still seeing those gusts in that 30, 40 mile per hour range through the I-5 corridor, the valleys, San Gabriel Valley, Inland Empire. a lot of us still seeing those impacts through not even just Monday, but continuing still into Tuesday and potentially even into the early part of Wednesday. So with those strong gusty winds, very dry conditions, very low relative humidity. We've seen a lot of places in the teens, in the single digits. We have critical fire danger for a lot of us from Ventura into LA, as well as the Inland Empire and Orange County. And this is going to continue through Wednesday afternoon. So we still have the rest of the weekend to go and much of this upcoming work week. So the danger, the critical fire danger does remain with us still for several more days. And you can see really most of us being impacted by this. If you're right along the coastline for parts of Orange County, things not looking too bad. But just keep in mind those surrounding areas. We've seen those strong winds really transport those embers to other areas and then creating those really dangerous conditions, even where those areas that are not under the red flag warning. So we will continue tracking this for you. Again, winds are picking up as we head into the coming hours. So unfortunately, still quite a bit to keep our eyes on. Back to you.
And I know you will be doing that. Olga, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Juan Fernandez.
And I'm Leslie Marin taking over for Gio this hour. Welcome to KCAL News at 8, streaming live on CBS News Los Angeles. And our breaking live team fire coverage does continue.
All right, here's the very latest now at 8 o'clock. The death toll has now risen to 16 in the Southern California wildfires. The firefight tonight is focusing on saving homes in Mandeville Canyon. That's just west of the 405 freeway.
The Palisades fire is now at 23,000 acres and is 11% contained. The Eaton fire is at 14,000 acres and is now 15% contained.
All right, let's go to some breaking news right now, and our Mike Rogers on the desk. Mike?
Yeah, you know, you guys, I was just telling you about the Eaton fire. We just got that update from officials, putting the acreage at 14,117. Another staggering number. The verified structures that have been destroyed now stand at 1,211. I want to show you video because yesterday we took SkyCal up to the Eaton fire, and it was really our first opportunity to be able to get a look at all of the damage. And I want you to just sit here and look. Very similar to the Palisades fire, it is just row after row after row after row of homes that have been destroyed. Now, you can see here that this is along Fair Oaks Avenue, Ventura Street, there in the Eaton Fire burn scar area, where we now know from the Unified Command of the Eaton Fire, 1,211 structures destroyed, another 166 damaged. Now, I want to be clear here. They're calling these verified destroyed and verified damaged. That means their assessment teams have physically gone to those properties to 100% verify that the destruction that exists is actually there. So we will likely see this number go up as those teams continue to do their work. You can imagine how much work has to be done through all of these neighborhoods where we now know more than 1,000 structures, 1,200 structures have been destroyed in the Eaton fire, another 166 injured. I also wanted to let you know, as you reported, the death toll has risen to 16. Eight of those deaths have come from the Eaton fire. In the Eaton fire, there have been 5 firefighters injured. There's a total of 3,155 personnel assigned to just the Eaton fire. Really remarkable.
And you know, Mike, as the days go by and they send in those cadaver dogs and those crews to check the rubble and whatever, the numbers are going to go up when it comes to death toll for sure. Very unfortunate, very sad. Yeah. All right, Mike, thanks.
Well, the wildfire that moved into Brentwood last night continues to inch along. Fire crews are trying to keep it from getting any bigger.
Let's go to our Lauren Posen live on Westridge Road, looking down into Mandeville Canyon, where fire crews are trying to deal with the flames. Lauren?
Well, Juan and Leslie, this is looking really good, and both of you will probably appreciate when we show you this what a difference it is, because I know you both have seen our reports throughout the afternoon here. I know, Leslie, when we first got on air, this was really, really smoky. It was thick smoke. There were a lot of hot spots that we could see flaring up, but you know, these airdrops have just been wonderful. The precision that the helicopter pilots are using as they go through these mountains here, and then those drops, they just put them right on those hot spots and they just disappear. And the glow is now, it's like a candle, you know, fading out here, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Now, on the mountain, it's almost like they're like snaking around it there. Those are the crews on the ground, including the inmate crews that are also helping out here to keep everybody protected from this fire. And what they're doing is they're clearing the brush And then they also have this huge hose that they have that's connected to a fire truck at the top of the hill, and they're watering everything down. When I spoke to one of the fire captains earlier today, he was telling me that the fire was going down the hill, and that was a good thing, he said. And he also told me that it's burning, and it was burning in an area that was already burned before. So it really had nowhere else to burn. That's why they really wanted to contain it to this area here, which it looks like they did. They also were talking about just how hard the firefighters have been working, 40-hour shifts. And the unified command is just, it's phenomenal. We have firefighters from all over the country, from Arizona. The Seattle firefighters were here overnight, holding the line here. We know we have the firefighters coming in from Mexico and Canada, all to help us out here to get these fires under control. In this area up here, it's all, a lot of homes are up here. There's also homes down in the canyon there as well. And because of the hard work today and these amazing water drops, it's just looking really good. And the winds, it's been up and down with the winds. You know, this afternoon it was quite windy. Then there'd be moments where there was no wind at all. And then, you know, it just kind of, it's like a wave. But right now it's manageable. It's nothing too strong. But I know the night is young, so, you know, that's one of the things here. And as you can see in the top of the mountain, well, not the top, but like on the side of the mountain there, it's smoky a little bit. So that's probably another hot spot. But you know, Mike confirmed this too. We haven't seen many of those water drops compared to what we saw yesterday, for example. And that's an indication that the firefighters feel they've got this, it's manageable, and those water drops that they did do worked. So that's what it's looking like out here. And, you know, if you have homes out here on Westridge Road, it's looking really good. So hopefully these orders will be lifted soon, and everybody can get back in their homes as soon as firefighters feel that it's safe to do so. And so we're going to stay out here for you, and we're going to keep you updated as this goes on, because, you know, the wind really is king, as the firefighters were telling me, and we don't want it to change direction too rapidly, because that, of course, could change their game plan in terms of fighting the fire here and threaten homes. But right now, it's from where I'm at, it looks almost out on my side. I know it's not out, but it looks pretty good. Juan and Leslie?
And you know, from what I can see, Lauren, I've been watching all day, Leslie, our coverage here on KCAL News, this is probably the best it's ever looked all day.
Yeah,
things look great. Lauren's showing us those hand crews there. They look like tiny ants working, but you know, they're cutting those fire lines there. The firefight from above continues. And here's another water drop
right
so
there.
This is absolutely terrific. And Mike Rogers was telling us last hour that conditions have gotten better, that there are fewer aircraft flying at the same time, so that they could, you know, check the helicopters, maybe do some maintenance on it or whatever they need to do. But things are looking much better tonight, and we can see it from SkyCal.
Yeah, earlier it was one after another, and now, you know, we can't make out those flames, although you can see the glow there. But you see, they're not going to stop the water drops.
Not at all.
But definitely need less of them, because this fire isn't as aggressive right now. Really cool to see those hand crews working there, as you were mentioning, Juan, creating that line. You can make out the line from I think their helmets have lights on them.
That's right.
So it's just so great to see that, because this is a very dark area.
And the shot is really good. They're using their helmet lights basically and hose and shovels to just create that fire line, to have that break. And you're looking at them right there. It's something just amazing to see. And we have so many people from around the country. We have people from Canada, firefighters from Mexico. They've come in today helping us with this firefight. It's just amazing. This is the Palisades fire. Mike was telling us on the Eaton fire, they have more than 3,000 personnel in that area working on that fire. So it's simply amazing. They're doing a great job there, and you can almost make out their shadows, and they work nonstop.
Yeah, and the thing is that while they're not near flames right now or anything like that, this is still very dangerous, because it's so dark in this area.
So dark. Rugged terrain.
Very rugged terrain. It's heavy equipment. So this is still, I mean, they train for it as much as possible, but this isn't easy by any means. This is very difficult and could be dangerous. So it just shows you how much work our firefighters there on the ground are doing.
And I think something we're going to have to look out for, Leslie, in the next few days and weeks is the wildlife that called this place their home, that are now being burned out of their areas. We may start seeing some wildlife coming into neighborhoods. Some may be injured. Some may be a little aggressive. So just something to keep an eye out, as well as this firefight here continues. All right, I want to go to KCAL News meteorologist Olga Ospina. She is here now with our first look at the weather at 8 o'clock. Olga?
Yeah, hi, Juan and Leslie, and we are looking at the high wind warnings and the wind advisories that are currently in effect. So this just started up at 6 o'clock this evening, and we are expecting these winds to pick up as we head into later tonight, overnight hours, and early tomorrow. So winds are going to continue to increase. We have that in place for much of LA as well as Ventura County, with gusts up to 45 miles per hour as we head into places like the Malibu coastline and into the Santa Clarita area, with even stronger winds for parts of the San Gabriel Valley, gusts up to 65 miles per hour. So strong winds will be with us as we head into the early part of Sunday. And then we get a bit of a lull in the winds. So want to show you what we're watching. Those gusty Santa Ana winds, at least this next round through Sunday morning. The high fire danger. Stronger winds, though, move in once again as we head into Monday through Wednesday. So at least through the middle of next week, we're looking at critical fire conditions, less wind by the end of the week, and then a small chance of getting a little bit of rain. Not too bad. Wind gusts right now, we're seeing some of those problem areas out through parts of the Inland Empire, with a nearing 30 mile per hour gust through Chino into Riverside, a 31 mile per hour gust for Malibu. We're in the low 30s as well for Santa Clarita, moving into Laguna Beach at 27, Pasadena at 20. So not extremely strong winds, but we have all those fires out there, and even these moderate winds are still going to be problematic as we head into the coming hours and into the coming days as well. Our winds futurecast show us that as we head into Monday, winds will become even stronger than what we're feeling with this uptick in winds. 10:05 p.m., we're seeing those strongest winds out through parts of the San Gabriel Valley, moving into the Inland Empire, and then sweeping south into parts of Orange County, with still 30, 40 mile per hour winds through some of those higher elevations, mountain foothills as well as valleys, especially impacted. Inland Empire also seeing those really strong gusty winds. And then by the afternoon, evening hours, we're seeing some very light winds. Finally, there is that brief relief from the winds before take a look at what happens on Monday. Monday morning, we're seeing gusts in the 30, 40, 50 mile per hour range for much of LA and Ventura. We're also seeing some stronger winds through parts of the Inland Empire and into inland Orange County, continuing through much of the day on Monday and still into Tuesday also. A little bit more localized on Tuesday, but still seeing those strong 30, 40 mile per hour wind gusts, with red flag warnings continuing through 6 o'clock on Wednesday. So we still have quite a ways to go. We are continuing with some dry conditions for us as well. So we have the dry air, the dry vegetation, and that's going to keep that critical fire danger in place through the middle of the week, really for all of us here in Southern California. Look at the humidity levels. We're in the teens for a lot of areas still, even at the 8 o'clock hour, from Chino into Riverside, San Bernardino, Temecula at 11%. So these are very dry air conditions, and we'll continue with even drier conditions as we head into the early part of next week, all the way through the middle of next week. So still quite a ways to go. And of course, we will continue tracking this for you and keep you updated on all the conditions for the rest of the next several days. Back to you.
I know you'll be doing that, Olga. Thank you. All right, wait till you see this next story. Mandatory evacuations are underway in Mandeville Canyon.
But reporter Katie Nielsen spoke to a man there preparing to ride out this fire in their pool.
The winds are whipping up here on the ridgelines above Mandeville Canyon, and firefighters use this tool, a Kestrel, to determine with pinpoint accuracy what the weather conditions are like in their location. So looking at wind speeds right now, showing about 20 miles an hour, gusts all the way up to 25 miles an hour. That is what created such difficult conditions for firefighters today. And we actually talked with one homeowner who said he doesn't care how bad it gets. He is not leaving.
I have 2 fire pumps here, one for the roof and one to pull hose around to the front of the house.
A 60,000-gallon swimming pool. That's Gunnar Jensen's fire plan.
I can fire this pump up and it'll protect that whole side of the house. Then I take this pump with a hose around that side of the house and I can protect that side.
He's lived in Mandeville Canyon for 65 years.
I've been through about 10 really bad fires here in Mandeville.
He doesn't have any firefighting experience. He's a plumber, but he says no matter what happens, he's not leaving. His emergency plan if the fire does blow through, yep, you guessed it, the swimming pool.
Take the scuba gear to the bottom of the pool and let the fire blow over and come back up.
Further up the canyon, winds were pushing the flames closer to homes where the hillsides and houses were painted pink with fire retardant.
Hey, you guys able to hit that?
As firefighters work to keep the flames low to the ground.
See the retardant that they dropped earlier, it's really slowing things down. What's actually working in our favor right now, it's slowly backing down the hill, it's getting to the retardant, it's slowing it down, it's doing its job. We're just preventing it from going to ladder fields and taking off all this heavy brush here.
Go to Alpha Trainee 121.
A big difference today from a few days ago is the amount of resources available to work on this fire. The winds are calm enough for water-dropping helicopters to get thousands of gallons of water on the hotspots, making round trips through most of the afternoon. Plus, there are engines at basically every other house, with crews making sure the fire in the hills doesn't come too close to the backyards. But if it does, Gunnar says he's ready.
So we have everything we need, and we're running a little low on food, but we'll take care of that when the time comes.
So much of this fire behavior really does depend on the winds. We keep talking about it time and time again. Today, everything wind-driven. Now, interesting to note, firefighters said they were feeling a little bit more confident just because they have more resources. We were in Mandeville Canyon earlier today with a crew from Washington State. We also saw others from Oregon. But if the winds do pick up like 50, 60, 70 mile an hour winds like we saw a couple of days ago, could be a very different story. Reporting in Los Angeles, Katie Nielsen, KCAL News.
We want to go to some breaking news.
Let's get to KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers live at the desk with the latest. Mike.
Yeah, just continuing to monitor the fire activity. I was listening to Lauren's shot and just looking at some of the information that we've got going on here. And I want to ask Nate if we can come into my computer here, because I do want to show you that some of our helicopters, our larger helicopters, have returned in an effort to fight this fire, including one of the big Chinooks. This is the one that I was looking at yesterday. This Chinook has come from Northern California, from Red Bluff, California, which is north of the Chico area, just south of Redding. So it has made quite the trip to get down here. And what's interesting is last night they were hitting these spots on Mandeville Canyon, and that's really the same spots that are being hit tonight. You can see the Chinook still coming back right into the area, right off Mandeville Canyon Road, where this is. Now, the other active fire area that we have kind of seen them hit is this one right here, which is right off Topanga. Old top of Topanga is kind of this area that they're going back and forth with. Now, the areas that it looks like they're dropping the water is right here. Right here and more in this open space of an area. I know it's concerning to see all the helicopters flying over this neighborhood, but what it appears this neighborhood is actually what's called a helispot. So right in here is where they'll come and actually fill up the water. They can set up these portable fill-up stations. So, we see them dipping out of the Encino Reservoir. We've seen them dipping out of larger bodies of water, but they don't have to do that. They can also do what's called a helispot, where there are those pumpkin pools or other situations where they're set up to be able to fill. So I don't want people to think that they're putting out fires right on top of this neighborhood. Obviously, that would be concerning. It's more than likely here that they are actually filling up here and then coming to do their drops down here where you see these activity there. So our two active flanks of the fire are going to be right there to the west, near really just to the east of Topanga Canyon, and then over here where the Mandeville Canyon area. So this area and this area are really kind of the hot spots I'm focusing on, which is indicative of what we see when we look at our burn area map here. I'll switch over to that one really quick. And that's the Eaton fire. We'll come over to the Palisades fire. So that's really kind of what you see. So you can see here that obviously that's kind of where they've been fighting towards, and then up in this area too. So they're hitting this kind of flank of the fire as well. You can actually see they're labeling the helicopter right there that is going back and forth, and you've got these other 4 helicopters that are right there hitting the Mandeville Canyon area. So the fire is still largely growing into this kind of finger here off the original fire as it burns towards the San Fernando Valley. Now, what will be interesting to see, and we've been talking to Olga about the Santa Ana winds, that are going to be coming back. What caused the flare up last night is that we had these winds that came off the ocean. So the wind shifted for a little bit and pushed up this way off the ocean. And so that is what caused the fire, besides the topography, to continue to push to the north where it is. Now, while the Santa Ana winds, we don't want them because they're not good. What will be interesting to see is, since the Santa Ana winds come out of the north-northeast, generally, we could see that start to push the fire back on itself, which would be an ideal situation if the northern flank of that fire then reversed course on itself and burned upwards back towards itself, because then it's really got nowhere to go, not a lot to chew through. So we could be in a good situation. As weird as it sounds to say, the Santa Ana winds coming back could help the fire burn on itself, but then of course it does create new issues for the communities down in here, where if it were to burn, back down this way, we've obviously got stuff right here that has yet to burn, which would be concerning. So that's why they're still trying to do it. When we talk about containment numbers, I want to reiterate this. We talked about it a little bit last night. Containment numbers, we're talking about the entire section of the fire. So when we talk about 11%, that doesn't mean that 11% of the flames are out. It doesn't mean that 11% of, whatever. It means they have a hard line around 11% of the fire. So that is likely the areas that burned first are usually where they get the containment first. So we're likely talking, maybe some of this area right here is where that 11% comes from, maybe even up into here too as well. So it doesn't mean that the fire is 11% out. It means that they have 11% of the fire literally contained and have that hard containment line. So when we saw, I think it was in Lauren's shot and a couple of other photographers, or reporters rather, those ground crews, the dozers, those are the guys that are really digging in those hard lines to try to build that hard containment number. So we'll continue to watch that situation. Again, though, I got to say, things do look better than they did this time last night.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that down too, Mike, because I think a lot of times you hear containment numbers.
Right.
And you're thinking, okay, maybe that means they have 11% of the flames contained.
Yeah.
That is not the case.
No, and even the opposite, we hear from people all the time. What do you mean it's 0% contained? There's no flames left. The fire's out. Well, you may not see any flames, but that doesn't mean they've built those lines around the fire to prevent the fire from kind of re-sparking or rekindling or anything like that and getting out of those. Those containment lines generally mean they're pretty confident that the fire won't jump that line.
And as long as it keeps going up, that's all that we need, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Mike, thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Well, many new people out of their homes tonight looking for a safe place to rest.
CBS News New York investigator Masa Saidi is at an evacuation center in the Fairfax district speaking with residents there. Masa?
Hi there, Juan and Leslie. So I'm told about 190 veterans have been evacuated to this shelter behind me. They all live together, I'm told, in a facility that was created for them nearby in Brentwood. Around 1 o'clock last night, when we saw the Palisades fire start to blaze up again, they were told that it is time to get out. So the reality is they're going to be sleeping at the shelter behind me and on cots for a second night in a row. But the good news is that they believe that their homes are okay. Their homes are still standing. As you know, as we have been reporting all day when we were visiting other shelters, including one in Westwood, that is not the case for so many other people that we have spoken with who have lost literally everything: their home, their belongings, their pictures, their artwork. And I want you to listen to what a young woman who lived in Malibu with her family had to say to us earlier.
This is my pet goat, Coco. She got traumatized by the fire. She lost her house and her comfortable home, and it's been really hard on her. She also has separation anxiety. So when we were trying to get her to assimilate into the shelter life and sleep in a cage with the other pets, even though they were closed off, she couldn't deal with it. She started shaking, and we were afraid that since she's senile, she might have a heart attack or something. I'm just trying not to think about it. When it first happened, I didn't even process it, and then all of a sudden, 5 hours later, it hit me when I was like, oh, but everything's gonna be okay after a few days, we're just gonna go home. And then I was like, there is no home. It sucks, but it's worse for Coco, so it's just whatever.
I lost everything. My boyfriend, I thought I was going to his house to be safe, but his house burned down too. So it's overwhelming. I've never lost a house before. So, but we're here to just really kind of give people love, help them get their minds off of everything that's going on. I just would say, you got to center yourself and just take it one step at a time. Everything else can be replaced. If you're here, that's the most important thing.
And that woman had such an incredible energy around her, so inspirational, Pam Henderson. She had already applied for FEMA as well. We learned today that about 16,000 people here in California had begun that process to get aid from FEMA that would cover emergency aid, that would cover any uninsured losses that they might have as well. Just one quick note that I wanted to mention. I did speak with one of the veterans who came out here and also confirmed with someone else that they're actually a little bit cold in there, Leslie Wan. They have blankets, but the blankets aren't thick enough. I know that the staff is working to bring them thicker blankets, and I do see a truck here right now, so maybe that is the shipment that just happened, but that is something that they wanted to share, that they've been through a lot, and the temperatures have dropped a little bit, and apparently it's cold inside there. But again, we do see a truck that's backing up right now, and maybe that is the shipment of blankets for them. I don't know, Dana, do you want to turn around and show them what we see? So we do see a shipment that's coming. I'm hoping, is this the blankets? Because they're cold. They've been waiting for 5 hours, they told me. And, we're not going to blame anyone. There's blankets inside, but just not thick enough. Because, as I said, the temperatures have really dropped. We've just been shivering out here. So I'm not sure how long it's going to take for them to unload this truck, but...
Well, we can talk to you a little bit about your experience there, Masa. I'm always so surprised at the people that you spoke with there. There was the young lady with the goat. There was the woman whose boyfriend lost her home. She lost her home, and they still have such an incredible optimism about what's going on. And the little girl was more worried about her goat than she was for herself, with the goat having separation anxiety. It's just amazing at just people's spirit in such a time like this. And are you seeing that, are you coming across with that a lot?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's that incredible spirit that they have. And I will tell you, that's the spirit that you need to survive this sort of thing. Having spoken to so many survivors, whether it's a hurricane or whether it's a firestorm in the past, there's two things that I've noticed that you need to have to get through this. The first is you need to be really organized, as I was mentioning earlier, take notes of everyone that you're dealing with. And the second is you really do have to try to focus on gratitude. That is the only way that you're going to make it through. And as devastating as it is to lose everything, like the message we've heard from so many people in the community is that they still have each other. And I mean, if you just take a look right now, I'm so curious. You have these incredible people from the Red Cross, and they've just backed up the truck, and we see this gentleman opening it up, and I'm hoping there's blankets in there. Is there blankets in there? That looks like a blanket. I think. Is that blankets? Am I allowed to talk with them? I don't know.
I think you can. I think you can ask them. Maybe they'll give you an answer here.
Is that blankets? Is that You got blankets? All right, I love it. Let me see. This looks like very thick. Wow.
Very nice blankets. Look at this.
Oh, those are good.
Red Cross blankets for the VA.
That's terrific.
Let's go. Come on, back.
Thank you so much. Wow. And here they are, lots and lots of blankets for everyone here, and they're carrying these boxes. And those look, Leslie Wan, those look very thick, and they look very comfortable. And when they pair that with the blankets they already have, I'm hoping they're going to be a lot more comfortable. So, oh my God, is he okay? I'm so sorry.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he's okay.
He's okay. He's okay.
I think he's okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
He's okay.
We were there right with you, Masa, watching that happen. So yeah.
He's okay.
He's okay.
Yeah, no, it looks like he got up and he's back to work, right?
Back to work. There we go. That's what you do. That's that attitude that you have. I trip all the time. I don't know if you guys know that about me, but it's amazing that I haven't tripped. But look at this man. You rock, sir. Getting right back up. Thank you for what you're doing. All right, there he is, carrying these heavy boxes.
Yeah, those boxes are really heavy.
But now, as you can see, if we could just pan out. Yeah, the boxes are heavy, and, they've been working. These are the people that have stepped in and stepped up for their community and bringing in these blankets. And I'm so glad that you told me to stay on and that we can show just how quickly they acted to fix the situation that we had seen.
Yeah, I have to tell you, I was very curious when I heard that truck beeping backwards that hopefully we'd get some good news. You were talking about how cold it is inside the shelter there. And here is the blankets that they need. It was like 46 degrees when I left here last night.
It gets cold.
And I know it's cold out there as well. Yeah. All right, Masa.
Yeah, I mean, it's cold all the time in New York, but out here, yes, the temperature is wild. But yes, I'll give it back to you guys.
All right, thanks for the great news out there. Thank you.
That was nice to see that come to fruition, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that wildfire that moved into Brentwood last night does continue to inch along. Fire crews are trying to keep it from getting any bigger.
And Lauren Posen is live on Westridge Road looking down into Mandeville Canyon, where crews are working nonstop trying to deal with the flames. And as we've been seeing, Lauren, things are looking pretty good right now.
Looking really good, Juan. That hard work is paying off. Take a look over here at the mountain that we've been showing you all afternoon. The glow is just getting smaller and smaller and smaller. I see a couple little hot spots, little dots on the mountain there. It doesn't seem like much of a concern. I don't even see, I know they're there, but our ground crews that were kind of snaking around the mountain protecting that fire line, I see them all the way in the distance over there. You can see the light from their helmets kind of shining through there. But they are working really, really great. And I hear another helicopter, but I guess it must be someone else from around me. But we've been seeing more water drops. So I want you to see this image here. And now I want to show you some video from just hours ago. We can show that video and just the compare and contrast to how things have changed for the better here. When we first got here, there was a huge cloud of smoke. Of course, as I'm talking now, here comes this helicopter. We probably can't cut out of it, but there's another helicopter doing probably one more drop here where the glow is coming from. But when we got here, the glow was very significant. You could see the flames. They were quite high, and the wind was pretty strong. And that smoke was just so thick you couldn't see over the top of the mountain there at all. You couldn't see the sky. But as the hours have gone on here and the crews have continued to aggressively fight these flames back, it's just gotten better and better. And that is exactly what the fire captain told me when I saw him this afternoon. He says, listen, we're in really great shape. We fought really hard overnight. We had help from the Seattle Fire Department that was out here helping us hold the line in this section. And we're in good shape. Of course, the winds are the wild card, or as he calls it, the king, because the winds, they can change any second, and that could change the game plan. But the firefighters are ready. They are prepared for this. They are on almost every street here in this neighborhood. There's a fire engine on standby or within the distance, just in case something were to happen over here. So it's looking really good, you guys. And also when we came up here, the National Guard is down at the bottom of the street because this whole area is under an evacuation, and so it's very dark and no one's home. But they're protecting it from anybody that's thinking of doing anything bad like looting. You can't get in here. The National Guard is there. They will not let you in. So the area is protected both from the fire at this point right now, and then also from any potential looters with the National Guard down below. But it's just amazing to see the hard work of the firefighters paying off here, because I know, as we all know, last night when we saw the fire flare up, it was really terrifying to see that huge glow on the 101. I mean, we were coming in from Altadena and coming into Sherman Oaks, and it was very scary. Not that we're out of the danger zone, yet, but this is better than what we saw last night. So we'll take this as a win for right now. But that's what it looks like out here, you guys. We're going to continue to watch it, but right now it's really, really positive. So let's hope it stays this way.
We appreciate the National Guard, the firefighters, and to you, Lauren, for bringing us these pictures of the good news there in the firefight.
And you know what? You see those fire crews there in the orange. If I'm not mistaken, those might be the inmate crews. I've been following the organization, the nonprofit Anti-Recidivism Coalition.
Okay.
They help with some of the inmate crews here. I think, if I'm not mistaken, because they're the ones that do wear the orange, that those
jumpsuits,
maybe They actually may be the inmate crews.
And I do see some orange
hard
in
at
there,
work.
Leslie.
Yeah, red.
Leslie,
They're wearing
correct.
like red orange.
And I hear Lauren saying that's correct. Yep, so that is right.
They do some great work, and these men, and I think this group is actually just men. They love doing this.
Well, and think about it. They're on a hillside, an unknown hillside, heavy brush, rocks, heavy brush. You don't know if you take one step one way or the other, you could fall or trip. So we really do appreciate everything they're doing for all of us, because it's important to get this fire under control so that we can, get this in order. All right, well, flames continue to push towards Brentwood in the Palisades fire.
Christina Fan is live in the Mountain Gate neighborhood where people have mostly evacuated there, Christina.
Yes, good evening, guys. We are standing not far from the Mountain Gate Country Club, and behind us is what little remains of the eastern flank of the Palisades fire. The situation now so much better than even just a couple of hours ago when the flames were shooting a couple feet high into the sky. Really now it just seems like small pockets of embers and hot spots. Now, on occasion, we've been seeing some of the evacuated neighbors driving back into the community to check on the situation. They seem very relieved that the fire is advancing north instead of west. And a quick note on the topography of this area. This community, again, is by the Mountain Gate Country Club, and it is surrounded by greenery basically on all four sides. And neighbors describe the firefight to me this way. They say when the Palisades fire first broke out Tuesday night in the southward direction of this community, they saw bulldozers. They recall, I think it was Wednesday morning. They went up on the hill to the south side of the community. We wish we could show you, but it is completely in utter darkness right now. But they say about 3 or 4 dozers were on that hill. They cleared it completely of the dry brush. So neighbors, they felt pretty safe. But as we know, last night, the fire kept inching more and more north. And so yesterday night, when those mandatory evacuation orders went into place, we saw dozens, we really lost count, of fire engines. And they were positioned at almost every home, every driveway, lining this block for, I want to say, a couple hundred yards, the entire length of this community. But then today, as the fire has once again moved even further up north, you can see, I'm going to have Eddie pan, there are no headlights down the street. The neighbors have left, even the fire engines have left, which you could interpret as perhaps a good sign that they think that this community may be out of danger. But as we stated earlier, a lot of people wonder, well, then, if there are no fire engines, why is there still a mandatory evacuation order? And the reason is, of course, the winds. Fire by nature, so unpredictable. At any moment, it could change direction and there could be blowback. I also wanted to note the reason why we can't continue north and follow the path of the fire. Unfortunately, the cell phone service in this neighborhood isn't particularly strong. So that's why we haven't been able to continue to advance. But from our vantage point, at least, very good things to report. That fire yesterday, I don't know if Eddie can show you. So this is where that little pocket of flames is now. And he's just going to pan over to the left to show you where it was yesterday. So it does seem like the flames, they aren't advancing as fast as, of course, they would have been earlier this week when we had those whipping winds. But as we stated, and you heard from our meteorologists, we are worried about those Santa Ana winds coming back. So firefighters trying to make very quick work because, of course, they are on that limited timeline. For now, reporting live from Brentwood, I'm Christina Fan for KCAL News.
Christina, we've been coming to you throughout the evening here, throughout the afternoon. This is the first time I'm seeing complete darkness behind you. I'm not even seeing that glow at this point, which is always a good sign.
Yes, it really is quite incredible. And I also wanted to mention what's even more incredible. I mean, we all know the work ethic of these firefighters. And again, you hear one of those planes or choppers going overhead right now. And even though it doesn't seem like anything is going on over there, they have not stopped these aerial bucket drops at all. They are continuing to pour more and more water. And I think, it's because of the reasons we mentioned before. They're worried about those winds picking up. So now is really the best time for them to be the most aggressive with these aerial attacks.
It's a race against the clock. Christina, thank you so much.
Okay, let's go to some breaking news right now.
Let's go to KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk with more. Mike?
Yeah, hey guys, what I wanted to do is we told you about the 16 deaths that have occurred. Well, I've got them on a map here, and I want to show you what parts of the areas and what parts of the fire that this has happened in. And I've mapped them out by dates that the deaths have been reported. We'll start here in the Palisades fire, and I want to show you that right now, according to the LA County Medical Examiner, only one of the deaths actually occurred in the Pacific Palisades. And you can see it's this one right here on the 9th is where they say. This is right off Lombard Avenue and Friends Street in the Pacific Palisades. That is where they reported one fatality as well. Then the other 3 for the Palisades fire have happened more in the LA County area. You see one that's more up here in the Topanga area off one of these streets up here further up in the hills away from where the actual PCH is, where we saw the bulk of the fire on Tuesday night. This looks like it's up off Saddle Peak Road, kind of in that area. The other 2 here for the Malibu, the county area of the Palisades fire, one up here in Big Rock, which is just off PCH, and we know the fire burned very heavy in here off of Rosestone Court, it looks like right there. And then you've got another one that is right off PCH right here in this home, which I believe this was kind of where our Tom Waite was standing on Tuesday night. If you remember the row of homes that was burning there. So those are where the 4 deaths for the Palisades fire have occurred. And then I wanted to come over here because in Altadena, it's more right where the fire started. So you can see here, as I said, they're spread out a little bit here. But remember, the Eaton fire started kind of right up here near the Eaton Falls. So it's kind of right up here in the mountains above this. So it would make sense that the deaths were reported because the fire very ferociously and very quickly pushed down into the community of Altadena. So you almost kind of see the path the fire took based on how the deaths were reported. You can see that the fire kind of worked its way down here and went right through this community. And it looks like those are probably people who unfortunately didn't have enough time to get out, weren't aware of how severe the situation was. Because I can tell you on Tuesday night when the Eaton fire broke out, it moved fast. It moved very, very quick, and I can tell you that not all of the evacuation notices were put up, as quickly as anybody could, but everything was moving very, very quickly. And I wanted to point this one out because right here there was 2 deaths on this street in the Altadena area where the fire was. So this is where they reported 2 deaths. This is on Marathon Road, and then there was also another area that I thought had 2 deaths, or at least 2 that, right here, 2 that were pretty close to each other, kind of the same block, just opposite ends of the street here. So there is 1 death. You'll notice there's only 15 deaths that I'm showing you on the map here, and we've been reporting 16 in total. Oh, and then there's one. This one was interesting because this one's pretty far south compared to exactly where the other ones are. So it'll be interesting to see what the causes of deaths are on all of these. There is 1 person that did die at the hospital as a result of the fire, and just let me check here because I don't think the medical examiner has listed all of the causes of deaths yet here. I think there was only 1 of them that had a cause of death listed, and when last time I checked, that was smoke inhalation and thermal injuries. Yeah, so that was a 66-year-old man who died of smoke inhalation and thermal injuries. The man that died at the hospital was a man in his 80s. They have not identified him yet. So there's a lot of people that haven't been identified. I can tell you, very unfortunately, very sadly, the identities of these people are probably going to take some time. Family and loved ones certainly know who they are. We have spoken to family of loved ones and loved ones that have lost their family members, and they have identified them to us. But the medical examiner has to do it in a very official way, right? And generally, you would use either DNA or identification, visual identification from a family member to identify somebody that has died. Unfortunately, because of the way that a lot of these people have died, which is probably some very significant burn injuries, it may have to take dental records or other types of means to identify them, which certainly takes a lot longer to get that official identification, you guys.
That is going to take some time. All right, Mike, thank you so much.
And if I can, Mike, really quick, I know the one person that was identified was 66-year-old Victor Shaw, who his family has spoken to CBS News, saying that he was found holding a hose after the flames just came through the neighborhood. So that's something that his sister, Sherry, had told CBS News. And he is still the only one that has been officially identified by the medical examiner.
And that was in the 3400 block of Monte Rosa Drive, and that was the Eaton fire, and his body was on the 8th.
And imagine the stress of what's happening. It could be died from a heart attack or
right.
Who knows,
and that's
right?
when we see kind of when we're looking at the map and we see that outlier one that's really far south. It's very possible that not everybody may have passed away from necessarily the fire itself, but heart attacks or other medical conditions that were brought on by the fire or the panic of the fire and situations like that one.
So sad. All right, Mike. Thank you.
We do want to get to Madison Keevy, who joins us live from Topanga Canyon. Madison, can you tell us what you're seeing from where you are?
You're good. I'm with KCAL. You're good.
Looks like she's speaking to someone through their ring.
I said hi. I'm Madison. Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, so we ring cameras here. I'm Madison with KCAL News. Your house is totally fine. We're just standing in this neighborhood here, covering everything happening tonight. Obviously, you're evacuated, which is under that mandatory evacuation order. So thank you for that. Thank you. Oh, appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. So that is a great example of here we're going to. I don't know when you're going to get the okay to come back. The crews are fighting this thing from the ground and from the sky. So they're going to be the first ones to tell you. But I can, tell you right now, they're putting everything at it. So you're just best bet is just to keep listening and watching all those official channels.
Yeah, because I've been there for 65 years.
Yeah, and
grandparents built that.
This is your grandparents' home that they built. 65 years you've lived in this community.
Yes. They made the trailer park.
Wow. And where are you now? How are you feeling with this evacuation in place?
Well, I'm okay. I just, I'm in the Motel 6 down here in Woodland, or Holiday Inn in Woodland Hills.
Okay.
Me and my wife and my grandchildren.
Good. You're there where you're safe. That's where you're supposed to be. So thank you. Thank you so much for checking in, and we'll hold things down here for you, as I know those crews are out on that fire.
Yeah, well, I've been trying to see if anything's all right, but my Wi-Fi and everything's been out. But then I got an alert right now, and I looked out, and there you guys were. So
And there we are. KCAL News. Yeah, your home is fine. No one's bothering it. Everyone that's supposed to be here is here, and everyone that's not is gone. So you have a good night, and we'll see you shortly. Thank you. Thank you. Well, there's thanks. Appreciate you. So through the ring camera, that's something there, I know that there are, people have gone. I mean, I think that's a perfect example of these mandatory evacuations that are in place. We're along Topanga Canyon here, and had pulled off into some neighborhoods because we'd been told that there was about a couple dozen people who had stayed behind, and we're going to, watch this from their homes. In the last few minutes, we've seen about 3 people, again, choosing to now evacuate. But a neighborhood like this one, as you just heard from this kind gentleman who's talking to us through his ring camera, his grandparents established this neighborhood. He's lived here for decades, and we keep hearing these stories, of course, from people who want to stay close to their home. And another family we spoke to said they wanted to keep an eye on things and were choosing not to leave, but were close enough where they needed to get home, they could, and if they needed to leave, they also could. So that was, I think, the perfect example of what I was hoping to talk to you guys about tonight, which is that, it is quiet here in these neighborhoods along Topanga Canyon Road right now.
Gave that gentleman such a sense of peace, knowing that his house is okay. And it was so interesting to see you talk to him, and just the history, right? In so many of these communities, somebody who's lived there for 65 years, his grandfather built the house. They're basically, pioneers in this town, and their big concern, when can I come home? That was really special.
Yeah, and we talked to someone else that was just driving by that we flagged down, who has been driving around to make sure that generators have what they need to keep going. And he's lived in this community for he's one of a few generations. And I asked him how he was feeling right now, and it wasn't a long answer. There was just one word. He said, I'm sad. Yeah. So, that's what we're here to do. And I'm just so glad we got to, share with someone that their home is okay.
Hopefully he turned on KCAL News and saw your live report standing outside his house for visual confirmation. So thanks so much, Madison.
Wow, what a moment. Yeah, thank you, Madison. That was so good to hear from someone in that area staying down the street. Well, donations, those are pouring in for evacuees of these fires.
Let's go to reporter Josh Sanders from CBS Philadelphia at the Santa Anita racetrack. Josh, what's happening there?
Hey, good evening, guys. Good to be with you. Yeah, we pivoted. We came out here when we heard that folks were coming together to bring donations to help those impacted by these fires, mostly impacted here by the Eaton fire. I got off the phone with city officials right before we got here. They told me this is an example of kind of spontaneous grassroots efforts from the community. I'm going to start walking this way. Will's going to show you just what's going on right now. Spontaneous grassroots efforts by people just wanting to donate and help out where they can. So you're just seeing this. The racetrack has turned into what looks like, and I just say this for the effect, kind of looks like a flea market. I mean, there is so much stuff here. You have shoes, clothing, you have people handing out, food to folks that have been impacted. We remember yesterday it was the Rose Bowl. People were dropping donations off at the Rose Bowl, and then that went to the Parsons, and now here. So you have a lot of people out here that are just trying to, give what they can. Some other information that I was given by the Pasadena officials was that the Red Cross is now taking over the Pasadena Convention Center. So they actually have Red Cross officials there helping out folks. I'm told that there are about 800 to 900 people still staying there and about 200 animals. We just got here. We're going to start talking to some people and just, asking them, how they're doing. But this is kind of that silver lining that we've been trying to cover beyond just the tragic circumstances that's brought people together. And you're seeing the resiliency. You're seeing people show up for one another. This is something just to take in. Well, if you could pan the camera around, let's just show viewers all of these people. A lot of folks lost everything in these fires, and so they got out with the clothes on their back. And now, they have an opportunity to come to places like this and get like shoes. I'm seeing, well, do you see right here, the mother and the little kid, they're, she's looking at shoes for, her child. So we're seeing, this is the best of humanity, guys, when you see stuff like this. I'm going to walk this way, and there's just so many shoes, so much here. It's stunning. It's stunning to see this. This really is the best of people coming together and helping out where they can. And that's, Will has, now the viewers can see, it's not just the adults, it's kids that have been affected right now. You have to think what's going through their mind, that they've lost everything too. And, it's just to take it in. It's pretty stunning, guys.
It sure is. It looks great, Josh, and it's great to see the outpouring and just the massive amount of people who've shown up there. So, Josh, we thank you for that live report. All right, KCAL cares about all of the fire victims. We are partnering with the American Red Cross to assist those in need. If you're able to help, please go to redcross.org/KCAL.
Yeah, I mean, Josh's picture there, I'm even getting emotional because you're reminded again, it's families and children.
Oh, Leslie. I get it. And when I see the seniors, I get emotional about that. I think about my grandparents and my parents being in that situation. So
the community coming together to really help one another.
Really touches the heart. Those are happy tears. Those are good
tears.
Yeah. All right. Well, for days now, we have seen an extensive aerial attack on this fire with several helicopters and planes dropping both water and fire retardant on both the Palisades and Eaton fires.
Yeah, but new photos from the FBI shows what happens when someone illegally flies a drone into FAA restricted flight zones and hits one of those planes. CBS Colorado's Jillian Thomas spoke with the FBI earlier this evening.
The FBI is now searching for the pilot of that drone that hit that aircraft. They say it's a very important mission they're on right now to identify that individual, but they believe it wasn't a professional drone pilot, but rather a recreational drone pilot, because a professional pilot would have a drone license like this one right here, and they would have legally been required to then register their drone through the FAA. For days now, we have seen an extensive aerial attack on this fire, though, with several helicopters and planes dropping both water and fire retardant on both the Palisade and Eaton fires. But these photos from the FBI show what happens when someone illegally flies a drone into the FAA restricted flight zone and hits one of their planes. It caused enough damage to put a hole in the plane, removing it from the fleet of aircraft that otherwise would have been out saving homes. Now the FBI is searching for that pilot of the drone. They're saying that they believe it was recreational pilot once again, as a professionally licensed pilot would have registered their drone in order to be flying it. The fact that this was not a professional drone makes it a little more difficult to identify who was flying it, right?
It does, but through our investigation, we're going to try to determine those facts. We're going to look for serial numbers. We're going to try to identify fingerprints and DNA to try to put those pieces back together as part of our investigation.
Now, as you saw, the FBI has collected some parts of the drone that collided with that aircraft, and they're going to now be searching it for any clues that might lead them to the drone pilot. In the meantime, anyone who may have information on who the pilot of that drone was is encouraged to either go online to tips.fbi.gov or to call 1-800-CALL-FBI, as that person could face felony charges. We should note, the individual who was flying that drone more than likely would have had to go out and forego any rules that say you can't fly in this FAA restricted zone. To fly a DJI drone, which is that type of drone that was flying, you would have to get on the app and say, I acknowledge that I have prior authorization to be flying in here, which clearly that person did not have. In Westwood, Dylan Thomas, KCAL News.
That was a good breakdown of what they're doing now to fight the drones in the sky, the FBI. Well, firefighters working tirelessly to put out the flames.
Earlier, Laura Hafley from CBS Boston was in Mandeville Canyon on the front line as crews were putting out hot spots. And at one point, one neighbor joined the firefight using a water hose to desperately put out the flames.
Yeah, Laura was wrapping up her live report when she got caught in the middle of a fire retardant drop.
And again, this whole street, an absolute ghost town with the exception of a very small amount of people who have decided to hang back. Again, something you really do not want to do. Along Mandeville Canyon Road, Laura Hafley. See, take a look at this. There you go. We just dropped fire retardant. That is going to hit the ground and hopefully slow these flames a little bit. I'm sorry I interrupted myself there. I just wanted to show you exactly what we've been talking about. Again, hold on one second. That fire retardant's just coming down right now. Give us 1 second. We're gonna just protect this camera for a second so that we can show you what we're dealing with. Thank you, Devin, with CAL FIRE stepping in, giving us a little warning there. Thank you. Okay, so this red retardant you see on me, this is what really helps stop this fire. Now again, these flames getting a little bit more active, so we're gonna head out of here. We will keep you updated here along Mandeville Road. Laura Hafley, CBS News.
Yeah, you could get stuck right in the middle of that. Well, help is coming from all over the world. Firefighters from Mexico arrived this afternoon at LAX. Governor Newsom meeting those firefighters on the tarmac. They'll join local crews and firefighters from around the state and in the country in battling the fires.
Yeah, we're blessed. The Prime Minister in Canada called, reached out. Foreign Minister in Mexico reached out, offered assistance. You're seeing that assistance right here from Mexico. Our Canadian partners are coming in Monday. We have all the Western states that are providing mutual aid, 9+ states. Yeah, so they're going to go to Beaumont, to our mobile station, where all of our partners, international partners, and other state and federal partners all go for orientation. They're dispatched. It's a command center with the U.S. Forest Service, with CAL FIRE, State Office of Emergency Services, and LA City and County. And that will organize about a 5-6 hour orientation, safety orientation, make sure they're hand in glove. A lot of these guys are hand crews. We'll send them likely to Palisades tomorrow, and we expect to see them out there on the lines, front lines, as early as Monday.
The National Firefighter Coordinator says Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum urged them to come help. She says those crews will be here as long as it takes.
Okay, Well, we want to get to your weather now because we've been talking about these winds beginning to pick up throughout the evening hours. Olga, you're tracking those winds for us.
Yeah, and the winds expected to get stronger as we head into the overnight hours and early Sunday. So when you think about it, we have started with these really strong gusty Santa Ana winds since Tuesday, and will continue with critical fire danger red flag warning through Wednesday. So this is over a week of really these intense conditions, and we're going to see another round of those Santa Anas impacting us as we head into the next several hours. So red flag warning in place for most areas from Ventura into LA. So especially those higher elevations, foothill mountain areas, some of our valleys into the Inland Empire and Inland Orange County under that red flag warning. And here's what we are watching. So those gusty winds, at least that next round, continues through the early part of Sunday with the high fire danger. We have stronger winds, though, heading into Monday, continuing through midweek. So we really don't get much of a break. I'll show you that winds futurecast, and you'll see it's just kind of a small break that we have between that Sunday round and then Monday. Less wind by the end of the week, thankfully, and then a small chance of even getting a little bit of rain. Here's a look at conditions across some of those really heavily impacted areas. The Pacific Palisades right now currently 25-mile-per-hour gusts. As we head into some other areas that are seeing some of those winds at Brentwood with some evacuation orders in place, we're looking at gusts of 27 miles per hour. And also for Encino, we're looking at humidity at only 19%. And then those wind gusts also nearing 30 miles per hour. Let's take a look at what's happening in the San Gabriel Valley. We're looking at gusts in the 24-mile-per-hour range for Sierra Madre. Humidity also in the teens. So once we start to see that humidity level down into the teens, single digits, that is really worrisome. And we've seen that across a lot of our areas. High wind warning and wind advisory. This just went into effect a couple of hours ago, or 3 hours ago now at 6 o'clock. And it's going to include a lot of LA and Ventura with gusts in that 40, 45, 50, even in the 60-mile-per-hour range still through Sunday afternoon. So we're going to continue tracking this whole event for you and show you what to expect as we head into the coming days. I have your futurecast as well, showing you what you can expect for your neighborhood coming up in just a few minutes.
And thank you for joining us as we do continue our fire coverage here on KCAL at 9 p.m. I'm Leslie Marin.
And I'm Gio Insignoras.
Well, starting the 9 o'clock hour with a heartbreaking update, the death toll has now risen to 16 people after a series of destructive wildfires this week. 11 of those deaths are attributed to the Eaton fire, 5 to the Palisades.
The Palisades fire has now burned more than 23,600 acres. It's now 11% contained. The Eaton fire, meanwhile, at 14,000 acres and is 15% contained.
Let's go to a breaking update on those fires.
And KCAL Simon editor Mike Rogers live at the desk with the details. Mike?
Yeah, you know, Gio and Leslie, the good news is things look a lot better than they did last night, right? When we were talking about the Palisades fire last night, there was a lot of concern that things were going to push into the Encino community, the northern or the southern part of the San Fernando Valley. The good news is that has not happened. So we've been looking into some other things on the couple of the other fires, like the Eaton fire that we've talked about. You know, we also are unfortunately having to tell you here about 16 deaths that have occurred as a result of the Eaton fire. But I want to come into my computer here because I want to tell you about two things. One of the things on any of the fires that we have covered this week that we don't know yet is the cause of these fires. The cause of the fires, according to the fire agencies on all of the ones we've covered, you have the big two, obviously the Palisades and the Eaton, but then we've also got the Kenneth fire that we had, I think that was on Thursday, and then the Hearst fire that also broke out on Tuesday night. We don't have the causes of any of those fires. However, if a public utility we're talking about LADWP, Southern California Edison, a power company, if there's any reason at all to believe that their equipment may be involved in the ignition of a fire, they are required to file documentation with the California Public Utilities Commission. I want to talk to you about this because Southern California Edison has filed paperwork on both the Eaton fires and the Hearst fire. Now, the Eaton fire, according to the documentation that Southern California Edison filed, they have filed it because they say that Southern California Edison has been sent preservation notices from legal counsel representing insurance companies in connection with the fire. That is what has prompted them to do this because, according to the insurance companies, Southern California Edison may have played a role. Southern California Edison, in this same legal filing, says they do not believe that their equipment started the Eaton fire. They do not believe, they have not been contacted by any fire agencies to preserve any of their equipment in connection with the investigation of the Eaton fire. And And according to Southern California Edison, they say their transmission lines were actually shut off more than an hour before the Eaton fire started. They say that the first anomalies in their equipment weren't noticed until an hour after the fire started, saying that they did not detect anything out of the ordinary on their equipment at the time or even up to an hour after the ignition point of the fire. Now, here's where things are different, though, because the Hearst fire, remember the Hearst fire? It's such a blip in our minds now because of what's gone on this week. But this also started on Tuesday, and it was a much smaller footprint, but it did force evacuations on both north of the 210 and both east and west of the 5 freeway. So there was a significant number of people that were evacuated because of this. Now, Southern California Edison has also submitted paperwork on this fire, saying in this situation, preliminary information suggests that one of their circuits did experience what is called a relay. That is layman's terms, that's just an anomaly, something happened that is not normal on their circuit. They say that happened at 10:11 p.m. According to LAFD, they got the first calls of the fire at 10:30 p.m. So they say they are investigating. They also say a downed conductor was discovered at a tower associated with the same circuit that experienced that relay event just at 10:11 p.m. just about 20 minutes before the start of the fire was reported to LAFD. Now, Edison is clear that they say they don't know whether that downed equipment happened as a result of the whatever anomaly it was, or if it happened after the fire. They say they are investigating that, and they are cooperating with the fire agencies that are also investigating that if SCE, Southern California Edison equipment, was involved in the ignition of the Hearst fire. So when it comes to the two fires, they are saying in the Eaton fire, they wholeheartedly do not believe their equipment was involved because they had turned off the power prior to the start of the Eaton fire. But in the Hearst fire, the one that burned off the 210 freeway in Sylmar, they say fire investigators are looking into whether Southern California Edison equipment did start that fire. So we'll continue to monitor that situation, but I wanted to give you that because Southern California Edison has sent 2 notices to the California Public Utilities Commission about their involvement or potential involvement in the start of at least one of the fires, guys.
Interesting. And Mike, I know you've been monitoring that website, right,
Yeah.
where you get all this information from in the last few days.
Right.
So thank you for doing that, because we know right away now that they have now filed.
Yeah.
So.
And they're required to by law.
Yeah.
They're required to post it, and that's why I've checked, because in years past, really before we started doing these public safety power shutoffs, these kind of notices would end up on their website pretty frequently. And then we saw that shift where they're really shutting the power off before any of these wind events. And to be truthful, that has kept them from having to file a lot of these notices. But it looks like in this situation, one, because on the Eaton fire, they say that the insurance companies are alleging blame, even though they don't think there was any involvement with their equipment. But in the other fire, the Hearst fire, up off the 210, they say they did notice anomalies in their equipment right around the ignition time of the fire.
Mike, thank you.
We want to send it over to our Madison Kiwi. She has an update from Topanga. And Madison, last time we spoke to you, you were able to interview that homeowner through their Ring doorbell camera, giving them probably a lot of reassurance tonight to be able to go to bed peacefully.
That was so unexpected. And, the power of technology nowadays is that you can see what's going on at your home when you're not there. In the case of a fire, sometimes it can be for better or for worse. What I wanted to update you is after that conversation, somebody else pulled up and they were helping evacuate animals for people who have stayed behind in this community. And the message that he shared with me is basically that there is more than a few people. He said he didn't have a specific number. I've been told anywhere from 12 to 20 people and homes that are not evacuating under these conditions, and they're going to write it out. He's been in this area helping evacuate animals over the last couple of days, especially when these, projections of the winds and how this fire has moved has come out. And he says that there was a vibe shift, those were his words, yesterday, that people actually started coming back into this community. And so over this morning and afternoon hours, there was a push to ask people again to leave. Earlier, we saw a notice for some law enforcement to come into these communities. We're right on Topanga Canyon Road. We have Sylvia Park and Topanga Oaks are a couple of the neighborhoods in this area. And so there's that message from just a volunteer who's helping to clear animals of, if you are still here, to heed those warnings, because we just don't know, how things are going to shape up. And he said, he's had to knock on doors to some people over the last couple of days and say, I will take your animals. I understand that you want to stay, but let me take your animals. I will take care of them, and I'll get them back to you when all things are done.
Incredible altogether, Madison, there, because it really highlights the human spirit, right? Everybody coming together to help each other in any way that they can, and to talk to someone through their Ring doorbell camera. I'll say also that we were interviewing some folks who were dealing with their power outages and worried about evacuation warnings, and they left and also weren't at home, but talked to us through their Ring camera and found out, oh, we just learned that our power came back on. We're ready to come back home, and it's exceptional the way things work and the way people are helping each other out as well.
Yeah, it's that small peace of mind, I think, is what we saw tonight in that interview, of the waiting and worrying. I think we've heard that time and time again in different interviews over the past few days, the waiting and the worrying. And so tonight, to be able to give some of that good news, was a nice, breath of air in all of this heaviness.
Truly has been. Madison, you did say there were some people that have stayed home, correct? Are there still people in that neighborhood?
Yes.
Or that's why you guys went there, because you heard that?
Yeah, there are still people left in the neighborhood. We actually walked a couple streets up. I mean, I'm standing on Topanga Canyon Road, and it's pitch dark. And in these streets, we've sort of walked. They're a little hilly. So we did walk, and the only people we came across were firefighters. They have engines positioned as they do in many neighborhoods. But we do know in these communities that there are at least upwards of a couple dozen people that have chosen to stay. And it's that message that we've heard from the couple of community members here volunteering, just passing through, of urging their neighbors to heed those warnings and leave if they can, and if they're still here. I mean, the sentiment basically is we're waiting until the last minute. And so like I said, that community member I just talked to after the Ring interview basically said, I am just pleading with people to just don't wait. Now would be the time to go.
Yeah, we know it's better to do it as early as possible than wait in the last minutes, because that's all you have sometimes are minutes. So Madison Keevy, thank you so much from Topanga Canyon. Hopefully we can work on getting that interview back at some point with the Ring doorbell, because that was quite a moment there. Christina Fan, we have you from CBS New York live in the Mountain Gate neighborhood, where people mostly have evacuated tonight.
Yeah, and that's been good news to see, Christina, given the fact that every time we keep coming back to you, it's good that everyone has heeded those warnings and are taking care of themselves and getting out of the area.
Well, Gio and Leslie, that is definitely good news. And the other good news is that the only lights you really see behind us right now are the twinkling of helicopters making those water drops and also doing some reconnaissance missions. And at the moment, they, I believe, are refueling. So really, it is pretty much pitch black in the backdrop here. But, people are not complaining. This is exactly what they want to see. That means there is very little active fire. So we are standing right now on the ridge right to the east of the fire line. And we are on Canyon Back Road here in Brentwood. And where we are standing is this very place 20 hours ago when the entire hillside here looked like lava. This afternoon, we saw a very strong line of fire running down the canyon, but now, as you can see, there's hardly anything left. But still, as we mentioned before, the community still evacuated. We occasionally will see some people coming back to grab their medication and belongings, and they are all very grateful to see this site that we are now showing you. And they're, of course, also so grateful for the hard work of firefighters. They saw all the resources being used to help protect their community. In fact, we spoke to this one gentleman who lives up the block, and he joked to me, he said, I hate paying my taxes, I hate being a taxpayer, but after seeing all the efforts CAL FIRE put into saving his home and his neighborhood, he was like, you know what, I will never complain about paying taxes again. So to go over a little bit of how much effort was put into protecting this community, we're told that when the Palisades fire first started Tuesday, that the community or CAL FIRE, they're not sure who exactly, they sent in dozers to clear the hill to the south of this development. And then, of course, as the fire slowly advanced towards the north, where all of these homes are located. I know it's dark, but there are literally homes to the right and to the left of me. There were fire engines stationed in the driveway of almost every single home. I'm not even exaggerating. Almost basically every 50 feet, there was a fire engine, and they came from places like Las Vegas. We saw a few from Utah earlier this morning. But at around 6 o'clock this afternoon, that's when we saw all the dozers leave, the fire engines leave, and we think that's because firefighters felt confident, optimistic, cautiously optimistic, I should add, that they have a handle on this. But of course, they're still very, very relentless with their attacks. I believe we can hear another helicopter behind us at the moment. So dark, so can't really make out what exactly they're doing. We see them with their headlights a lot of times, perhaps, scoping out the land, just seeing where those hot spots are and seeing what other resources they might need to deploy to make sure the fire doesn't approach west, because that is where, again, this community specifically is. And as we touched upon many times earlier this morning, they're continuing these efforts because we are worried about the wind, right? So compared to yesterday, I can say it is definitely breezier up here. It's a little cold. We're wearing the same amount we were yesterday, but we definitely feel the temperature difference. So those firefighters, they are working so hard to make sure that before those Santa Ana winds pick back up, they really threw everything they possibly could to get those containment numbers up that I believe are currently sitting at around 11%. But that is the latest here in Brentwood. I'm Christina Fan for KCAL News.
And Christina, before we let you go very quickly, I know you mentioned the weather and everything else there. I'm just curious as to how the winds are feeling where you are right now, because that's obviously the big headline as we get into the rest of the evening and for the next few days. How are things looking in that regard?
Yeah, it's definitely breezier. I want to say, as day turns to night, I always feel like the winds pick up just a tad bit. Yesterday, it seemed manageable. Today, we can definitely see, the leaves shaking in the tree. I don't know if that's a bird feeder. I'm not sure what that device is up in the tree, but you can see it kind of moving back and forth. So we didn't really see that happening at all yesterday. And of course, we've heard in the forecast that it is only unfortunately expected to get worse.
Yeah, Christina Fan, thank you so much. A world of a difference it made, those water drops and that air assault that we've seen all day. Thank you again. And that does continue through the night, we should say. But we are going to take a short break here.
More from the fight to save Mandeville Canyon and the outpouring of support for fire victims when we come back.